Thrice-Greatest Hermes, Volume 1, Prolegomena, Studies in Hellenistic Theosophy and Gnosis, being a translation of the extant sermons and fragments of the Trismegistic literature, with Prolegomena, commentaries, and notes, by G.R.S. Mead. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Preface. These volumes, complete in themselves as a series of studies in a definite body of tradition, are intended to serve ultimately as a small contribution to the preparation of the way leading towards a solution of the vast problems involved in the scientific study of the origin of the Christian faith. They might thus perhaps be described as the preparation of materials to serve for the historic, mythic, and mystic consideration of the origins of Christianity, where the term mythic is used in its true sense of inner, typical sacred and logic, as opposed to the external processing of physical events known as historic, and where the term mystic is used as that which pertains to initiation and the mysteries. The serious consideration of the matter contained in these pages will, I hope, enable the attentive reader to outline in his mind, however vaguely, some small portion of the environment of infant Christianity, and allow him to move a few steps round the cradle of Christendom. Though the material that we have collected has, as to its externals, been tested as far as our hands are capable of the work, by the methods of scholarship and criticism, it has nevertheless at the same time been allowed ungrudgingly to show itself the outward expression of a truly vital endeavor of immense interest and value to all who are disposed to make friends with it. For along this ray of the Trismegistic tradition, we may allow ourselves to be drawn backwards in time towards the Holy of Holies of the wisdom of ancient Egypt. The sympathetic study of this material may well prove an initiatory process towards an understanding of that archaic gnosis, and, therefore, though these volumes are intended to show those competent to judge that all has been set forth in decency according to approved methods of modern research, they are also designed for those who are not qualified to give an opinion on such matters, but who are able to feel and think with the writers of these beautiful tractates. The following abbreviations have been used for economy of space: CH, Corpus Hermeticum; DJL, Mead, G.R.S., Did Jesus Live 100 B.C., an enquiry into the Talmud Jesus stories, the Toldoth Jeshu, and some curious statements of Epiphanius, being a contribution to the study of Christian origins. FFF, Mead, G.R.S., Fragments of a Faith Forgotten, some short sketches among the Gnostics, mainly of the first 2 centuries, a contribution to the study of Christian origins based on the most recently discovered materials. G. Gaisford, H. Hence, K.K., The Virgin of the World, M. Meineke, P. Parthi, Pat. Patrizi, P.S.A., The Perfect Sermon, or Asclepius, R. Reitzenstein, S.I.H., The Sermon of Isis to Horus, W. Wachsmuth, G.R.S. Mead, Chelsea, 1906. Poem. Was he one or many merging, name and fame in one, like a stream to which converging many streamlets run? Who shall call his dreams fallacious, who has searched or sought all the unexplored and spacious universe of thought? Who, in his own skill confiding, shall with rule and line mark the borderland dividing human and divine. Trismegistus, 3 times greatest, how thy name sublime has descended to this latest progeny of time. Longfellow, Hermes Trismegistus. 1. The remains of the Trismegistic literature. Writer and reader. Little did I think when, years ago, I began to translate some of the Trismegistic tractates, that the undertaking would finally grow into these volumes. My sole object, then, was to render the more important of these beautiful theosophic treatises into an English that might, perhaps, be thought in some small way worthy of the Greek originals. I was then more attracted by the sermons themselves than by the manifold problems to which they gave rise. I found greater pleasure in the spiritual atmosphere they created than in the critical considerations which insistently imposed themselves upon my mind, as I strove to realize their importance for the history of the development of religious ideas in the Western world. And now, too, when I take pen in hand to grapple with the difficulties of introduction, for those who will be good enough to follow my all-insufficient labors, it is to the tractates themselves that I turn again and again for refreshment in the task, and every time I turn to them I am persuaded that the best of them are worthy of all the labor a man can bestow upon them. Though it is true that the form of these volumes, with their Prolegomena and commentaries and numerous notes, is that of a technical treatise, it has nevertheless been my aim to make them throughout accessible to the general reader, even to the man of one language who, though no scholar himself, may yet be deeply interested in such studies. These volumes must, therefore, naturally fall short of the precision enjoyed by the works of technical specialists, which are filled with direct quotations from a number of ancient and modern tongues. On the other hand, they have the advantage of appealing to a larger public, while at the same time the specialist is given every indication for controlling the statements and translations. Nor should the general reader be deterred by an introductory volume under the imposing subtitle of Prolegomena, imagining that these chapters are necessarily of a dull, critical nature, for the subjects dealt with are of immense interest in themselves, at least they seem so to me, and are supplementary to the Trismegistic sermons, frequently adding material of a like nature to that in our tractates. Some of these Prolegomena have grown out of the commentaries, for I found that occasionally subjects lent themselves to such lengthy digressions that they could be removed to the Prolegomena to the great advantage of the commentary. The arrangement of the material thus accumulated, however, has proved a very difficult task, and I have been able to preserve but little logical sequence in the chapters, but this is owing mainly to the fact that the extant Trismegistic literature itself is preserved to us in a most chaotic fashion, and I as yet see no means of inducing any sure order into this chaos. The extant Trismegistic literature. To distinguish our writings both from the Egyptian books of Thoth and the Hermes prayers of the popular Egyptian cult as found in the Greek magic papyri, and also from the later Hermetic alchemical literature, I have adopted the term Trismegistic literature in place of the usual designation Hermetic. Of this Greek Trismegistic literature proper, much is lost. That which remains to us, of which I have endeavored to gather together every fragment and scrap, falls under 5 heads. A. The Corpus Hermeticum. B. The Perfect Sermon, or the Asclepius. C. Excerpts by Stobaeus. D. References and fragments in the Fathers. E. References and fragments in the Philosophers. A. The Corpus Hermeticum includes what has, previous to Reitzenstein, been known as the Poimander collection of 14 sermons and the definitions of Asclepius. B. The Perfect Sermon, or the Asclepius, is no longer extant in Greek, but only in an Old Latin version. C. There are 27 excerpts from otherwise lost sermons by John Stobaeus, a pagan scholar of the end of the 5th or beginning of the 6th century, who was an immense reader and made a most valuable collection of extracts from Greek authors, though studiously avoiding every Christian writer. Some of these excerpts are of great length, especially those from the sermon entitled the Virgin of the world. These 27 excerpts are exclusive of extracts from sermons still preserved in our corpus. D. From the Church Fathers we obtain many references and 25 short fragments, otherwise unknown to us, and considerably widening our acquaintance with the scope of the literature. E. From Zosimus and Fulgentius we obtain 3 fragments, and from the former and Iamblichus and Julian the Emperor Philosopher we obtain a number of valuable references. Such are what, at first sight, may appear to be the comparatively scanty remains of what was once an exceedingly abundant literature. But when we remember that this literature was largely reserved and kept secret, we cannot but congratulate ourselves that so much has been preserved. Indeed, as we shall see later on, but for the lucky chance of a Hermetic apologist selecting some of the sermons to exemplify the loyal nature of the Trismegistic teaching with respect to kings and rulers, we should be without any Hermetic corpus at all, and dependent solely on our extracts and fragments. But even with our Hermetic corpus before us, we should never forget that we have only a fraction of the Trismegistic literature, the flotsam and jetsam, so to say, of a once most noble vessel that sailed the seas of human endeavor, and was an ark of refuge to many a pious and cultured soul. References to lost writings of the school will meet us abundantly in the course of our studies, and some attempt will be made later on to form a notion of the main types of the literature. As for the rest of the so-called Hermetic works, medico-mathematical, astrological, and medico-astrological, and alchemical, and for a list of the many inventions attributed to the thrice-greatest, inventions as numerous as, and almost identical with, those attributed to Orpheus by fond posterity, along the line of pure Hellenic tradition, I would refer the student to the Bibliotheca Graeca of Johannes Albertus Fabricius. For the alchemical and medieval literature, the 2 magnificent works of Berthelot are indispensable, namely, Collection des Anciens Alchemistes Grecs and L'Alchimie au Moyen Âge. In close connection with the development of this form of Hermetic tradition must be taken the Hermes writings and traditions among the Arabs. See Beausobre's Histoire critique des Manichae et du Manichaisme. Also Fleischer, Hermes Trismegistus an die menschliche Seele, Arabisch und Deutsch. Bardenhuer, Hermetis Trismegisti qui apud Arabs verter de castigation anime liber. And especially R. Peichmann, the pupil of George Ebers, who devotes the 4th part of his treatise entitled Hermes Trismegistus nach Ägyptien und Orientalischen Überlieferungen to a consideration of the Hermes tradition, be Syren und Araben. Reitzenstein treats very briefly of the development of this later Hermetic literature on pages 188 through 200 of his Poemander. The original manuscript of our corpus. From the fragmentary nature of the remains of the Trismegistic literature that have come down to us, it will be at once seen that a critical text of them is a complicated undertaking, for, apart from the corpus, the texts have to be collected from the works of many authors. This, however, has never yet been done in any critical fashion, so that a translator has first of all to find the best existing critical texts of these authors from which to make his version. This, I hope, I have succeeded in doing. But even so, numerous obscurities still remain in the texts of the excerpts, fragments, and quotations, and it is highly desirable that some scholar specially acquainted with our literature should collect all these together in one volume, and work over the labors of specialists on the text of Stobaeus and the Fathers, with the added equipment of his own special knowledge. Even the text of our corpus is still without a thoroughly critical edition, for though Reitzenstein has done this work most admirably for C.H., basing himself on 5 manuscripts, and the printed texts of the earlier editions, he has not thought fit to give us a complete text. A list of the then-known manuscripts is given in Harless's edition of Fabricius's Bibliotheca Graeca, while Parthe gives notes on the only 2 manuscripts he used in his edition of 14 of the sermons of our corpus. It is, however, generally believed that there may be other manuscripts hidden away in continental libraries. All prior work on the manuscripts, however, is entirely superseded by Reitzenstein in his illuminating History of the Text, in which we have the whole matter set forth with the thoroughness that characterizes the best German scholarship. From him we learn that we owe the preservation of our Hermetic corpus to a single manuscript that was found in the 11th century in a sad condition. Whole queries and single leaves were missing, both at the beginning and the end. Even in the remaining pages, especially in the last third, the writing was in a number of places no longer legible. In this condition, the manuscript came into the hands of Michael Psellus, the great reviver of Platonic studies at Byzantium, probably at the time when his orthodoxy was being called into question. Psellus thought he would put these writings into circulation again, but at the same time guard himself against the suspicion that their contents corresponded with his own conclusions. This accounts for the peculiar scollion to ch, which seems at first pure monkish denunciation of Poimander as the devil in disguise to lead men from the truth, while the conclusion of it betrays so deep an interest in the contents that it must have been more than purely philological. And that such an interest was aroused in the following centuries at Byzantium may be concluded from the fact that the last 3 chapters, which directly justify polytheism, or rather heathendom, were omitted in a portion of the manuscript, and only that part of the corpus received a wider circulation which corresponded with what might be regarded at first sight as a neo-Platonism assimilated to Christianity. The text was reproduced with thoughtless exactitude, so that, though its tradition is extraordinarily bad, it is uniform, and we can recover with certainty the copy of Psellus from the text of the 14th century. These Trismegistic sermons obtained a larger field of operation with the growth of humanism in the West. Georgius Gemistus Pletho, in the latter part of the 14th and beginning of the 15th century, brought Neoplatonism from Byzantium into Italy as a kind of religion, and made a deep impression on Cosimo Medici and Marsiglio Ficino, who was early selected by the latter as the head of the future academy, must have made his Latin translation of our corpus, which appeared in 1463, to serve as the first groundwork of his undertaking. Cosimo had the Greek text brought from Bulgaria, or Macedonia, by a monk, Frater Leonardo of Pistoia, and it is still in the Medician library. It was not, however, till the middle of the 16th century that the Greek text was printed, and meantime, with the great interest taken in these writings by the Humanists, a large number of manuscripts arose which sought to make the text more understandable or more elegant. Such manuscripts are of no value for the tradition of text. Texts and translations. We will now proceed to give some account of the texts and translations of the Trismegistic writings, a bibliographical labor which the general reader will most probably skip, but which the real student will appreciate at its proper value. The best account of the texts and translations up to 1790 is that of Harless, who has entirely rewritten the account of Fabricius. The Editio Princeps was not a text but a Latin translation by Marsiglio Ficino, or Marsilius Ficinus, published in 4 in 1471. Both the name of the publisher and place of publication are lacking, but the British Museum Catalogue inserts them in parentheses as G. de Lisa, Treviso, presumably on the authority of Harless. This translation consisted of the so-called Poimander in 14 chapters, that is to say 14 treatises, under the general title, The Book of Mercury Trismegist Concerning the Power and Wisdom of God. The enormous popularity of this work is seen by the fact of the very numerous editions, for a book of that time, through which it ran. No less than 22 editions have appeared, the first 8 of them in the short space of a quarter of a century. In 1548 there appeared an Italian translation of Ficinus's Latin version of the Poimander collection entitled Il Poimandro di Mercurio Trismegisto, done into Florentine by Tommaso Benci, printed at Florence in 12 months. A second edition was printed at Florence in 1549 in 8 months, with numerous improvements by Petoni. The first Greek text was printed at Paris in 1554 by Turnebus. It included the Poimander and the definitions of Asclepius, to which the Latin version of Ficino was appended. The title is Mercurii Trismegisti Poimander su depostet ac sapientia divina Aesculapiae definitions ad eminam regem. The Greek was edited by P. Angelo de Barga, or Angelus Vergisius. In 1557 appeared the first French translation by Gabriel Duprot at Paris with a lengthy title, 2 Books of Mercury Trismegistus Hermes, very ancient theologian and excelling philosophus, one of the power and sapience of God, the other of the will of God. Aucun Dialogue by Lois Lazarel, Christian poet, entitled The Basin of Hermes. This seems to be simply a translation of an edition of Ficinus's Latin version published at Paris by Henri Stephanus in 1505, to which a certain worthy Lois Lazarel, who further rejoiced in the agnomen of Septempedanus, appended a lucubration of his own of absolutely no value. In 1574, Franciscus Flussus Candal reprinted at Bordeaux in 4 months Turnebus's Greek text, which he amended with the help of the younger Scaliger and other humanists, together with a Latin translation. This text is still of critical service today. This he followed with a French translation, printed in 1579, also at Bordeaux, in folio. This, we are assured, is translated, an exemplary Greek collation of 3 ample commentaries, all of which is followed by the full name and titles of Flussus, to wit, the whole being dedicated to Marguerite de France, Roine de Navarre. 12 years later, Franciscus Patricius, or Cardinal Francesco Patrizi, printed an edition of the text of the sermons of the Corpus, of the Asclepius, and also of most of the extracts and of some of the fragments. He, however, has arranged them all in a quite arbitrary fashion, and has arbitrarily altered the text, which generally followed that of Turnebus and Candal, in innumerable places. To this he appended a Latin translation, in which he amended the versions of Ficino and de Foix, as he tells us, in no less than 1,040 places. These were included in his Nova de Universis Philosophia, printed at Ferrara in folio, 1591, and again at Venice by R. Matthias, and again at Venice by R. Meadus in 1593, as an appendix to his Nova de Universis Philosophia, now increased to 50 books. The Latin translation of Patrizi was printed apart, together with the Chaldean oracles, at Hamburg in 12 months, also in 1593, under the title Magia Philosophica. The latter edition bears the subscription on the title page, Iam nunc primum ex bibliotheca Ranzoviana e tenebris eruta, which Harless explains as a reprint by plain Henri Ronzau, who is, however, described in the volume itself as Products. It seems to have been again reprinted at Hamburg in 1594, in 8 months. Meantime, the Carmelite, Hannibal Rosellus, had been laboriously engaged for many years on an edition of the Poimander with most elaborate commentaries. This was printed at Krakow by Lazarus in 6 volumes in folio, from 1585 to 1590. Rosell treats of philosophy, theology, the Pope, the Scriptures, and all disciplines in his Immanibus Commentarius Inepte, as some say, while others bestow on him great praise. His title is Poimander Mercurii Trismegisti. This was reprinted with the text and translation of de Foix in folio at Cologne in 1630 under the title Divinus Poimander Hermetis Mercurii Trismegisti. Hitherto, nothing had been done in England, but in 1611 an edition of Ficinus's translation was printed in London. This was followed by what purports to be a translation of the Poimander from Arabic by that learned divine doctor Everard, as the title page sets forth. It was printed in London in 1650 in 8 months with a preface by J.F. and bears the title The Divine Poimander of Hermes Mercurius Trismegistus in 17 books, translated formerly out of the Arabic into Greek, and thence into Latin and Dutch, and now out of the original into English. There was a second edition of Everard's version printed at London in 1657 in 12 months. There are also reprints of the 1650 edition by Friar of Bath, with an introduction by Hargrave Jennings in 1884, by P. B. Randolph, Toledo, Ohio, 1889, and by the Theosophical Publishing Society in the Collectanea Hermetica, edited by W. Wynne Westcott in 1893. To what Dutch translation Everard refers I cannot discover, for the only one known to me is that printed at Amsterdam in 1652 in 12 months. It is a translation of Patrizi's text. Harless says nothing of this edition, but speaks of one printed at Amsterdam in 1643 in 4 months by Nicholas van Rooyenstein, but I can find no other trace of it. The first German translation was by a certain Aletha Phyllis, and was printed at Hamburg in 1706 under the title Hermes Trismegistus, Erkenntnis der Natur, etc., containing 17 pieces. This was reprinted at Stuttgart in 1885 in a curious collection by J. Schiebel entitled Kleiner Wunderschublets, with an appendix concerning the person of Hermes, etc. But why Schiebel should have reprinted Alethophilus' translation is not clear, when in 1781 a new translation into German, with critical notes and valuable suggestions for amending the text, had appeared by Dietrich Tiedemann, Berlin and Stettin, in 8 months, a rare book which, already in 1827, Baumgarten Crucius laments as almost unfindable in the Republic of Letters, and of which the British Museum possesses no copy. It is remarkable that of a work which exhausted so many editions in translation and was evidently received with such great enthusiasm, there have been so few editions of the text, and that for 2 centuries and a quarter no attempt was made to collate the different manuscripts and editions, until in 1854 Gustav Parthe printed a critical text of the 14 pieces of Poemander at Berlin under the title Hermes Trismegistus Poemander, to which he appended a Latin translation based on the original version of Ficino, successively revised by De Foix and Patrizzi. Parthe's promise to edit Reliqua Hermetis Scripta has not been fulfilled, and no one else has so far attempted this most necessary task. Reitzenstein's opinion of Parthe's text, however, is very unfavorable. In the first place, Parthe took Patrizzi's arbitrary alterations as a true tradition of the text. In the second, he himself saw neither of the manuscripts on which he says he relies. The first of these was very carelessly copied for him and carelessly used by him, while the second, which was copied by D. Ham, is very corrupt owing to the numerous corrections and interpolations by a later hand, all of which Parthe has adopted as ancient readings. His text, therefore, concludes Reitzenstein is doubly falsified, a very discouraging judgment for lovers of accuracy. In 1866 there appeared at Paris, in 8 months, a complete translation in French of the Trismegistic treatises and fragments by Louis Menard, entitled Hermes Trismegistus, preceded by an interesting study on the origin of the Hermetic books, of which a second edition was printed in 1867. This is beyond question the most sympathetic version that we at present possess. Everard's version of the Poemander being reprinted in 1884 by Fryer of Bath, the rest of the treatises were retranslated by Anna Kingsford and Edward Maitland from Menard's French version, including his notes, and appeared in 1885, published by Fryer, but bearing a publisher's name in India under the general title The Hermetic Works, the Virgin of the World of Hermes Mercurius Trismegistus. Meantime, in 1882, J.D. Chambers had published at Edinburgh a crabbed and slavishly literal translation of the Poemander, together with the excerpts from Stobaeus and the notices of Hermes in the Fathers, with an introductory preface under the title The Theological and Philosophical Works of Hermes Trismegistus, Christian Neo-Platonist. Indeed, the loose and erroneous version of Everard is far more comprehensible than this fantastically literal translation. For the last 6 years I have myself been publishing, in the pages of the Theosophical Review, translations of the Trismegistic sermons, and also a few of the studies now included in these Prolegomena. All of the former, however, have been now carefully revised, and the latter have for the most part been greatly enlarged and improved. Finally, in 1904, E. Reitzenstein of Strasbourg published at Leipzig his illuminating study, Poemander, in which he gives the critical text of Ch. based on 5 manuscripts, and the best early printed editions, with all that minute care, knowledge of paleography, and enthusiasm for philology which characterizes the best textual critical work of modern scholarship. Why, however, Reitzenstein has not done the same good service for the whole of the corpus as he has done for the selected sermons is a mystery. He is the very man for the task, and the service he could render would be highly appreciated by many. So much, then, for the existing partial texts and translations of the extant Trismegistic literature. Of the translations with which I am acquainted, Everard's, of 1650, the favorite in England, because of its dignified English, is full of errors, mistranslations, and obscurities. It is hopeless to try to understand Hermes from this version. Chambers' translation, 1882, from the text of Parthi, is so slavishly literal that it ceases to be English in many places. In others goes wide of the sense, and in general is exasperating. Menard's French translation, 1886, also from Parthé's text, is elegant and sympathetic, but very free in many places. In fact, not infrequently quite emancipated from the text. The most literally accurate translation is Parthé's Latin version, based on the Latin translation of Ficino, as emended by Candale and Patrizzi. But even in such literal rendering, he is at fault at times, while in general no one can fully understand the Latin without the Greek. To translate Hermes requires not only a good knowledge of Greek, but also a knowledge of that gnosis which he has not infrequently so admirably handed on to us. 2. The history of the evolution of opinion. The chief points of interrogation. We have now to consider the following interesting points. The early Church Fathers in general accepted the Trismegistic writings as exceedingly ancient and authoritative, and in their apologetic writings quote them in support of the main general positions of Christianity. In the revival of learning, for upwards of a century and a half, all the Humanists welcomed them with open arms as a most valuable adjunct to Christianity and as being in accord with its doctrines, so much so that they labored to substitute Trismegistus for Aristotle in the schools. During the last 2 centuries and a half, however, a body of opinion was gradually evolved, infinitesimal in its beginnings, but finally well nigh shutting out every other view, that these writings were neo-Platonic forgeries and plagiarisms of Christianity. Finally, with the dawn of the 20th century, the subject has been rescued from the hands of opinion and has begun to be established on the firm ground of historical and critical research, opening up problems of the greatest interest and importance for the history of Christian origins and their connection with Hellenistic theology and theosophy, and throwing a brilliant light on the development of Gnosticism. The first point will be brought out in detail in the volume in which a translation of all the passages and references to thrice-greatest Hermes in the writings of the Church Fathers will be given, while the last will be made abundantly apparent, we hope, in the general course of our studies. The second and third points will now demand our immediate attention, especially the third, for we have endeavored with great labor to become acquainted with all the arguments which have tended to build up this opinion, and unless we have to change all our ideas as to the time frame of so-called neo-Platonism, we are entirely unconvinced, for we find that it has been evolved from unsupported assertions, and that not one single work exists which ventures in any satisfactory fashion to argue the question, most writers merely reasserting or echoing prior opinions, or in which the statements made may not as easily prove the priority of the Trismegistic school to the Neoplatonic as the reverse. We will then proceed to give some account of this chaos of contradictory opinions, picking out the most salient points. The opinions of the Humanists. That the early scholars of the revival of learning were all unanimously delighted with the Trismegistic writings is manifest from the bibliography we have already given, and that they should follow the judgment of the ancient fathers in the matter is but natural to expect. For them, not only were the books prior to Christianity, but they were ever assured that Hermes had been a really existent personality, like any of the biblical worthies, such as Enoch and Noah, as was unquestionably believed in those days, and further, that he was prior to, or a contemporary of, Moses. Thus, in the Editio Princeps of Ficino we read, "Whoever thou art who readest these things, whether grammarian or rhetorician, or philosopher or theologian, know thou that I am Hermes, the thrice greatest, at whom wondered first the Egyptians and the other nations, and subsequently the ancient Christian theologians, in utter stupefaction at my doctrine, rare of things divine." The opinion of Ficino, that the writer of the Poemander tractates was one who had a knowledge both of Egyptian and Greek, is of interest as being that of a man uncontaminated by the infinite doubts with which the atmosphere of modern criticism is filled, and thus able to get a clean contact with his subject. Of the same mind were Loys Lazarel and Dupreau, the first French translator, while the Italian Cardinal Patrizzi appends to his labors the following beautiful words, attributed by some to Chalcidius, which he puts in the mouth of Hermes. "Till now, my son, I, banished from my home, have lived expatriate in exile. Now safe and sound I seek my home once more. And when but yet a little while I shall have left thee, freed from these bonds of body, see that thou dost not mourn me as one dead. For I return to that supreme and happy state to which the universe's citizens will come when in the after state. For there the only God is supreme Lord, and he will fill his citizens with wondrous joy, compared to which the state down here, which is regarded by the multitude as life, should rather be called death." Patrizzi believed that Hermes was contemporary with Moses, basing himself upon the opinion of Eusebius in his Chronicum, and thought that it would be to the greatest advantage of the Christian world if such admirable and pious philosophy as was contained in the Trismegistic writings were substituted in the public schools for Aristotle, whom he regarded as overflowing with impiety. The first doubt. And that such opinions were the only ones as late as 1630 is evident from the favor still shown to the voluminous commentaries of De Foix and Rossel. Nevertheless, some 50 years previously, a hardy pioneer of skepticism had sturdily attacked the validity of the then universal Hermes tradition on one point at least, and that a fundamental one. For Patrizzi declares that a certain G.R.S. Becanus was the first after so many centuries to dare to say that Hermes, as a single individual, never existed. But the worthy Goropius, who appears to have flourished about 1580, judging by an antiquarian treatise of his on the race and language of the Cimbri or Germani, published at Amsterdam, had no followers as yet in a belief that is now universally accepted by all critical scholarship. But this has to do with the Hermes saga, and not directly with the question of the Trismegistic works, and so we may omit for the present any reference to the host of contradictory opinions on Hermes which are found in all the writers to whom we are referring, and none of which, prior to the decipherment of the hieroglyphics, are of any particular value. The launching of the theory of plagiarism. It was about the middle of the 17th century that the theory of plagiarism and forgery was started. Urson, a pastor of the Evangelical Church at Ratisbon, published at Nuremberg in 1661 a work in the second part of which he treated of Hermes Trismegistus and his writings, and endeavored to show that they were wholesale plagiarisms from Christianity, but his arguments were subjected to a severe criticism by Brucker some 100 years later. This extreme view of Urson was subsequently modified into the subsidiary opinions that the Trismegistic works were composed by a half-Christian, semi-Cristiano, or interpolated by Christian overworking. The most distinguished name among the early holders of the former opinion is that of Isaac Casaubon, who dates these writings at the beginning of the 2nd century. Casaubon's opinions, however, were promptly refuted by Cudworth in his famous work, The True Intellectual System of the Universe, the first edition of which was printed at London in folio, 1678. Cudworth would have it, however, that Casaubon was right as far as the treatises entitled The Shepherd of Men and The Secret Sermon on the Mountain are concerned, and that these treatises were counterfeited by Christians since the time of Iamblichus, a very curious position to assume, since a number of the treatises themselves look back to this very shepherd as the original document of the whole Poimander cycle. But indeed, so far we have no arguments, no really critical investigation, so that we need not detain the reader among these warring opinions, on which the cap was set by the violent outburst of Kolberg in defense of orthodoxy against the alchemists, Rosicrucians, Quakers, Anabaptists, Quietists, etc., of which Fanatici, as he calls them, Hermes, he declares, was the patriarch. The only argument adduced. One might almost believe that Kohlberg was an incarnation of a church father continuing his ancient polemic against heresy. In any case, the whole question of heresy was now revived, and the 18th and 19th century criticism of the Trismegistic works almost invariably starts with this prejudice in mind, and seeks, almost without exception, to father the Trismegistic writings on Neoplatonism, which it regards as the most powerful opponent of orthodoxy from the 3rd century onwards. Harles, 1790, gives the reference to all the main factors in the evolution of this opinion during the 18th century, but the only argument that the century produced, indeed, the only argument that has ever been adduced, is that the doctrines of the Trismegistic writings are clearly Platonic, and that, too, of that type of mystical Platonism which was especially the characteristic of the teaching of Iamblichus at the end of the 3rd century A.D., and which is generally called Neoplatonism. Therefore, these writings were forged by the Neoplatonists to prop up dying paganism against the ever more and more vigorous Christianity. We admit the premises, but we absolutely deny the conclusion. But before pointing out the weakness of this conclusion of apologetic scholarship, we must deal with the literature on the subject in the last century. The 18th century produced no arguments in support of this conclusion beyond the main premises which we have admitted. Has the 19th century produced any others so as to justify the position taken up by the echoes of opinion in all the popular encyclopedias with regard to these most valuable and beautiful treatises? If our encyclopedias deign to rest their assertions on authority, they refer us to Fabricius and Baumgarten-Crucius. We have already seen that Harles will not help us much. Will the latter authority throw any more light on the subject? We are afraid not, for instead of a bulky volume, we have before us a thin academical exercise of only 19 pages, in which the author puts forward the bare opinion that these books were invented by Porphyry and his school, and this mainly because he thinks that Aureli had proved the year before that the cosmogony of Sanchoniathon was invented by the Platonici. Moreover, was not Porphyry an enemy of Christ? For did he not write books against the Christians, all of which can be scarcely dignified with the name of argument, far less with that of proof? The theory of Hilgers. The same may be said of the short academical thesis of Hilgers, who first shows the weakness of Möller's strange opinion that the author was a Christian who pretended to be a pagan and inserted errors on purpose. Hilgers finally ends up with the lame conclusion that Christian doctrine was known to the author of the Poimander cycle, especially the Gospel of John and the letters of Paul, but how it is possible to conjecture anything besides, he does not know. Of the possibility of the priority of the Poimander to the writings of John and Paul, Hilgers does not seem to dream. Nevertheless, this is as logical a deduction as the one he draws from the points of contact between the two groups of literature. But Hilgers has got an axe of his own to grind, and a very blunt one at that. He thinks that The Shepherd of Men was written at the same time as The Shepherd of Hermes, that simple product of what is called the sub-apostolic age, a document held in great respect by the early outer communities of general Christianity and used for the purposes of edification. Our Shepherd, Hilgers thinks, was written in opposition to the Hermes document, but he can do nothing but point to the similarity of name as a proof of his hypothesis. This topsy-turvy opinion we shall seek to reverse in a subsequent chapter on Hermes and Hermas. As to the author of our Shepherd, Hilgers thinks he has shown that he was not a follower of the doctrines of the Christ, but of the so-called Neoplatonists, and among these especially of Philo Judaeus. In fact, he seems, says Hilgers, to have been a therapeut. The German theory of Neoplatonic syncretismus. Here we have the first appearance of another tendency. The more attention is bestowed upon the Trismegistic writings, the more it is apparent that we cannot be ascribed to Neoplatonism, if, as generally held, Neoplatonism begins with Ammonius, Sacas, Plotinus, and Porphyry in the 3rd century. Therefore, in this subject, and in this subject alone, we find a tendency in later writers to push back the Neoplatonists so as to include Philo Judaeus, who flourished in the first half of the 1st century. On these lines, we should soon get Neoplatonism back to Plato and Pythagoras, and so be forced to drop the neo and return to the old honored name of simple Platonici. But already by this time in Germany, the theory of Neoplatonic syncretismus to prop up sinking heathendom against rising Christianity had become crystallized, as may be seen from the article on Hermes' Hermetische Schriften in Pauli's famous Real Encyclopedia der klassischen Altertumswissenschaft, 1844, where this position is assumed from the start. Parthe, however, in 1854, in his preface, ventures on no such opinion, but expresses a belief that we may even yet discover in Egypt a demotic text of the Poemander, which shows that he considered the original to have been written in Egyptian, and therefore not by a Neo-Platonist. The French theory of Egyptian origin. In France, moreover, the Egyptian paternity of Trismegistic writings, and that too on very sensible lines, was asserted about the same time, namely in 1858 by Artaud in his article on Hermes Trismegistus, in Hofer's Nouvelle Biographie Générale, published at Paris by Messrs. Firmin Didot. Artaud writes, "In the mystic sense, Thoth, or the Egyptian Hermes, was the symbol of the divine mind. He was the incarnated thought, the living word, the primitive type of the Logos of Plato and the Word of the Christians." We have heard Champollion the Younger giving expression to the formal opinion that the books of Hermes Trismegistus really contain the ancient Egyptian doctrine of which traces can be discovered from the hieroglyphics which cover the monuments of Egypt. Moreover, if these fragments themselves are examined, we find in them a theology sufficiently in accord with the doctrines set forth by Plato in his Timaeus, doctrines which are entirely apart from those of the other schools of Greece, and which were therefore held to have been derived from Plato, from the temples of Egypt, when he went hither to hold converse with its priests. Artaud is also of the opinion that these Trismegistic treatises are translations from the Egyptian. The views of Maynard. Nowadays, with our improved knowledge of Egyptology, this hypothesis has to be stated in far more careful terms before it can find acceptance among the learned. Nevertheless, it was evidently the conviction of De Varia, who, in a work of which he only succeeded in writing the first 2 pages, proposed to comment on the entire text of the Trismegistic books from the point of view of an Egyptologist. For these books, he declared, offered an almost complete exposition of the esoteric philosophy of ancient Egypt. But by far the most sympathetic and really intelligent account of the subject is that of Maynard, who gives us a pleasant respite from the chorus of the German Neoplatonic syncretism theory. And though we do not by any means agree with all that he writes, it will be a relief to let in a breath of fresh air upon the general stuffiness of our present summary of opinions. The fragments of the Trismegistic literature which have reached us are the sole surviving remains of that Egyptian philosophy which arose from the congress of the religious doctrines of Egypt with the philosophical doctrines of Greece. In other words, what the works of Philo were to the sacred literature of the Jews, the Hermetica were to the Egyptian sacred writings. Legend and myth were allegorized and philosophized and replaced by vision and instruction. But who were the authors of this theosophic method? This question is of the greatest interest to us, for it is one of the factors in the solution of the problem of the literary evolution of Christianity, seeing that there are intimate points of contact of ideas between several of the Hermetic documents and certain Jewish and Christian writings, especially the opening verses of Genesis, the treatises of Philo, the fourth Gospel, especially the Prologue, and beyond all, the writings of the great Gnostic doctors Basilides and Valentinus. Such and similar considerations lead Maynard to glance at the environment of infant Christianity and the various phenomena connected with its growth, and this he does from the point of view of an enlightened independent historical scholar. Christianity, he writes, did not fall like a thunderbolt into the midst of a surprised and startled world. It had its period of incubation, and while it was engaged in evolving the positive form of its dogmas, the problems of which it was seeking the solution were the subject of thought in Greece, Asia, and Egypt. Similar ideas were in the air and shaped themselves into all sorts of propositions. The multiplicity of sects which have arisen in our own times under the name of socialism, can give but a faint idea of the marvelous intellectual chemistry which had established its principal laboratory at Alexandria. Humanity had set in the arena mighty philosophical and moral problems: the origin of evil, the destiny of the soul, its fall and redemption. The prize to be given was the government of the conscience. The Christian solution won, and caused the rest to be forgotten, sunk for the most part in the shipwreck of the past. Let us then, when we come across a scrap of the flotsam and jetsam, recognize in it the work of a beaten competitor and not of a plagiarist. Indeed, the triumph of Christianity was prepared by those very men who thought themselves its rivals, but who were only its forerunners. The title suits them, though many were contemporaries of the Christian era, while others were a little later. For the succession of a religion only dates from the day when it is accepted by the nations, just as the reign of a claimant to the throne dates from his victory. Maynard distinguishes three principal groups in the Trismegistic treatises, which he assigns to Jewish, Greek, and Egyptian influences. In them also he finds a link between Philo and the Gnostics. Between the first Gnostic sects and the Hellenic Jews, represented by Philo, a link is missing. This can be found in several of the Hermetic works, especially the Shepherd of Men and the Sermon on the Mountain. In them also will perhaps be found the reason of the differences, so often remarked upon between the first three Gospels and the fourth. Next, the direction in which that link is to be looked for is more clearly shown, though here Maynard is, I think, too precise when writing. It seems certain that the shepherd came from that school of therapeutes of Egypt, who have been often erroneously confounded with the Essenians of Syria and Palestine. But, instead of the physical discipline of the Essenians, who, according to Philo, practiced manual labor, put the product of their toil into the common fund, and reduced philosophy to ethics, and ethics to charity, the monasteries of the therapeutes contributed to Christian propaganda a far more Hellenized population, trained in abstract speculations and mystic allegories. From these tendencies, combined with the dogma of the Incarnation, arose the Gnostic sects. The shepherd should be earlier than these schools. As to the Sermon on the Mountain, it can be placed, in order of ideas and date, between the shepherd and the first Gnostic schools. It should be a little earlier than the founders of Gnosticism, Basilides and Valentinus. If Gnosticism be taken with Maynard to mean the Christianized theosophy of Basilides and Valentinus from the first quarter of the 2nd century onwards, the oldest Trismegistic treatises are demonstrably earlier, for their Gnosticism is plainly a far simpler form. In fact, so much more simple that, if we could proceed on so crude an hypothesis as that of a straight-lined evolution, we should be forced to find room for intermediate forms of Gnosticism between them and the Basilidian and the Valentinian Gnosis, and of this Maynard seems to be partly conscious when writing. We can follow in the Hermetic books the destiny of this Judeo-Egyptian Gnosis, which during the 1st century existed side by side with Christianity without allowing itself to be absorbed by it, passing insensibly from the Jewish school of Philo to the Greek school of Plotinus. Maynard here used the term Christianity for that tendency which afterwards was called Catholic or general Christianity, the body to which these very same Gnostics gave the principal dogmas of its subsequent theology. But if the Gnostics were therapeutes and the Trismegistic writers therapeutes, why should Maynard call them Jews, as he appears to do in his interesting question, "Where are the Jewish therapeutes at the end of the 2nd century?" Certainly Philo labored to give his readers the impression that the therapeutes were principally Jews, perhaps to win respect for his compatriots in his apology for his nation. But the therapeutes were, evidently on his own showing, drawn from all the nations and scattered abroad in very numerous communities, though many Jews were doubtless in their ranks. Indeed, Philo probably knew little about their communities other than the Mariotic. If, then, the term therapeute will explain some of the phenomena presented by these writings, the combination Jewish therapeutes will certainly not do so. The very answer of Maynard himself to his question shows that even these Mariotic therapeutes could not have been Orthodox Jews, for the French scholar proceeds to surmise not only that Some converted to Christianity, became monks or Gnostics of the Basilidian or Valentinian school, but that others more and more assimilated themselves to paganism. And by paganism, our author says he does not mean polytheism, for at this period all admitted into the divine order of things a well-defined hierarchy with a supreme god at the head. Only for some this supreme deity was in the world, for others outside it. Maynard's introduction meets with the general approval of Reitzenstein, who characterizes it as feinsinnig, and agrees that he has rightly appreciated many of the factors, especially from the theological side. He, however, dissents, and rightly dissents, from Maynard as to any direct Jewish influence on the Trismegistic literature, and refuses to admit that the Poemander can in any way be characterized as a Jewish Gnostic writing. But the sensible views of Maynard were impotent to check the crystallization of the German theory, which was practically repeated by Zeller, and once more by Peichtmann in his learned essay, based in part on A.G. Hoffmann's article Hermes, in Ersch and Gruber's Allgemeine Enzyklopädie der Wissenschaften und Kunst. An exception to this tendency, however, is to be found in the opinion of Ahl, who, though he adduces no proof, would on general grounds place the composition of the Hermetic literature, though whether or not by this he means our extant Trismegistic sermons is not clear, as far back as the 2nd century B.C., and would see it in an offshoot from the same stem which later on supplied the ground conceptions of the Johannine theology. English Encyclopedism. In England, as we have seen, the subject, like so many others of a similar nature, has been almost entirely neglected, but with the encyclopedic activity of the past generation, we find it touched upon, and in the usual encyclopedic fashion. The German position is assumed, without one word of proof or reference to any, as an acquired fact of science. The last effort of expiring heathendom theory is trotted out with complacency, and with that impressive air of official knowledge which makes the pronouncements of the family physician a law unto all its members, from baby to father, until the specialist is called in. And unfortunately, these ex cathedra encyclopedic pronouncements are all the general reader will ever hear. This is the case with all those 3 indifferent articles in our current dictionaries of reference. We are assured that, as all are generally agreed, the writings are neo-Platonic, and this without any qualification or definition of the term, and that too in dictionaries where the term neo-Platonic, in articles on the subject, is applied solely to the chain from Ammonius Saccus and Plotinus onwards. The presumption is plain that by Neoplatonic forgeries we are to understand a date of, at earliest, from the middle of the 3rd century onwards. Chambers' opinion. And this, although Justin Martyr bestows emphatic praise on these very same writings and classes their writer, Hermes, among the most ancient philosophers, a point which the German theorists and their English copiers have all discreetly shirked, but which, together with other considerations, has forced Chambers, in the preface to his translation, to give quite a new meaning to the term Neoplatonist, which he uses of Hermes in his title, and to declare that our Hermes is entitled to be considered the real founder of Neoplatonism. Chambers would still, in spite of Justin's clear testimony, wedge in the earliest deposit of Trismegistic literature immediately between the time of composition of the new canonical books and Justin, and devotes nearly all his notes to fishing out every verse of the New Testament he can which bears the slightest resemblance to the Trismegistic text. But if we closely compare these so-called parallels, we are compelled to acknowledge that if there be any plagiarism, it is not on the side of Hermes. Nay, more, it is as plain as it can be that there is no verbal plagiarism at all, and that the similarity of ideas therefore pertains to quite another problem, for the distinctive dogmas of common Christianity are entirely wanting. There is not a single word breathed of the historical Jesus, not a syllable concerning the nativity, the crucifixion, resurrection, ascension, or coming of Christ to judgment, as Chambers admits. German Encyclopedism. Let us now turn to the pronouncements of German encyclopedism on the subject. F. A. Brockhaus's Conversations Lexicon does but repeat the old hypothesis. The Trismegistic writings are the last monuments of heathendom. The writer, however, grudgingly takes in the date of Justin Martyr in the sentence, Presumably, the majority of these writings belong to the 2nd century, but not a word is breathed of how this conclusion is arrived at. A most valuable article, in fact far and away the very best that has yet been done, containing innumerable references to all the articles in the most recent transactions of learned societies and to the papers in scientific periodicals, is that of Scherer on Hermes in W. H. Rorschach's Ausführliches Lexikon der Griechischen und Römischen Mythologie. Unfortunately, this article deals solely with the Hermes of the Greeks, while for Hermes Trismegistus we are referred to Thoth, an article which has not yet appeared. This brings our summary of opinions down to the close of the last century. We have probably omitted reference to some minor opinions, for no up-to-date bibliography exists on the subject, but we doubt that any work of importance has escaped our notice. A recent article by Granger. The most recent work done in England on the subject in the present century is an article by Frank Granger, who, in spite of some useful criticisms and suggestions on some points, is nevertheless in the main reactionary, and contends for a Christian origin of our most important tractates. The scope of his enquiry may be seen from his preliminary statement when he writes, "We shall have little difficulty in showing, as against Zeller, that the book, our Corpus, or the first sermon only, is in the main homogeneous and of Christian origin. Not only so, our discussion will bring us into contact with the later Greek culture as it developed amid Egyptian surroundings, and will raise several problems of considerable importance. Among other things, we shall have to trace the way in which Hermes passes over into Christian tradition, and how the Greek representations of Hermes furnished Christian art with one of its earliest motives. We shall further find in it a bridge by which we may pass over from Greek philosophy and science to modes of thought which are properly Christian, and yet the writer retains so much of the antique spirit that he can hardly be mistaken for an apologist of paganism." When, however, Granger attempts to prove his case, he breaks down utterly, being able to point to little besides the popular phrase, "increase and multiply." Towards the end of his enquiry, however, he sees that the traditional values of many factors will have to be altered by a study of our literature, as for instance, when he writes, "The traditional estimate of Gnosticism, then, requires to be reconsidered in the light of the Poimander. It belongs to a time when religious definitions were still in the making, a time, therefore, when the limits of free discussion were not yet straightly drawn. Hence the various permutations of religious belief which we find in Irenaeus, Hippolytus, Tertullian, would not be admitted by their exponents to be in conflict with the Christian faith, but would rather be regarded as exhibiting new and fruitful applications of principles common to all. Ecclesiastical opinion ultimately settled down in one direction rather than another, but until this process was complete, each living system of belief might count upon a possible victory, and so, among others, the system which may be traced in the Poimander. And the Poimander is so far from being a merely heretical production that its relation to orthodox belief may fairly be indicated by saying that it answers to the earlier intellectual position of Clement of Alexandria. We should say rather that the difficulties in which our essayist is evidently involved by his hypothesis of Christian origin would be considerably lessened by accepting the evidence on all hands which a more extended study of the Trismegistic and allied literatures affords, and by treating what he refers to as Gnosticism without qualification as the Christianized Gnosis, and not as Gnosticized Christianity. We thus find Granger compelled, in keeping with the above, to guess the date of the Poimander as towards the end of the 2nd century, but even so he feels dissatisfied with himself, for he has to add, "Nor does this date preclude us from finding occasional traces of even earlier material." However we may dissent from Granger's conclusions as to the Poimander, we agree with him in the importance he ascribes to the Gospel according to the Egyptians, in connection with which he writes, "It is instructive to note that Salome, who plays so prominent a part in the Gospel according to the Egyptians, is the mother of St. John, and that the same Gnostic circles in which this Gospel is current were also those in which we hear for the first time of the fourth Gospel. That is to say, the fourth Gospel comes to us from the hands of the Alexandrian Gnostics. The system of Valentinus is really a somewhat fanciful commentary upon the opening chapters of St. John's Gospel. Heracleon, the first great commentator upon St. John, was both a Gnostic and at the same time was really the master of Origen, and through him helped to determine the development of the Orthodox theology. Now, the key to the interpretation of the fourth gospel is to be found in the Gnostic ideas which underlie the Poimander, ideas to which Heracleon furnishes the clue, but the commentators have refused the help which the Gnostics could give, and the fourth gospel has been consistently misunderstood owing to the exaggerated stress which has been laid upon the doctrine of the Logos. I am not quite clear what the last sentence is intended to mean. Too great stress cannot be laid upon the doctrine of the Logos, for it is, as we shall know, the fundamental concept of Hellenistic theology, but too great stress can and has been laid upon the illegitimate claim that the proem of the fourth gospel embodies a peculiarly Christian doctrine. Moreover, if the fourth gospel emerges in Alexandrian circles and is so essentially Gnostic, how can it be ascribed, as Granger appears to ascribe it, to St. John? A very different conclusion seems to follow from Granger's premises. The conclusion of the most recent study by English scholarship on our Poimander is as follows. The Poimander, then, is a very striking exponent of the religious and philosophical ideas amid which Alexandrian theology arose. On the one hand, it is in touch with Greek mythology and science, on the other with Jewish and Christian literature. The author is more sober than most of his Gnostic contemporaries. He is a more consistent reasoner than Clement. But if, as we shall show, the date of the Poimander must be pushed back demonstrably at least 100 years, and if, as is exceedingly probable, it must go back still further, the whole problem is changed, and the relationship of all the factors alters proportionately. Reitzenstein and the dawn of right views. But in the present century, by the publication of Reitzenstein's Poimander, the whole subject has been placed on a different footing and brought into a clearer light. Reitzenstein attacks the problem of the Trismegistic writings from an entirely objective, historical, philological, and literary standpoint. Being entirely emancipated from any theological preconceptions, he is always careful to point out that his conclusions are based solely on critical research in the domain of philology proper. He cannot, however, refrain at times from adding, somewhat silly, that these results are of the deepest interest to the theologian. Indeed, we might say highly embarrassing if the theologian happens to be a traditionalist. The general scope of Reitzenstein's essay may be gathered from his subtitle, Studies in Greek, Egyptian, and Early Christian Literature. Our Trismegistic writings form part of a large number of Greek-written texts, the remains of a once exceedingly extensive Hellenistic theological literature, and by Hellenistic theology is meant the blending of Greek and Oriental religious thought and experience. This Hellenistic theology was most strongly influenced by Egyptian conceptions and traditions. The Egyptian religion is known to have spread itself over the Hellenistic world, and every scholar will at once recall to mind how many Greek writers have treated expressly of the Egyptian religion, and how many passages in the Greek literature refer to Egyptian beliefs, as compared with the very few which treat of Babylonian, Persian, or even Syrian. Nevertheless, the remains of this Hellenistic theological literature have never been treated as a whole from the point of view of philology. The cause of this has been the entire disregard of the subject by Christian theologians, coupled with the grotesque grounds on which the consideration of the Hellenistic Egyptian religion is usually set aside, one famous theologian lately going so far as to assert that the Egyptian worship was despised on all sides, both by Jews and Greeks, as the lowest depth of human superstition. As then Egypt had a provably dominant position in Hellenistic literature, so also must she have had in some sort of correspondingly strong influence on Hellenistic culture, and consequently on the development of Hellenistic religious experience. The evidence of this is afforded by the early Christian literature. We have, therefore, here in these Greek, Egyptian, and early Christian documents the possibility of methodical work, seeing that it is a question of the comparative study of two contemporaneous literatures. Moreover, the language and typology of the Christian literature is bound to betray traces of the general Hellenistic theology of the time. The study of Reitzenstein is thus a consideration of our Trismegistic literature as a whole, and the analysis and comparison of two of the most typical sermons with other Hellenistic documents and with early Christian writings. This he does with praiseworthy and painstaking industry, with great acumen and admirable scholarly equipment, but his work is of no service to any but scholars, and that, too, to scholars who are specialists. It is a work bristling with the technicalities of every description and crammed with untranslated texts. Indeed, Reitzenstein belongs to that school of philological purists who think it is a loss of dignity to translate anything. This is a very convenient convention, and I myself have often wished that I could have availed myself of it when face to face with innumerable difficulties of translation. Reitzenstein, then, translates nothing, but busies himself with texts and the higher criticism of the subject. He, however, does not give us the text of our literature as a whole, or even of the Corpus Hermeticum, but only of 4 chapters and the fragments of a 5th. Moreover, the results of his investigations are very difficult to summarize. Indeed, he nowhere summarizes them himself in any certain fashion, his chapters being on the whole of the nature of studies in the Trismegistic literature rather than in a complete exposition. Nevertheless, these studies are, beyond comparison, the most important and suggestive work that has yet been done on the subject, and as I shall avail myself of his labors on so many occasions in the sequel, I cannot refrain from acknowledging here the special debt of gratitude which all lovers of our sermons must feel to him, for compelling the attention of scholars to the first importance of the Trismegistic literature in the domain of the history of the development of religious thought in the first centuries. The general scope of his studies will be seen from the titles of the main chapters. 1. Age of the Poimander. By Poimander, R means ch only. 2. Analysis of the Poimander. 3. Fundamental conception of the Poimander. 4. Poimander and the Egyptian apocalyptic literature. 5. Expansion of the Hermetic literature. 6. The Hermetic corpus. 7. The later Poimander document, the Prophet Initiation. The theory of plagiarism from Christianity must forever be abandoned. The whole literature is based on the Poimander as its original gospel, and the original form of this scripture must be placed at least prior to the 2nd century A.D. How much earlier it goes back we cannot at present say with any exactitude. Before the beginning of the 2nd century is the terminus ad quem, that is to say, it cannot possibly be later than this. To seek, therefore, for traditional Christian thoughts in this document is henceforth deprived of any prospect of success. Reitzenstein tells us that these writings in the first place interested him solely through their literary form, but that this interest became deepened as he gradually learned to value them as important records of that powerful religious movement, which, like a flood, overflowed the West from the East, and after preparing the way for Christianity, subsequently bore it along with it. The best and surest evidence of this religious revival is to be found in the literary form of Hellenistic theology. This in itself is of interest enough, and to spare, and at a time when every scrap of contemporary literature is being so eagerly scanned for the smallest sidelight it can throw on the environment and development of Christian origins, it is amazing that the Trismegistic writings should have been hitherto so studiously neglected. A key to Egypt's wisdom. But there is another and still more profoundly interesting side of the subject which we cannot expect to find treated in a purely philological, technical, and critical treatise. The more one studies the best of these mystical sermons, casting aside all prejudice and trying to feel and think with the writers, the nearer one is conscious of approaching the threshold of what may well be believed to have been the true aditum of the best in the mystery traditions of antiquity. Innumerable are the hints of the greatnesses and immensities lying beyond that threshold, among other precious things the vision of the key to Egypt's wisdom, the interpretation of the apocalypsis by the light of the sun, clear epoptea of the intelligible cosmos. Such greatnesses and such mysteries have a power and beauty which the most disreputable tradition of the texts, through unknowing hands, cannot wholly disguise, and they are still recognizable, even though thus clad in the rags of their once fair garments, by those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. But to return to the points we raised in the opening of this chapter. The suggested answers to our questions. If we now restate the problems we are considering in the interrogative form, we shall have to find answers to the following questions. Why did the early Church Fathers accept the Trismegistic writings as exceedingly ancient and authoritative, and in their apologetic writings quote them in support of the main impersonal dogmas of Christianity. Why, in the revival of learning, for upwards of a century and a half, did all the humanists welcome them with open arms as a most valuable adjunct to Christianity, and as being in accord with its main doctrines, so much so that they labored to substitute Trismegistus for Aristotle in the schools? Finally, why during the last 2 centuries and a half has a body of opinion been gradually evolved, infinitesimal in its beginnings, but well nigh shutting out every other view, that these writings are neo-Platonic forgeries? The answers to these questions are simple. The Church Fathers appealed to the authority of antiquity and to a tradition that had never been called in question, in order to show that they taught nothing fundamentally new, that, in brief, they taught on main points what Hermes had taught. They lived in days too proximate to that tradition to have ventured on bringing any charge of plagiarism and forgery against it, without exposing themselves to a crushing rejoinder from men who were still the hearers of its living voice and possessors of its written word. The scholars of the Renaissance naturally followed the unvarying tradition of antiquity confirmed by the Fathers of the Church. Gradually, however, it was perceived that, if the old tradition were accepted, the fundamental originality of the general Christian doctrines, that is to say, the philosophical basis of the faith, as apart from the historical dogmas peculiar to it, could no longer be maintained. It therefore became imperatively necessary to discredit the ancient tradition by every possible means. With what success this policy has been attended we have already seen. We have also reviewed this growth of opinion and shown its baseless character and the straits to which its defenders have been put. From the clouds of this obscurantism, the sun of thrice-greatest Hermes and the radiance of his gnosis have once more shone forth in the skies of humanistic enquiry and unprejudiced research. He is no longer to be called bastard and plagiarist and thief of other people's property, but must be regarded as a genuine teacher of men, handing on his own and giving freely of his substance to all who will receive the gift. 3. Thoth, the Master of Wisdom. Thoth. Tahuti. The present chapter will be devoted to a brief consideration of the nature, powers, and attributes of the divine personification, Thoth, or Tahuti, the Master of Wisdom and Truth, on the ground of pure Egyptian tradition. As I have unfortunately no sufficient knowledge of Egyptian, I am not in a position to control by the text the information which will be set before the reader. It will, however, be derived from the works of specialists, and mainly from the most recent study on the subject, the 2 sumptuous volumes of Dr. E. A. Wallace Budge, the keeper of the Egyptian and Assyrian antiquities in the British Museum. First of all, however, let us see what the German scholar Peichmann has had to say on Thoth in his monograph specially devoted to thrice-greatest Hermes, according to Egyptian, Greek, and Oriental traditions. The first part of Peichmann's treatise, in which he seems to be content, as far as his own taste and feeling are concerned, to trace the original of the grandiose concept of the thrice-greatest to the naive conception of an ibis-headed moon god, is devoted to the consideration of what he calls the god Tex Tahuti among the Egyptians. Why Peichmann should have chosen this double form of the name for his subtitle is not very clear. The variants appear to be Te, Tehu, Tahut, and Tahuti, of which it would seem that the Greek form Thoth is an attempt to translate Tehut. There are, however, it may be remarked, no less than 18 variants of the name found in Greek and Latin. I should thus myself be inclined to use the form Tehut if it were permissible, but of this I am not quite sure, as the weak-sounding, though undoubtedly more common form Tahuti is usually employed by scholars. As, however, Tahuti, to my ears at any rate, is not a very dignified-sounding cognomen, I shall use the Greek form Thoth as being the more familiar to English readers. Thoth according to Peichmann. Horapollo tells us that the ibis was the symbol of Thoth as the master of the heart and reason in all men, though why this was so must remain hidden in the mystery of the sacred animals, which has not yet to my knowledge been in any way explained. And as Thoth, the Logos, was in the hearts of all, so was he the heart of the world, whose life directed and permeated all things. Thus the temple, as the dwelling of the god, was regarded as a model of the world, and its building, as a copy of the world building. And just as Thoth had ordained measure, number, and order in the universe, so was he the master architect of temple building and of all the mystic monuments. Thus, as the ordering world mind, a text addresses Thoth as follows: Thou art the great, the only God, the soul of the becoming. To aid him in the world, Thoth has a spouse, or syzygy, Nehe Ma'ut. She is among the Gnostics the Sophia aspect of the Logos. She is presumably the nature of our Trismegistic treatises. Together, Thoth and Nehe Ma'ut are the initiators of all order, rule, and law in the universe. Thus, Thoth is especially the representative of the spirit, the inner reason of all things. He is the protector of all earthly laws and every regulation of human society. Says a text, his law is firmly established, like that of Thoth. As representative of the reason immanent in the world, Thoth is the mediator through whom the world is brought into manifestation. He is the tongue of Ra, the herald of the will of Ra, and the lord of sacred speech. What emanates from the opening of his mouth, that cometh to pass, he speaks, and it is his command. He is the source of speech, the vehicle of knowledge, the revealer of the hidden. Thoth is thus the god of writing and all the arts and sciences. On a monument of Seti I, he is called scribe of the 9 gods. He writes the truth of the 9 gods, and is called scribe of the king of gods and men. Hence he is naturally inventor of the hieroglyphics, and patron and protector of all temple archives and libraries, and of all scribes. At the entrance of one of the halls of the Memnonium at Thebes, the famous library of Ozymandias, called the Great House of Life, we find Thoth as Lord in the Hall of Books. In the Ebers papyrus we read, His guide is Thoth, who bestows on him the gifts of his speech, who makes the books, and illumines those who are learned therein, and the physicians who follow him, that they may work cures. We shall see that one of the classes of priests was devoted to the healing of the body, just as another was devoted to the healing of the soul. These books are also called the Great Gnosis of Thoth. Thoth was thus god of medicine, but not so much by drugs as by means of mesmeric methods and certain magic formulae. Thus he is addressed as Thoth, Lord of Heaven, who givest all life, all health. The 3 grades of the Egyptian mysteries. Moreover, Thoth was also Lord of rebirth. Thou hast given life in the land of the living. Thou hast made them live in the region of flames. Thou hast given respect of thy counsels in the breasts and in the hearts of men, mortals, intelligences, creatures of light. The land of the living was the invisible world, a glorious land of light and life for the seers of ancient Egypt. Mortals, intelligences, creatures of light were, says Peichman, the 3 grades of the Egyptian mysteries. These grades were, one may assume from our treatises, 1. Mortals, probationary pupils who were instructed in the doctrine, but who had not yet realized the inner vision. 2. Intelligences, those who had done so and had become men, that is to say, who had received the mind. 3. Beings, or sons of light, those who had become one with the light, that is to say, those who had reached the nirvanic consciousness. So much for what Peichman can be made to tell us of Thoth as wisdom god among the Egyptians. Thoth, according to Reitzenstein. To the information in Peichman may be added that which is given by Reitzenstein in the second of his 2 important studies, published in Strasbourg 1901. This second study deals with creation myths and the Logos doctrine. The special creation myths treated of being found in a hitherto unpublished Greek text, which hands on purely Egyptian ideas in Greek dress and with Greek god names, and which is of great interest and importance for the general subject of which our present studies form part. The writer of this cosmogonical fragment was a priest or prophet of Hermes, and Hermes plays the most important part in the creation story. Reitzenstein then proceeds to show that in the oldest Egyptian cosmogony, the cosmos is brought into being through the divine word, which Thoth, who seems to have originally been equated with the sun god, speaks forth. This gives him the opportunity of setting down the attributes ascribed to Thoth in Egypt in pre-Greek times. As, however, the same ground is covered more fully by Budge, we will now turn to his Gods of the Egyptians, or Studies in Egyptian Mythology, London, 1904, and lay under contribution the chapter entitled Thoth, Tahuti, and Ma'at, and the other goddesses who were associated with him, as the most recent work on the subject by a specialist in Egyptological studies, whose opinions, it is true, may doubtless on many points be called into question by other specialists, but whose data must be accepted by the layman as based on prolonged first-hand study of the original text. In using the material supplied by Dr. Budge, however, I shall venture on setting it forth as it appears to me, that is to say, with the ideas awakened in my own mind by the study of his facts. Thoth, according to Budge. In the hymns to Ra, in the ritual, or Book of the Dead, and in the works of a similar nature, we find that Thoth and Ma'at stand one on either side of the great god in his boat, and that their existence was believed to be coeval with his own. Ma'at is thus seen to be the feminine counterpart, syzygy or Shakti, of Thoth, and her name is associated with the idea of truth and righteousness, that which is right, true, real, genuine, upright, righteous, just, steadfast, unalterable. His deific titles. From the inscriptions of the later dynastic period, moreover, we learn that Thoth was called Lord of Kemenu, or Hermopolis, self-created, to whom none hath given birth, God one. He is the great measurer, the Logos, he who reckons in heaven, the counter of the stars, the enumerator of the earth, and of what is therein, and the measurer of the earth. He is the heart of Ra, which cometh forth in the form of the god Thoth. As Lord of Hermopolis, where was his chief shrine, and of his temples in other cities, he was called Lord of Divine Words, Lord of Ma'at, Judge of the two combatant gods, that is, of Horus and Set. Among other titles we find him called Twice Great and Thrice Great. From this last, says Budge, were derived the epithets Trismegistus and Termaximus of the classical writers. We, however, doubt if this is so, and prefer the explanation of Griffith, as we shall see later on. In addition to these deific titles, which identify him with the Logos in the highest meaning of the term, he was also regarded as the inventor and god of all arts and sciences. He was Lord of books, scribe of the gods, and mighty in speech. That is to say, his words took effect, says Budge. His was the power of the spoken word, the word whose language is action and realization. He was said to be the author of many of the so-called funeral works, by means of which the deceased gained everlasting life. These books were, however, rather in their origin sermons of initiation for living men, setting forth the death unto sin and the new birth unto righteousness. Thus, in the Book of the Dead, he plays a part to which are assigned powers greater than those of Osiris or even of Ra himself. His symbols and name. He is usually depicted in human form with the head of an ibis, or sometimes as an ibis, but why he is so symbolized remains a mystery even unto this day. It is also of little purpose to set down the emblems he carries, or the various crowns he wears, without some notion of what these hidden symbols of a lost wisdom may purport. The meanings of these sacred signs were clear enough, we may believe, to those who were initiated into the language of the word. To them they revealed the mystery, while for the profane they veiled and still veil their true significance. Tahuti, the Egyptian name of Thoth, it has been suggested, is to be derived from Tehu, the supposed oldest name of the ibis in Egypt, the termination T, thus signifying that he who was thus called possessed the powers and qualities of the ibis. But if this is the true derivation, seeing that Tahuti in his highest aspect is a synonym for the Logos of our system at the very least, I would suggest that we should rather exalt the ibis to the heavens than drag down the sublime concept of that Logos to considerations connected with a degenerate fowl of earth, and believe that the Egyptians chose it in wisdom rather than folly, as being some far-off reflection of a certain great bird of the cosmic depths, a member of that circle of sacred animals of which the now conventional signs of the zodiac are but faint sky-glyphs. But the derivation of the name Tahuti, which seems to have been favored by the Egyptians themselves, was from Tek, which usually means a weight, but is also found as the name of Thoth himself. Now the determinative for the word tek is the sign for the heart. Moreover, Horapollo tells us that when the Egyptians wished to write heart, they draw an ibis, adding, "For this bird was dedicated to Hermes, Thoth, as lord of all knowledge and understanding." It is possible, however, that in this Horapollo was either mistaken or has said less than he knew, and that the Egyptians once wrote simply heart for Thoth, who presided over the weighing of the heart, but subsequently, in their love of mystery and owing to the nameplay, substituted the bird tek or teknu, which we know closely resembled the ibis, for the more sacred symbol. The now commonest name for Thoth, however, is, in Egyptian, Hab, in Coptic, Hiboi, and in Greek, ibis. And it is the white ibis, Abu Hannes, which is the ibis religioso, so say Lindell and Scott. Another of the commonest symbolic forms of Thoth is the dog-headed ape. Thus, among birds, he is glyphed as the ibis, among animals as the cynocephalus. The main apparent reason for this, as we shall see later on, is because the ibis was regarded as the wisest of birds, and the ape of animals. In the judgment scene of the Book of the Dead, the dog-headed ape, Aan, is seated on the top of the beam of the balance in which the heart of the deceased is weighed. His duty apparently is to watch the pointer and tell his master Thoth when the beam is level. Brugsch has suggested that this ape is a form of Thoth as god of equilibrium, and that it elsewhere symbolizes the equinoxes. But this does not explain the ape. Thoth is indeed, as we have seen, the balancer, judge of the two combatant gods, Horus and Set. He it is who stands at the meeting of the two ways, at the junction of order and chaos. But this by no means explains the puzzling cynocephalus. It was in one sense presumably connected with a certain state of consciousness, a reflection of the true mind, just as were the lion and the eagle or hawk. It mimicked that mind better than the rest of the animals. Horapollo, basing himself on some Hellenistic sources, tells us that the Egyptians symbolized the equinoxes by a sitting cynocephalus. One of the reasons which he gives for this is delightfully physiologic. He tells us that at the equinoxes, once every 2 hours, or 12 times a day, the cynocephalus micturates. From this, as from so many of such tales, we learn what the sacred animal did in heaven, rather than what the physical ape performed on earth. The Shrine of Thoth. The principal seat of the Thoth cult was Khemenu, or Hermopolis, a city famous in Egyptian mythology as the place containing the high ground on which Ra rested when he rose for the first time. Dare I here speculate that in this we have the mountain of our secret Sermon on the Mountain, and that it was in the Thoth mystery tradition of Hermopolis that the candidates for initiation were taught to ascend the mountain of their own inner natures, on the top of which the spiritual sun would rise and rest upon their heads for the first time, as Isis says in our Virgin of the World treatise. Thoth and his company of 8. At Khemenu, Thoth was regarded as the head of a company of 8, 4 pairs of divinities or divine powers, each a syzygy of male and female powers, positive and negative, active and passive, the oldest example of the Gnostic Ogdoad. This was long ago the view of Brugsch, and is now strongly purported by Budge on the evidence of the texts, as against the opinion of Maspero, who would make the Hermopolitan a copy of the Heliopolitan pot, or company, which included Osiris and Isis. Budge, however, squarely declares that the 4 pairs of gods of Hermopolis belong to a far older conception of the theogony than that of the company of gods of Heliopolis. If this judgment is well-founded, we have here a most interesting parallel in the Osirian type of our Trismegistic literature, in which Osiris and Isis look to Hermes, or Thoth, as their teacher, as being far older and wiser than themselves. The great struggle between light and darkness, of the god of light and of the god of darkness, goes back to the earliest Egyptian tradition, and the fights of Ra and Apep, Heru-Behutet and Set, and Horus, son of Isis and Set, are, in reality, only different versions of one and the same story, though belonging to different periods. The Horus and Set version is apparently the most recent. The names of the light god and dark god thus change, but what does not change is the name of the arbiter, the mediator, whose duty it was to prevent either god from gaining a decisive victory and from destroying one another. This balancer was Thoth, and had to keep the opposites in equilibrium. The House of the Net. The name of the temple of Thoth at Kemenu, or the City of Eight, was Het Abtit, or House of the Net, a very curious expression. From a chapter of the ritual, however, we learn that there was a mysterious net which, as Budge says, was supposed to exist in the underworld, and that the deceased regarded it with horror and detestation. Every part of it, its poles and ropes and weights and small cords and hooks, had names which he was obliged to learn if he wished to escape from it, and make use of it to catch food for himself, instead of being caught by those who laid snares. Interpreting this from the mystical standpoint of the doctrine of rebirth, or the rising from the dead, that is to say of the spiritual resurrection of those who had died to the darkness of their lower natures and had become alive to the light of the spiritual life, and this too while alive in the body, and not after the death of this physical frame, I would venture to suggest that this net was the symbol of a certain condition of the inner nature which shut in the man into the limitations of the conventional life of the world, and shut him off from the memory of his true self. The poles, ropes, weights, small cords, and hooks were symbols of the anatomy and physiology, so to say of the invisible body, or carapace, or egg, or envelope of the soul. The normal man was enmeshed in this engine of fate. The man who received the mind inverted this net, so to speak, transmuted and transformed it so that he could catch food for himself. "Come ye after me, and I will make you fishers of men." The food with which the Christ nourishes his body is supplied by men. Thus, in a prayer in this chapter of the ritual, we read, "Hail, thou God who lookest behind thee, thou God who hast gained the mystery over thine heart. I go a-fishing with the cordage, or net, of the uniter of the earth, and of him that maketh a way through the earth. Hail ye fishers who have given birth to your own fathers, who lay snares with your nets, and who go round about in the chambers of the waters. Take ye not me in the net wherewith ye ensnare the helpless fiends, and rope me not in with the rope wherewith ye roped in the abominable fiends of earth, which had a frame which reached unto heaven, and weighted parts that rested upon earth." And in another chapter, the little man says to the great man within him, "Lift thyself up, O thou Ra, who dwellest in this divine shrine. Draw thou unto thyself the winds, inhale the north wind, and swallow thou the beksu of thy net on the day wherein thou breathest Ma'at." On the day wherein thou breathest Ma'at suggests the inbreathing, or inspiration of truth and righteousness, the Holy Ghost, or holy breath of life, the spouse of the ordering mind, or Logos. The winds are presumably the four great cosmic currents of the divine breath, the north wind being the down breath of the great sphere. The term beksu has not yet been deciphered. Can it mean knots? But the swallowing of the net seems to suggest the transformation of it, inwardly digesting of it, in such a fashion that the lower is set free and becomes one with the higher. And that this idea of a net is very ancient, especially in its macrocosmic significance, is evidenced by the parallel of the Assyrian and Babylonian versions of the great fight between the sun god Marduk and the chaotic mother Tiamat, and her titanic and daimonic powers of disordered motion and instability, both Egyptian and Babylonian traditions probably being derived from some primitive common source. He, Marduk, set lightning in front of him. With burning fire he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat. The four winds he set so that nothing of her might escape. The south wind and the north wind, and the east wind and the west wind, he brought near to the net which his father Anu had given him. Now in the hymns of the popular Hermes-Cult, found in the Greek magic papyri, one of the most favorite forms of address to Hermes is, "O thou of the four winds." Moreover, we may compare with the rope with which the fishers rope the abominable fiends of earth, the passage of Athenagoras, to which we have already referred, and in which he tells us concerning the mysteries that the mythos ran that Zeus, after dismembering his father and taking the kingdom, pursued his mother Rhea, who refused his nuptials. But she, having assumed a serpent form, he also assumed the same form, and having bound her with what is called the noose of Hercules, was joined with her. And the symbol of this transformation is the rod of Hermes. Here again, it is the symbolic caduceus that represents the equilibrium between the opposed forces. It is the power of Thoth that binds and loosens. He holds the keys of heaven and hell, of life and death. It is further quite evident that Athenagoras is referring to a Hellenistic form of the mysteries, in which the influence of Egypt is dominant. The nous of Hercules is thus presumably the nous of Ptah. Now, Ptah is the creator and generator, and his nous or tie is probably the ankh tie, or symbol of life, the familiar crux ansata, of which the older form is a twisted rope, probably representing the binding together of male and female life in generation. Ptah is also the god of fire, and we should not forget that it is Hephaestus in Greek myth who catches Aphrodite and Ares in a net which he has cunningly contrived, at which the gods laughed in high Olympus. In the list of titles of the numerous works belonging to the cycle of Orphic literature, one is called the Veil, and another the Net. In the Panathenaea, the famous peplum, veil, web, or robe of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, was borne aloft like the sail of a galley, but this was the symbol only of the mysteries. Mystically, it signified the veil of the universe, studded with stars, the many-colored veil of nature, the famous veil or robe of Isis, that no mortal or dead man has raised. For that veil was the spiritual nature of the man himself, and to raise it, he had to transcend the limits of individuality, break the bonds of death, and so become consciously immortal. Eschenbach is thus quite correct when, in another of its aspects, he refers this veil to the famous net of Vulcan. Moreover, Aristotle, quoting the Orphic writings, speaks of the living creature born in the webs of the net, while Photius tells us that the book of Dionysius Aeginensis, entitled Netting or Concerning Nets, treated of the generation of mortals, and Plato himself likens the intertwining of the nerves, veins, and arteries to the network of a basket or a birdcage, all of which, I think, shows that Thoth's Temple of the Net must have had some more profound significance in its name than that it was a building in which the emblem of a net, or perhaps a net itself, was venerated, as Budge lamely surmises. Thoth, the Logos. But to resume, we have seen that Thoth was considered to be the heart and tongue of Ra the Supreme, that is, not only the reason and mental powers of the god Ra, and the means whereby they were translated into speech, but rather the controller of the life and instrument of the utterance of the supreme will. He was the Logos in the fullest sense of that mysterious name, the creative word. He it is who utters the words whereby the will of the Supreme is carried into effect, and his utterance is that of necessity and law. His words are not the words of feeble human speech, but the compelling orders of the creative will. He spoke the words which resulted in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and he taught Isis the words which enabled her to revivify the dead body of Osiris, in such wise that Osiris could beget a child by her, and he gave her the formulae which brought back her son Horus to life after he had been stung to death by a scorpion. All of which, I believe, refers microcosmically to the mystery of the resurrection from the dead by the power of the Logos. Osiris must die before he can be raised, and beget a son, who is himself by immaculate conception within his own spiritual nature. Horus must be poisoned to death by the scorpion of Typhon before he can be raised by the baptism of the pure waters of life. The words of Thoth. Thoth's knowledge and powers of calculation measured out the heavens and planned the earth and everything which is in them. His will and power kept the forces in heaven and earth in equilibrium. It was his skill in celestial mathematics which made proper use of the laws, ma'at, upon which the foundation and maintenance of the universe rested. It was he who directed the motions of the heavenly bodies and their times and seasons, and without his words, the gods, whose existence depended upon them, could not have kept their place among the followers of Ra, but would presumably have disappeared into another universe. Thoth is the judge of the dead, the recorder and balancer of all words, the recording angel, for the testing of the soul in the balance of the hall of Osiris is called the weighing of words, and not of actions. But these words were not the words a man uttered, or even the reasons he thought he had for his deeds, but the innermost intentions of his soul, the ways of the will of his being. This doctrine of words, as expressions of will, however, had, in addition to its moral significance, a magical application. The whole efficacy of prayer appears to have depended upon the manner and tone of voice in which the words were spoken. It was Thoth who taught these words of power and how to utter them. He was the master of what the Hindus would call mantra vidya, or the science of invocation or sacred chanting. These mantra were held in ancient Egypt, as they were and are today in India and elsewhere among knowers of such matters, of special efficacy in affecting the bodies and conditions of that fluid nature which exists midway between the comparative solidity of normal physical nature and the fixed nature of the mind. These words were connected with vital breath and the knowing use of it. That is to say, they were only really efficacious when the spoken words of physical sound corresponded naturally in their vowels and consonants, or their fluid and fixed elements, with the permutations and combinations of the inner elements of nature. Then and only then were ma'a, or true or authentic or real. That is to say, they were words of power, in that they compelled matter to shape itself according to true cosmic notions. Thus, in a book called The Book of Breathings, it is said, "Thoth, the most mighty God, the Lord of Kemenu, cometh to thee, and he writeth for thee the book of breathings with his own fingers. Thus thy soul shall breathe forever and ever, and thy form shall be endowed with life upon earth, and thou shalt be made a god, along with the souls of the gods, and they shall be the heart of Ra for thee, and thy members shall be the members of the great God." Thoth and the Osirified. In the ritual, we learn of the services which Thoth performs for Osiris, that is, for the Osirified, for he repeats them for every man who has been acquitted in the judgment. Of 3 striking passages quoted by Budge, we will give the following as the most comprehensible, and therefore the seemingly most important to us. It is to be found in this chapter and runs as follows in the words placed in the mouth of the one who is being resurrected into an Osiris. "I have come unto thee, O son of Nut, Osiris, Prince of everlastingness. I am in the following of God Thoth, and I have rejoiced at everything which he hath done for thee. He hath brought unto thee sweet air for thy nose, and life and strength for thy beautiful face, and the north wind which cometh forth from Tem for thy nostrils. He hath made God's shoe to shine upon thy body. He hath illumined thy path with rays of splendor. He hath destroyed for thee all the evil defects which belong to thy members by the magical power of the words of his utterance. He hath made the 2 Horus brethren to be at peace for thee. He hath destroyed the storm wind and the hurricane. He hath made the 2 combatants to be gracious unto thee, and the 2 lands to be at peace before thee. He hath put away the wrath which was in their hearts, and each hath become reconciled unto his brother." Thoth, the Measurer. Budge then proceeds to give the attributes of Thoth as connected with time periods and the instruments of time, the sun and moon. As Aha Tahuri, he is the measurer and regulator of times and seasons, and is clearly not the moon god simply, though Budge says that he clearly is. For Thoth, as Aha, is the great Lord, the Lord of heaven, the King of the gods. He is the maker of eternity and creator of everlastingness. He is, therefore, not only the aeon, but its creator, and that is something vastly different from the moon god. The title, Thrice Greatest. On page 401, our authority has already told us that one of these titles of Thoth is thrice great, and that the Greeks derived the honorific title Trismegistus from this. But on page 415 he adds, the title given to him in some inscriptions, 3 times great, great, that is, greatest, from which the Greeks derive their appellation of the god, or Ter Maximus, has not yet been satisfactorily explained, and at present the exact meaning which the Egyptians assigned to it is unknown. If the title is found in the texts, it will settle a point of long controversy, for it has been strenuously denied that it ever occurs in the hieroglyphics. Unfortunately, however, Dr. Budge gives us no references. To the above sentence, our distinguished Egyptologist appends a note to the effect that a number of valuable facts on the subject have been collected by Peichmann in the book we have already made known to our readers. We have, however, not been able to find any valuable facts in Peichmann which are in any way an elucidation of the term thrice greatest, but to this point we will return in another chapter. The supremacy of Thoth. The peculiar supremacy ascribed to Thoth by the Egyptians, however, has been amply demonstrated, and as the great authority to whom we are so deeply indebted says in his concluding words, it is quite clear that Thoth held in their minds a position which was quite different from that of any other god, and that the attributes which they ascribed to him were unlike the greater number of those of any member of their companies of gods. The character of Thoth is a lofty and a beautiful conception, and is perhaps the highest idea of deity ever fashioned in the Egyptian mind, which, as we have already seen, was somewhat prone to dwell on the material side of divine matters. Thoth, however, as the personification of the mind of God, and as the all-pervading and governing and directing power of heaven and earth, forms a feature of the Egyptian religion which is as sublime as the belief in the resurrection of the dead in a spiritual body, and as the doctrine of everlasting life. Thoth is then the Logos of God, who in his relation to mankind becomes the supreme master of wisdom, the mind of all masterhood. We will now turn to one whose views are considered heterodox by conservative and unimaginative critics, who confine themselves solely to externals and to the lowest and most physical meanings of the hieroglyphics, to one who has, I believe, come nearer to the truth than any of his critics, and whose labors are most highly appreciated by all lovers of Egyptian mystic lore. The Views of a Scholar Mystic. The last work of W. Marsham Adams deserves the closest attention of every theosophical student. Not, however, that we think the author's views with regard to a number of points of detail, and especially with regard to the makeup of the Great Pyramid, are to be accepted in any but the most provisional manner, for as yet we, in all probability, do not know what the full contents of that pyramid are, only a portion of them being known to us, according to some seers. The chief merit of the book before us is the intuitional grasp of its author on the general nature of the mystery cultus, as derived from the texts, and especially those of the ritual, or the so-called Book of the Dead, as Lepsius named it, setting a bad fashion which is not yet out of fashion. The Egyptian priests themselves, according to our author, called it the Book of the Master of the Secret House, the secret house being, according to Adams, the Great Pyramid, otherwise called the Light. The spiritual nature of the inner tradition of Egyptian wisdom. In his preface, the author gives us clearly to understand that he regards the wisdom of Egypt as forming the main background of some of the principal teachings of early Christianity, and that this view is strongly confirmed by a careful study of the Trismegistic literature and its sources will be made apparent in the course of our own labors. But before we proceed to quote from the former Fellow of New College, Oxford, whose recent death is regretted by all lovers of Egypt's wisdom, we must enter a protest. Mr. Adams has severely handicapped his work. Indeed, he has destroyed 9/10 of its value for scholars by neglecting to append the necessary references to the texts which he cites. Such an omission is suicidal, and indeed, it would be impossible for us to quote Mr. Adams were it not that our Trismegistic literature permits us, we might almost say compels us, to take his view of the spiritual nature of the inner tradition of Egyptian wisdom. Not, however, by any means that our author has traversed the same ground. He has not even mentioned the name of the thrice greatest one, and seems to have been ignorant of our treatises. Mr. Adams claims to have arrived at his conclusions solely from the Egyptian texts themselves, and to have been confirmed in his ideas by personal inspection of the monuments. In fact, he considers it a waste of time to pay attention to anything written in Greek about Egyptian ideas, and speaks of the distortion and misrepresentation wherein those ideas were involved, when filtered through the highly imaginative but singularly unobservant intellect of Greece. Thus we have a writer attacking the same problem from a totally different standpoint, for we ourselves regard the Greek tradition of the Egyptian Gnosis as a most valuable adjunct to our means of knowledge of the mind of Egypt, and yet reaching very similar conclusions. The Holy Land of Egypt and its Initiates. The Holy Land of those who had gone out from the body, watered by the celestial Nile, the river of heaven, of which the earthly river was a symbol and parallel, was divided into 3 regions, or states. 1. Rusta, the territory of initiation. 2. Ahalu, the territory of illumination. And 3. Amenti, the place of union with the unseen Father. In the religion of Egypt, the deepest and most fascinating mystery of antiquity, the visible creation, was conceived as the counterpart of the unseen world, and the substance consisted not of a mere vague belief in the life beyond the grave, but in tracing out the path whereby the just, when the portal of the tomb is lifted up, passes through the successive stages of initiation, of illumination, and of perfection, necessary to fit him for an endless union with light, the great Creator. Thus we are told that at a certain point in Ahalu, the territory of illumination, the osirified, the purified soul, has achieved the passage of the sun, that is to say, has passed beyond the mortal mind plane. He opens the gates of the celestial Nile and receives the Atf crown of illumination, fashioned after the form of the zodiacal light, the glory of the supreme heaven. This is presumably the crown of lives referred to in our sermons, which he receives in the sphere called Eight, and with which he goes to the Father. The guide and conductor through all these grades was Thoth, the eternal wisdom, and we are told that Thoth, the initiator. Thoth, the divine wisdom, clothes the spirit of the justified 1,000,000 times in a garment of true linen, of that substance, that is to say, which by its purity and its brilliancy reminds us of the mantles woven out of rays of light, wherewith the sun enwraps the earth afresh each day as she rotates before him, just as the soul of man is invested with new radiance each time that he turns to the presence of his Creator. Again, in the harmonious proportion of the universe, the Egyptians saw the eternal wisdom, Thoth, the mind and will of God. We have seen that Peichman considers the original of Thoth, the god of wisdom, to be nothing more than the ibis-headed moon god, thus intentionally deriving the origin of the great initiator from what he considers to be the crude beginnings of primitive ideas. But Thoth was the great reckoner, the recorder of the balance of justice, the teller of the karmic scales. Now the mortal time recorder for the Egyptians was the moon, for if we consider the motion of the moon relatively to the sun, we shall find that the time that it takes in covering a space equal to its own disk is just an hour. Now that measure of the hour was peculiarly sacred in Egypt, each of the 24 which elapsed during a single rotation of the earth being consecrated to its own particular deity, 12 of light and 12 of darkness. Explain the God in the hour is the demand of the adept in the ritual when standing in the hall of truth. And that God in the hour, we learn, was Thoth, the Lord of the moon and the reckoner of the universe. Again, with regard to the moon phases, the first day of the lunar month was called the conception of the moon, the second its birth, and so on, step by step, till it was full. Now the time of all lower initiations was the full moon. Thus, in the lunar representations on the wall of the temple of Dendera, we have 14 steps leading up to the 15th, or highest, whereon was enthroned Thoth, the Lord of the Moon. For some such reasons was Thoth called Lord of the Moon, not that the moon gave birth to the idea of Thoth. We must not seek for the origin of the wisdom tradition in its lower symbols. For in the inspiration on the coffin of Aknisra Neferab, that is, of her whose life was the sacred heart of Ra, we read, "Thy name is the moon, the heart of silence, the Lord of the unseen world, of the space as far as the moon, or the sublunary region, as the old books say, the first after-death state, where souls are purified from earthly stains." Some of the doctrines of initiation. The end set before the neophyte was illumination, and the whole cult and discipline and doctrines insisted on this one way to wisdom. The religion of Egypt was essentially the religion of the light, but most characteristic of all was the omnipotent and all-dominating sense of the fatherhood of God, producing the familiar and in some respects even joyous aspect which the Egyptians imparted to the idea of death, and to the sense which the priests at least possessed, both of the divine personality and of their own ultimate union with the personal deity, the Logos, far more probably than to any artificial pretension to a supposed exclusiveness may be ascribed the mystery enshrouding their religion. And as light was the father of religion of illumination, so was life, his consort, or syzygy, the mother of the religion of joy. Life was the center, the circumference, the totality of good. Life was the scepter in the hand of Amen. Life was the richest gift of Osiris. "Be not ungrateful to thy Creator," says the sage Ptah-hotep, in what is perhaps the oldest document in existence, "for he has given thee life." "I am the fount of light," says the Creator in the ritual. "I pierce the darkness. I make clear the path for all, the Lord of joy. Or again, as the postulant prays to the setting sun, O height of love, thou openest the double gate of the horizon. Here we have the full doctrine of the light and life, which is the keynote of our treatises. Again, the doctrine of the endless turning of the spheres, which end where they begin, in the words of the shepherd, is shown in the great fourth-year festival of Hep-Tep, or completion beginning, when the revolution and the rotation of our planet were simultaneously completed and begun afresh. The Temples of Initiation. That the ancient temples of initiation in Egypt were models of the Sophia above, or of the heavenly Jerusalem, to use a Jewish Gnostic term, or, in other words, of the type of the world-building, we may well believe. Thus, it is with interest that we read the remarks of Adams on the temple of Dendera, or Anu, rebuilt several times according to the ancient plans, and an important center of the mystery cultus. The temple was dedicated to Hathor, whose ancient title was the Virgin Mother. In the center of the temple is the hall of the altar, with entrances opening east and west, and beyond it lies the great hall of the temple entitled the Hall of the Child in his Cradle, from whence access is obtained to the secret and sealed shrine, entered once a year by the high priest on the night of midsummer. There were also various other halls and chambers, each having a distinctive name, bearing reference, for the most part, to the mysteries of the light and of a divine birth. We have such names as Hall of the Golden Rays, Chamber of Gold, Chamber of Birth, Dwelling of the Golden One, Chamber of Flames. Now is the famous planisphere of Dendera, a wall painting transferred bodily from the temple to Paris early in the last century, contains the northern and southern points. We are enabled to correlate the parts of that picture with the various parts of the temple, and thereby to discover a striking correspondence between the different parts of the inscription and the titles of the chambers and halls occupying relative positions. Thus we have in the planisphere, corresponding to the halls and chambers, such names as Horus, the entrance of the golden heavens, the golden heavens of Isis, horizon of light, palace chamber of supreme light, heavenly flame of burning gold. And as the chief hall of the temple was the hall of the child in his cradle, so the chief representation on the planisphere is the Holy Mother with the divine child in her arms. The mystery of the birth of Horus. Now the great mystery of Egypt was the second birth, the birth of Horus. In the Virgin of the World, a long fragment of the lost Trismegistic treatise, the sacred book preserved by Stobaeus, Isis says to Horus, I will not tell of his birth. I must not, mighty Horus, reveal the origin of thy race, lest men should in the future know the generation of the gods. Of the nature of this rebirth we are familiar from our treatises, but in spite of such clear indications, the mystery of the golden Horus has not yet been revealed. In another passage from the same book, Isis declares that the sovereignty or kingship of philosophy is in the hands of Harnabeshenis. This transliterated Egyptian name is given by Peichman as originally either Hor-Neb-en-Zenu, Horus, the lord of Zenu, or as Hor-Neb-en-Zenu, the golden Horus of Zenu. His hieroglyph was the golden hawk who flies nearest the sun and gazes upon it with unwinking eyes, a fit symbol for the newborn, the man illuminate. Indeed, says Adams, throughout the sacred writings of Egypt there is no doctrine of which more frequent mention is made than that of a divine birth. In what circle of ideas to place the birth of Horus, the theosophical student may perhaps glean by reversing the stages given in the following interesting passage of our author. In the teaching of Egypt, around the radiant being, which in its regenerate life could assimilate itself to the glory of the Godhead, was formed the kabit, or luminous atmosphere, consisting of a series of ethereal envelopes, at once shading and diffusing its flaming luster, as the Earth's atmosphere shades and diffuses the solar rays, and at each successive transformation it descended nearer to the moral, or normal conditions of humanity. From the form of the golden hawk, the semblance of the absolute divine substance of the one eternal self-existent being, it passes to the Lord of Time, the image of the Creator, since with the creation time began. Presently it assumes the form of a lily, the vignette in the ritual representing the head of Osiris enshrined in that flower, the Godhead manifested in the flesh coming forth from immaculate purity. I am the pure lily, we read, coming forth from the lily of light. I am the source of illumination and the channel of the breath of immortal beauty. I bring the messages. Horus accomplishes them. Later, the soul passes into the form of the Uraeus, the soul of the earth, and finally it assumes the semblance of a crocodile, becoming subject, that is, to the passions of humanity. For the human passions, being part of the nature wherein man was originally created, are not intrinsically evil, but only become evil when insubordinate to the soul. The Book of the Master. And not only was the deity worshipped as the source of light and life, but also as the fount of love. I am the fount of joy, says the Creator in the ritual, and when the crown of illumination is set upon the head of the triumphant candidate after accomplishing the passage of the sun, as referred to above, the hymn proclaims that north and south of that crown is love. Into this love the catechumen was initiated from the secret scroll, whose name is thus given in one of the copies. This book is the greatest of mysteries. Do not let the eye of anyone look upon it. That were an abomination. The Book of the Master of the Secret House is its name. The whole conception of the doctrine exposed in its chapters, its instruction in light and life. But are we to suppose that the majority were really instructed in this wisdom? For we find it customary to wrap up some chapters of this secret scroll with almost every mummy. By no means. It seems to me that there are at least 3 phases in the use of this scripture, and in the process of degeneration from knowledge to superstition, which can be so clearly traced in the history of Egypt. First, there was the real instruction, followed by initiation while living. Secondly, there was the recitation of the instruction over the uninitiated dead, to aid the soul of the departed in the middle passage. And thirdly, there was the burying a chapter or series of chapters of the Book of the Master as a talisman to protect the defunct, when in far later times the true meaning of the words written in these sacred characters had been lost, though they were still superstitiously regarded as magical words of power. The recitation of some of the chapters over the dead body of the uninitiated, however, is not to be set down as a useless superstition, but was a very efficacious form of prayers for the dead. After a man's decease, he was in conscious contact with the unseen world, even though he may have been skeptical of its existence, or at any rate unfit to be taught its real nature prior to his decease. But after the soul was freed from the prison of the body, even the uninitiated was in a condition to be instructed on the nature of the path he then perforce must travel. But as he could not even then properly pronounce the words of the sacred tongue, the initiated priest recited or chanted the passages. The steps of the path. For the doctrine contained in those mystic writings was nothing else than an account of the path pursued by the just, when, the bonds of the flesh being loosed, he passed through stage after stage of spiritual growth, the entrance on light, the instruction in wisdom, the second birth of the soul, the instruction in the well of life, the ordeal of fire, and the justification in judgment, until, illumined in the secret truth and adorned with the jewels of immortality, he became indissolubly united with him whose name, says the Egyptian ritual, is Light, Great Creator. It should, however, be remembered that this must not be taken in its absolute sense, even for the initiate, much less for the uninitiated. For even in the mystic schools themselves, as we may see from our treatises, there were 3 modes in which knowledge could be communicated: by simple instruction, by distant vision, or by personal participation. For indeed there were many phases of being, many steps of the great ladder, each an ever greater fullness embracing the stages mentioned, each a reflection or copy of a higher phase. Thus, for example, the solemn address, described in the Sion Sinsin of the gods in the house of Osiris, followed by the response of the gods in the house of glory, the joyous song of the holy departed who stand victorious before the judgment seat, echoed triumphantly by the inner chorus of their beloved who have gone before them into such fullness of life, must be taken as indicative of several stages, such, for instance, as the normal union of the man's consciousness with that of his higher ego after exhausting his spiritual aspirations in the intermediate heaven world. This is the joining of those that are, of the Shepherd Treatise, in other words, the harvest of those past lives of his that are worthy of immortality, or again, the still higher union of the initiated with the pure mind, or again the still sublimer union of the master with the nirvanic consciousness, and so on perchance to still greater glories. Thus we are told that the new twice-born, on his initiation, clothed in power and crowned with light, traverses the abodes or scenes of his former weakness, there to discern by his own enlightened perception how it is Osiris who satisfies the balance of him who rules the heavens, to exert in its supernal freedom his creative will, now the Lord, not the slave of these senses, and to rejoice in the just suffering which wrought his illumination and mastery. But higher and still higher he has yet to soar beyond earth and planets and even beyond the sun, across the awful chasms of the unfathomable depths, to far-off Sothis, the land of eternal dawn, to the antechamber of the infinite morning. An illuminative study. Many other passages of great beauty and deep interest could we quote from the pages of Marsham Adams' illuminative study, but enough has been said for our purpose. The wisdom of Egypt was the main source of our treatises without a doubt. Even if only 1/100th part of what our author writes were the truth, our case would be established. And if Egypt did not teach this wisdom, then we must perforce bow down before Mr. Adams as the inventor of one of the most grandiose religions of the universe. But the student of inner nature knows that this is not an invention, and though, if he be a scholar at the same time, he cannot but regret that Mr. Adams has omitted his references, he must leave the critics to one or other of the horns of the dilemma. They must either declare that our author has invented it all and pay homage to what in that case would be his sublime genius, or admit that the ancient texts themselves have inspired Mr. Adams with these ideas. And if this be a foretaste of what Egypt has preserved for us, what may not the future reveal to continued study and sympathetic interpretation? 4. The popular theurgic Hermes-Cult in the Greek magic papyri. The religion of Hermes. That at one period the religion of Hermes was not only widely spread, but practically supreme in popular Hellenistic circles may be seen from a study of the texts of the numerous magic papyri which have been preserved and made accessible to us by the industry of such immensely laborious scholars as Lehmans, Dietrich, Wesley, and Kenyon. The Greek Hermes prayers, as with many others of a similar nature, are manifestly overworkings of more ancient types, and, as we might expect, are of a strongly syncretistic nature. In them we can distinguish in popular forms, based on the ancient traditions of Egyptian magic, most interesting shadows of the philosophic and theosophic ideas which our Trismegistic literature has set forth for us in the clear light of dignified simplicity. But just as we know that the once so-called Gnostic, Abraxas and Abraxoid amulets, gems, and rings pertain to the general popular magical religion and had nothing to do with the Gnosis proper, so we may be sure that the circles of high mysticism, who refused to offer to God even so pure a sacrifice as the burnt offering of incense, and deemed naught worthy of him, short of the prayers and praises of the mind, had nothing directly to do with the popular Hermes prayers, least of all with the invocatory rites of popular theurgy and phylactery or amulet consecration. Nevertheless, there is much of interest for us in these invocations, and much that can throw sidelights on the higher teaching and practice which transformed all external rites into the discipline of inner spiritual experience. The following prayers, which, as far as I know, have not been previously translated, are rendered from the most recently revised texts of Reitzenstein, who has omitted the magic names and emended the previous editions. I cannot but think, however, that these texts might be submitted to a more searching analysis than has yet been accorded them. They seem to present somewhat similar phenomena to the recensions of the Book of the Dead, that is to say, fragments of material from the tradition of a greater past have been adapted and overworked for the needs of a lesser age. Indeed, the whole effort of the Trismegistic schools seems to have been to restore the memory of that greater past. It had been forgotten, and its dim record had become a superstition instead of a living faith, a degenerate magic instead of a potent theurgy. The theurgy of our prayers is that of dwarfs. The theurgy of the past was believed to have been that of giants. 1. An invocation to Hermes as the good mind. Come unto me, O thou of the four winds, Almighty One, who breathest spirit into men to give them life, whose name is hidden, and beyond the power of men to speak, no prophet even can pronounce it. Yea, even daemons, when they hear thy name, are fearful. O thou, whose tireless eyes are sun and moon, eyes that shine in the pupils of the eyes of men. O thou, who hast the heaven for head, ether for body, and earth for feet, and for the water round the oceans deep. Thou the good daemon art, who art the sire of all things good, and nurse of the world. Thy everlasting revelling place is set above. Thine the good emanations of the stars, those daemons, fortunes, and those fates, by whom are given wealth, good blend of nature, and good children, good fortune, and good burial, for thou art Lord of life, thou who art King of heavens and earth, and all that dwell in them, whose righteousness is never put away, whose muses hymn thy glorious name, whom the 8 wardens guard. Thou, the possessor of the truth, pure of all lie. Thy name and spirit rest upon the good. O mayest thou come into my mind and heart for all the length of my life's days, and bring unto accomplishment all things my soul desires. For thou art I, and I am thou. Whatever I speak, may it forever be, for that I have thy name to guard me in my heart. And every serpent roused shall have no power over me, nor shall I be opposed by any spirit, or daemonial power, or any plague, or any of the evils in the unseen world, for that I have thy name within my soul. Thee I invoke, come unto me, good, altogether good, come to the good. Thou whom no magic can enchant, no magic can control, who givest me good health, security, good store, good fame, victory, and strength, and cheerful countenance. Cast down the eyes of all who are against me, and give me grace on all my deeds. 2. An invocation to Lord Hermes. Come unto me, Lord Hermes, even as into woman's wombs come babes. Come unto me, Lord Hermes, who dost collect the food of gods and men. Lord Hermes, come to me and give me grace, and food, and victory, and health, and happiness, and cheerful countenance, beauty and powers in sight of all. I know thy name that shineth forth in heaven, I know thy forms as well. I know thy tree, I know thy wood as well. I know thee, Hermes, who thou art, and whence thou art, and what thy city is. I know thy names in the Egyptian tongue, and thy true name as it is written on the holy tablet, in the holy place at Hermes' city, where thou dost have thy birth. I know thee, Hermes, and thou knowest me, and I am thou, and thou art I. Come unto me, fulfill all that I crave, be favorable to me together with good fortune and the blessing of the good. 3. An invocation to Lord Hermes. Come unto me, Lord Hermes, O thou of many names, who knowest the secrets hidden both beneath the poles of heaven and underneath the earth. Come unto me, Lord Hermes, thou benefactor who doest good to all the world. Give ear to me, and give me grace with all that are on earth. Open for me the hands of all that give like thee, and make them give me what their hands contain. Even as Horace, if ever he called on thee, O greatest of all gods, in every trial, in every space, against gods and men and daemons, and things that live in water and on earth, had grace and riches with gods and men and every living thing beneath the earth. So let me too, who call on thee, so give me grace, form, beauty. Hear me, O Hermes, doer of good deeds, thou the inventor of all incantations, speak me good words. Hear me, O Hermes, for I have done all things that I should do for thy black dog-ape, lord of the nether ones. O soften all towards me, and give me might and form, and let them give me gold and silver too, and food of every kind continually. Preserve me evermore for the eternity from spells, deceits, and witchery of every kind, from evil tongues, from every cheek and every enmity of gods and men. Give unto me grace, victory, success, and satisfaction, for thou art I, and I am thou. Thy name is mine, and mine is thine, for that I am thy likeness. Whatever shall befall me in this year, or month, or day, or hour, it shall befall the mighty God, whose symbol is upon the holy vessel's prow. 4. An invocation to Thoth as Logos. Thee I invoke alone, thou who alone in all the world imposest order upon gods and men, who dost transform thyself in holy forms, making to be from things that are not, and from the things that are making the not to be. O holy Thoth, the true sight of whose face none of the gods endures, make me to be in every creature's name, wolf, dog, or lion, fire, tree, or vulture, wall, or water, or what thou willest, for thou art able so to do. 5. An invocation to Hermes as the spiritual light. Thee I invoke who hast created all, who dost transcend the whole, the self-begotten God, who seest all and hearest all, but who art seen by none. For thou didst give the sun his glory and all might, the moon her increase and her decrease, and unto both their ordained course. Though thou didst not diminish aught the powers of darkness, the still more ancient than the sun and moon, thou madest them equal with it. For when thou didst shine forth, cosmos came into being, and light appeared, and all things were dispensed through thee. Wherefore they are all under thee. O thou, whose actual form none of the gods can see, who dost transform thyself into them all in visions that men see, O thou eternity of the eternity. Thee I invoke, O Lord, that thy true form may manifest to me, for that I am in servitude below thy world, slave to thy angel and unto thy fear. Through thee the pole and earth are fixed. Thee I invoke, O Lord, even as the gods whom thou hast made to shine, that they may have their power. The above prayers afford us some striking examples of the popular Hellenistic form of the Hermes religion in its theurgic phase. In it, Hermes is regarded as the mind, or logos. The mind is invoked to enter the mind and heart. With the shining out of the mind, the spiritual or intelligible light shines forth in the world and man. The mind is thus the guide of souls. He is also identified with the good daemon, of whom Tnuphis or Horus are variants, with the great ocean, the heaven space or celestial Nile, the great green, the light, the aeon. In connection with the above invocations, Reitzenstein gives the text of a very interesting ritual of lower theurgy, or rite of the sacred flame, which he characterizes by the term mystery of lachnomancy, or lamp magic. This is the lower side of such high vision as is referred to in the Shepherd of Men treatise and in the rite described in the following passage of the Pistis Sophia. Jesus said unto his disciples, Come unto me, and they came unto him. He returned to the four quarters of the world, and spake the great name over their heads, and blessed them, and breathed on their eyes. Jesus said unto them, Look, see what ye may see. And lifting up their eyes, they saw a great light, exceeding vast, which no dweller on earth could describe. He said to them again, Gaze into the light, and see what ye may see. They said, We see fire and water, and wine and blood. 6. The mystic rite of the flame. A. Invocation to the light. I invoke thee, O God, the living one, who dost show forth thy splendor in the fire, thou unseen Father of the light. Pour forth thy strength, Awake thy daemon, and come down into this fire. Inspire it with thy Holy Spirit. Show me thy might, and let the house of the Almighty God, which is within this light, be opened for me. Let there be light, thy breadth, depth, length, height, ray, and let the Lord, the God within, shine forth. B. A stronger form to be used if the flame dies down. I adjure thee, O light, holy ray, breadth, depth, length, height, ray, by the holy names which I have uttered, and am now about to speak. Abide with me in this same hour until I have besought thy God, and learnt about the things that I desire. C. The theagogy, or invocation of the God proper. Thee I invoke, thou mightiest God and Master, thou who enlightenest all and pourest thy rays by means of thine own power on all the world, O God of gods. O Word, Logos, that orderest night and day, who guidest the ship and holdest the helm, thou dragon-slayer, good holy daemon, to whom the east and west give praise as thou dost rise and set, thou who art blessed by all the gods, angels, and daemons. Come, show thyself to me, O God of gods. Enter, make manifest thyself to me, O Lord, for I invoke as the three apes invoke thee, who symbol-wise name forth thy holy name. In thy ape form enter, appear to me, O Lord, for I name forth thy mightiest names. O thou who hast thy throne about the height of cosmos, and judgest all, encircled with the sphere of surety and truth, enter, appear to me, O Lord, for that I was before the fire and snow, and shall be after them. I am the one who has been born from heaven. Enter, appear to me, O Lord of mighty names, whom all have in their hearts, who dost burst open rocks, and makest the names of gods to move. Enter, appear to me, O Lord, who hast thy power and strength entire, who hast thy throne within the seven poles, and on thy head a golden crown, and in thy hand a staff, by which thou sendest forth the gods. Enter, O Lord, and give me answer with thy holy voice, that I may clearly hear and truthfully about this thing. D. A stronger form of adjuration if C fails. He doth enjoin thee, he, the great living God, who is for the eternities of the eternities, the Shaker and the Thunderer, who doth create each soul and every birth. Enter, appear to me, O Lord, joyous, benignant, gentle, glorious, free from all wrath, for I adjure thee by the Lord of all. E. The greeting when the presence of the God is manifested. Hail, Lord, O God of gods, thou benefactor! Hail to thy glories evermore, O Lord! F. The farewell to the God. I give thee thanks, O Lord. Depart, O Lord, to thine own heavens, thine own realms, and thine own course, preserving me in health, free from all harm, free from all fear of any Ka, free from all stripes and all dismay, hearkening to me for all the days of all my life. G. The farewell to the flame. Depart, O holy ray, depart, O fair and holy light of highest God. In connection with the above, we may also take the following ritual prayer used in the consecration of an amulet ring. 7. A prayer of consecration. Thee I invoke, O greatest God, Lord everlasting, thou world ruler, above the world, beneath the world, mighty sea ruler, who shinest forth at dawn out from the east, rising for all the world, and setting in the west. Come unto me, thou who dost rise from the four winds, joyous good daemon, for whom the heaven is thy revelling place. I call upon thy holy, mighty, hidden names which thou dost joy to hear. When thou dost shine, the earth doth sprout afresh, the trees bear fruit when thou dost laugh, the animals bring forth when thou dost turn to them. Give glory, honor, grace, fortune, and power. Thee I invoke, the great in heaven, O dazzling sun, who sheddest thy beams on all the world. Thou art the mighty serpent, the chief of all the gods, O thou who dost possess Egypt's beginning and the end of all the world. Thou art the God who saileth over the ocean. Thou art the God who doth come into sight each day. O thou who art above the world, and art beneath the world, O mighty ruler of the sea, give ear unto my voice this day, this night, these holy hours of thine, and through this amulet let that be done for which I consecrate it. 5. The main source of the Trismegistic literature, according to Manetho, high priest of Egypt. Hermes, at the beginning of the Hellenistic period. The more intimate contact of Greek thought and philosophy with Egyptian lore and mystic tradition began immediately with the brilliant era of the Lagides, who gradually made Alexandria the intellectual and religious, philosophic, and scientific center of the Hellenistic world. Thoth Hermes, as we have seen, had been for the Egyptians from the earliest times the teacher of all ancient and hidden wisdom. He was par excellence the writer of all sacred scripture and the scribe of the gods. We should then naturally expect that his dominating influence would play a leading part in the new development, and this, indeed, is amply demonstrated by the evidence of the religious art of the time, which presents us with specimens of statues of the Greek type of Hermes, bearing at the same time either the feather of truth, the special symbol of Ma'at, on the head, or the papyrus roll in the hand, both symbols of Thoth in his dual character as revealer and scribe. Of the complex nature of the mystic and apocalyptic literature that thus came into existence, we have very distinct testimony. In keeping with its Egyptian prototype, it was all cast in a theological and theosophical mold, whether it treated of physics or medicine or astrology. Thus we learn that Pamphilus, the grammarian, was intimately acquainted with a Greek-Egyptian literature dealing with sacred plants and their virtues as determined by the influences of the 36 deacons. This lore, he tells us, was derived from the books ascribed to the Egyptian Hermes. Ptoceres and Nechepso. Of still greater interest are the Greek fragments of Ptoceres and Nechepso, which have come down to us. These Greek fragments are to be dated at least before the end of the 2nd century BC, and afford us striking parallels with our extant Trismegistic literature. In them we find the prophet Ptoceres represented as the teacher and counselor of King Nechepso, as Asclepius of Ammon in one type of our literature, while it is Hermes who reveals the secret wisdom to two younger gods, Asclepius and Anubis, as in our sermons he does to Asclepius and Tat. As to Ptoceres himself, Suidas tells us that he was an Egyptian philosopher who wrote on comparative Greek and Egyptian theology, making selections from the holy books and treating of astrology and the Egyptian mysteries. Moreover, Proclus tells us that Ptoceres had an intimate knowledge of every order of the gods and angels, and refers to a hieratic formula of theurgic invocation to the greatest of the goddesses, necessity, for inducing the vision of this power, and the ritual of the manner of addressing her when she appeared, as handed on by the same Ptoceres. The mystical nature of this literature is still more clearly shown in what Vettius Valens tells us of Nechepso, who surpassed the Ammon of our literature and attained to direct knowledge of the inner way. Vettius, in the first half of the 1st century A.D., laments that he did not live in those days of initiate kings and rulers and sages who occupied themselves with the sacred science, when the clear aether spake face to face with them without disguise, or holding back aught in answer to their deep scrutiny of holy things. In those days so great was their love of the holy mysteries, so high their virtue, that they left the earth below them, and in their deathless souls became heaven-walkers and knowers of things divine. Vettius then quotes from a Greek apocalyptic treatise of Nechepso, where the king tells us that he had remained in contemplation all night, gazing into the ether, and so in ecstasy he had left his body, and had then heard a heavenly voice addressing him. This voice was not merely a sound, but appeared as a substantial presence, who guided Nicepso on his way through the heaven space. It is, moreover, exceedingly probable that the magnificent spectacle of the star spheres, to which Vettius refers, speaking of it as the most transcendent and most blessed vision of all, was taken directly from the same source. With this we may compare the wish of Trismegistus that Tat might get him the wings of the soul and enjoy that fair sight, and the seeing of it by Hermes himself through the mind. All of which proves the existence of books in Greek in Middle Ptolemaic times treating in the same manner of identical subjects with those contained in our Trismegistic literature. Manetho, the beloved of Thoth. When, then, the sovereignty of Egypt passed into the hands of the Diadochi of Alexander, and the Ptolemies made Alexandria the center of learning in the Greek world by the foundation of the ever-famous museum and library and schools in their capital, there arose an extraordinary enthusiasm for translating, paraphrasing, and summarizing into Greek of the old scriptures and records of the nations. The most famous name of such translators and compilers and comparative theologians is that of Manetho, who introduced the treasures of Egyptian mysticism, theology, mythology, history, and chronology to the Grecian world. Moreover, seeing that the veracity and reliability of Manetho as a historian is with every day more and more accepted as we become better acquainted with the monuments, he seems to have done his work loyally enough. Manetho was contemporary with the first two Ptolemies, that is to say, he lived in the last years of the 4th and the first half of the 3rd century BC. He was a priest of Heliopolis, On, and was thoroughly trained in all Greek culture, as well as being most learned in the ancient wisdom of Egypt. Manetho not only wrote on historical subjects, but also on the mystic philosophy and religion of his country, and it is from his books, in all probability, that Plutarch and others drew their information on things Egyptian. Manetho derived his information from the hieroglyphic inscriptions in the temples and from the rest of the priestly records, but unfortunately his books are almost entirely lost, and we only possess fragments quoted by later writers. The letter of Manetho to Ptolemy Philadelphus. One of these quotations is of great importance for our present enquiry. It is preserved by Georgius Syncellus and is stated to be taken from a work of Manetho called Sothis, a work that has otherwise entirely disappeared. The passage with the introductory sentence of the monk Syncellus runs as follows. It is proposed, then, to make a few extracts concerning the Egyptian dynasties from the books of Manetho. This Manetho, being high priest of the heathen temples in Egypt, based his replies to King Ptolemy on the monuments which lay in the Syriatic country. These monuments, he tells us, were engraved in the sacred language and in the characters of the sacred writing by Thoth, the first Hermes. After the flood they were translated from the sacred language into the then common tongue, but still written in hieroglyphic characters and stored away in books by the good Damon's son and the second Hermes, father of Tat, in the inner chambers of the temples of Egypt. In the book of Sothis, Manetho addresses King Philadelphus, the second Ptolemy, personally, writing as follows word for word. The letter of Manetho, the Sebonite, to Ptolemy Philadelphus. To the great King Ptolemy Philadelphus, the Venerable, I, Manetho, high priest and scribe of the holy fanes in Egypt, citizen of Heliopolis, but by birth a Sebonite, to my master Ptolemy send greeting. We must make calculations concerning all the points which you may wish us to examine into, to answer your questions concerning what will happen to the world. According to your commands, the sacred books, written by our forefather, thrice-greatest Hermes, which I study, shall be shown to you. My lord and king, farewell. The importance of Manetho's statement in his Sothis. Here we have a verbal quotation from a document purporting to be written prior to 250 BC. It is evidently one of a number of letters exchanged between Manetho and Ptolemy II. Ptolemy has heard of the past according to the records of Egypt. Can the priests tell him anything of the future? They can, replies Manetho, but it will be necessary to make a number of calculations. Ptolemy has also expressed a strong desire to see the documents from which Manetho derived his information, and the high priest promises to let him see them. These books are ascribed to Hermes, the thrice greatest, and this is the first time that the title is used in extant Greek literature. This Hermes was the second, the father of Tat, we are told elsewhere by Manetho, and son of the good spirit, Agathodaimon, who was the first Hermes. Here we have the precise grading of the degrees in our treatises. 1. The shepherd of men, or the mind. 2. Thrice greatest. 3. Tat. This refers to the ever-present distinction of pupil and master, and the master of masters. If, however, we seek for historical allusions, we may perhaps be permitted to conclude that the first Hermes, that is to say the first priesthood among the Egyptians, used a sacred language, or in other words, a language which in the time of the second Hermes, or second priesthood, was no longer spoken. It was presumably archaic Egyptian. The two successions of priests and prophets were separated by a flood. This flood was presumably connected with, if not the origin of, the flood of which Solon heard from the priest of Sais, which happened some 9,000 years before his time, and of which we have considerable information given us in the Timaeus and Critias of Plato. The good angel is the same as the mind, as we learn from the Trismegistic literature, and was regarded as the father of Hermes Trismegistus. This seems to be a figurative way of saying that the archaic civilization of Egypt before the flood, which presumably swept over the country when the Atlantic island went down, was regarded as one of great excellence. It was the time of the gods, or divine kings, or demigods, whose wisdom was handed on in mystic tradition, or revived in some semblance of its former greatness, by the lesser descendants of that race who returned from exile, or reincarnated on earth, to take charge of the new populations who had gradually returned to the lower Nile plains after the flood had subsided. Thus we have three epochs of tradition of the Egyptian mystery cultus. 1. The first Thoth, or Agathodaimon, the original tradition preserved in the sacred language and character in the stone monuments of the Sariatic land, presumably the Egypt prior to the Atlantic flood. 2. The second Thoth, the thrice greatest, the mystery school after the period of the great inundation, whose records and doctrines were preserved not only in inscriptions, but also in manuscripts, still written in the sacred character, but in the Egyptian tongue as it was spoken after the people reoccupied the country. And 3. Tat, the priesthood of Manetho's day, and presumably of some centuries prior to his time, who spoke a yet later form of Egyptian, and from whose demotic translations, further translations, or paraphrases were made in Greek. Is sothis a forgery? This natural line of descent of the fundamental doctrines in the tradition of the Trismegistic literature, however, is scouted by encyclopedism, which would have our sermons to be neo-Platonic forgeries, though on what slender grounds it bases its view we have already seen. It will now be interesting to see how the testimony of Manetho is disposed of. Our encyclopedias tell us that the book Sothis is obviously a late forgery. Parrot-like they repeat this statement, but nowhere in them do we find a single word of proof brought forward. Let us then see whether any scholars have dealt with the problem outside of encyclopedism. Very little work has been done on the subject. The fullest summary of the position is given by C. Müller. Müller bases his assertion on Bach, and Bach on Latrone. The arguments are as follows. 1. That the term venerable is not used prior to the time of the Roman emperors. 2. That Egypt knows no flood. 3. That the ancient mythology of Egypt knows no first and second Hermes. 4. That Egypt has no Sariatic land. 5. That the term Trismegistus is of late use. The arguments of encyclopedism refuted. Let us take these arguments in order and examine them, bearing in mind, however, that the whole question has been prejudiced from the start, and that encyclopedism, in order to maintain its hypothesis of the spuriousness of our Trismegistic writings, is bound to argue the spuriousness of Manetho's Sothis. The categorical statements of Manetho are exceedingly distressing to the former hypothesis. In fact, they give it the lie direct. As to the arguments, then, 1. The term venerable is in later times equated with Augustus, the honorific title of the Roman emperors. Therefore, it is argued, it could not have been used prior to their times. But why not? The king to an Egyptian was divine. Every inscription proves it, and the term venerable was in early times always applied to the gods. Why not, then, apply it to the great king? Indeed, what could be more natural than to do so? 2. We have already shown that, according to Plato, Egypt knew most accurately of a flood. Plato further tells us that Solon got his information from the priests of Sais, who told him that all the records were preserved in the temple of Neith. It is not here the place to discuss the Atlanticum of Plato and the long history of opinion connected with it, for that would require a volume in itself. I have, however, acquainted myself with all the arguments for and against the authenticity of at least the germ of this tradition, and with the problems of comparative mythology and folklore involved in it, and also with the recent literature of the subject, which seeks to corroborate the main conceptions of Plato by the researches of seership. All this, taken in conjunction with the general subject of the myths of Plato, and the latest views on this subject, has convinced me that the greatest of Greek philosophers did not jest when, his dialectic having gone as far as it could, he sought refuge in the mystery traditions for corroboration of those intuitions which his unaided intellect could not demonstrate. It can, of course, be argued that every reference to a flood in Egyptian Hellenistic literature is but a repetition of what the incredulous must regard as Plato's brilliant romance. But in this connection, as in many others, it is equally arguable that all such references, Plato's included, are derived from one and the same source, namely Egypt herself. And indeed, on the 9th of November, 1904, at a meeting of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, a paper by Professor Naville was read by Mr. F. Legge on a mention of a flood in the Book of the Dead. The flood in question is that described in the Leyden version. 3. Cicero, 106–44 BC, speaks of 5 Mercurii, the last 2 of whom were Egyptian. One was the son of Father Nile, whose name the Egyptians considered it impiety to pronounce, and for whom presumably they substituted the term Agathodaimon, and the second was the later Thoth, the founder of Hermopolis. Cicero could hardly have invented this. It must have been a commonplace of his day, most probably derived in the first instance from the writings of Manetho, from which generally the Greeks, and those imbued with Greek culture, derived all their information about Egypt. And indeed, Reitzenstein, though he refers the information given by Cincillus to a pseudo-Manetho, without a word of explanation, however, admits that the genealogy of Hermes there given is in its main features old. The Sariatic land. 4. The statement that Egypt knew no Sariatic land or country seems to be a confident assertion, but the following considerations may perhaps throw a different light on the matter. In the astronomical science of the Egyptians, the most conspicuous solar system near our own, represented in the heavens by the brilliant Sirius, was of supreme interest. Cycles of immense importance were determined by it, and it entered into the highest mysticism of Egypt initiation. Sirius was, as it were, the guardian star of Egypt. Now ancient Egypt was a sacred land, laid out in its nomes and provinces according to the heavens, having centers in its body corresponding to the centers or ganglia of the heavens. As the Hindus had a heavenly Ganges, Akasha Ganga, and an earthly Ganges, so the heavens had a celestial Nile, and Egypt a physical Nile, the life-giver of the land. The yearly inundation, which meant and means everything for ancient and modern chem, was observed with great minuteness and recorded with immense pains, the basis of its cycle being the Sothaic or Siriatic. Sirius, being called in Greek transliteration Sothis and Seth, what more natural name, then, given to the country than the Sariatic land? The Nile records in ancient times were self-registered by pyramids, obelisks, and temples, and in later times nearly all monuments were built according to the type of the Masonic instruments of the Egyptian astrogeological science. This science has been studied in our own times by an Egyptian, and the results of his researches have been printed for private circulation, and a copy of them is to be found in the British Museum. In his preface, the author writes as follows: The astrogeological science gave birth to a monumental system, by means of which the fruits of the accumulated observations and experience of the human race have been preserved, outliving writings, inscriptions, traditions, and nationalities. The principal monuments had imparted to them the essential property of being autochronous landmarks of a geochronological nature. Many of them recorded, hydromathematically, the knowledge in astronomy, in geography, and in the dimension and figure of the earth obtained in their respective epochs. They were Siriatic monuments because their magistral lines were projected to the scale of the revolutions of the cycles of the star Sirius, in terms of the standard astrogeological cubit. Doubtless, our author flogs his theory too severely, as all such writers do, but nilometry and the rest was certainly one of the most important branches of the priestly science. The stele of Hermes. But before we deal with the last objection urged against the authenticity of Manetho's Sothis, we will add a few words more concerning these Siriatic monuments, known in antiquity as the stele of Hermes, or of Seth, and erroneously spoken of in Latin and English as the columns or pillars of Hermes. The general reader may perhaps be puzzled at the variety of spelling of the name of the star, but he should recollect that the difficulties of transliteration from one language to another are always great, and especially so when the two languages belong to different families. Thus we find the variants of Tehuti, the Egyptian name of Hermes, transliterated in no less than 19 various forms in Greek, and 2 in Latin, such as Thoth, Thath, Tat, etc. Similarly, we find the name of the famous Indian lawgiver transliterated into English as Manu, Manu, Minu, etc. With regard to these Mercurii columnae, it was the common tradition, as we have already pointed out, that Pythagoras, Plato, and others got their wisdom from these columns, that is to say, monuments. The historian Ammianus Marcellinus, the friend of the Emperor Julian, has preserved for us a peculiarity of the construction of some of these pyramids or temples, which is of interest. The passage to which we refer runs as follows. There are certain underground galleries and passages full of windings, which, it is said, the adepts in the ancient rites, knowing that the flood was coming and fearing that the memory of these sacred ceremonies would be obliterated, constructed in various places, distributed in the interior of the buildings, which were mined out with great labor, and leveling the walls, they engraved on them numerous kinds of birds and animals and countless varieties of creatures of another world, which they called hieroglyphic characters. We are thus told of another peculiarity of some of these Siriatic monuments and of the books preserved from the flood, of which there were so many traditions. These are the records to which Sanchuniathon and Manetho make reference. The sons of Seth Hermes. The Egyptian account is straightforward enough, but when Josephus, following the traditional practice of his race in exploiting the myths of more ancient nations for the purpose of building up Jewish history, for the Mosaic books supply innumerable examples of the working up of elements which the Jews found in the records of older nations, runs away with the idea that Seth, the Egyptian Sirius, was the biblical patriarch Seth, the Jewish antiquarian, enters on a path of romance and not of history. 'Tis thus he uses the Egyptian Siriatic tradition for his own purposes. All of these, the sons of Seth, being of good disposition, dwelt happily together in the same country free from quarrels, without any misfortune happening to the end of their lives. The great subject of their studies was that wisdom which deals with the heavenly bodies and their orderly arrangement, in order that their discoveries should not be lost to mankind and perish before they became known, for Adam had foretold that there would be an alternate disappearance of all things by the force of fire, and owing to the strength and mass of water. They made 2 monuments, one of brick and the other of stone, and on each of them engraved their discoveries, in order that if it should happen that the brick one should be done away with by the heavy downpour, the stone one might survive and let men know what was inscribed upon it, at the same time informing them that a brick one had also been made by them, and it remains even to the present day in the Syriad land. The passage is of great interest not only as affording a very good example of the method of inventing Jewish antiquities, but also as permitting us to recover the outlines of the original Egyptian account which Josephus purloined and adapted. The sons of Seth were the initiates of the archaic priesthood of the first Hermes. Adam has been substituted for the first man in the sense of our shepherd tradition, and the 2 kinds of monuments, which Josephus seems to regard as 2 single structures, and not as relating to 2 classes of buildings, may refer to the brick structures and temples of that age, and to specially constructed and more lasting monuments of stone, perhaps rock-cut temples, or the most ancient pyramids. I have also asked myself the question as to whether there may not be some clue concealed in this brick monument reference to the puzzling statement in the Babylonian Talmud that Jesus set up a brick bat and worshipped it. Jesus is said in the Talmud Jeshu stories to have learned magic in Egypt, and the magical wisdom of ancient Egypt is here said to have been recorded on monuments of brick. Reitzenstein, after pointing to the similarity of tradition as to the Syriatic land contained in Josephus and in what he characterizes as pseudo-Manetho, adds the interesting information that the Syriatic land is borne witness to by an inscription as being the home and native land of Isis. Indeed, the goddess herself is given the name of Neolotis, or Sirius. She is the fertile earth, and is Egypt. To continue, then, with the consideration of the arguments urged against the authenticity of Manetho's Sothis. With regard to objection 4, we have given very good reasons for concluding that, so far from Egypt, knowing no Syriatic land, Egypt was the Syriatic land par excellence, and the books of Hermes were the direct descendants of the archaic stone monuments of that land. And further, we have shown that our Trismegistic writings are a step or two further down in the same line of descent. The whole hangs together logically and naturally. We have thus removed 4 of the 5 props which support the hypothesis of forgery with regard to the Sothis document. Let us now see whether the remaining prop will bear the weight of the structure. The epithet of thrice greatest. 5. We are told that the term Trismegistus is of late use. This assertion is based entirely on the hypothesis that all our extant Trismegistic writings are neo-Platonic forgeries of the 3rd, or at best, the 2nd century, before which time the name thrice greatest was never heard of. The term Trismegistus must go as far back as the earliest of these writings, at any rate, and where we must place that, we shall see at the end of our investigations. That the peculiar designation Trismegistus was known in the 1st century, even among the Romans, however, is evident from the famous Latin epigrammatist Martial, who, in singing the praise of one Hermes, a famous gladiator, brings his paean to a climax with the line, Hermes omnia solus et ter unis, a verse which an anonymous translator in 1695 freely renders as, Hermes engrosses all men's gifts in one, and Trismegistus's name deserves alone. Such a popular reference shows that the name Trismegistus was a household word, and argues for many years of use before the days of Martial. But have we no other evidence? In the trilingual inscription, hieroglyphic, demotic, and Greek, on the famous Rosetta Stone, which sings the praises of Ptolemy Epiphanes, Hermes is called the Great and Great. Latrone renders this du foie grand, and in his notes says that the term Trismegistus was not known at this date, thus contemptuously waving aside Manetho's Sothis. Had it been known, he says, it would undoubtedly have been used instead of the feebler expression, great and great. But why undoubtedly? Let us inquire a little further into the matter. The Egyptian reduplicated form of this attribute of Hermes, the great great, is frequently elsewhere found with a prefixed sign which may be transliterated so that if the more simple form is translated by great great, the intensive form would naturally be rendered great great great, or 3 times great. But we have to deal with the form thrice greatest, a superlative intensive. We have many examples of adjectives intensified with the particle tris in Greek, but no early instances of their superlatives. Therefore what? Apparently that the term Trismegistus is a late invention. But may we not legitimately suppose, in the absence of further information, that when the Egyptian had intensified his reduplicated form, he had come to an end of his resources? It was the highest term of greatness that he could get out of his language? Not so when he used Greek. He could go a step further in the more plastic Hellenic tongue. Why, then, did he not use thrice greatest instead of great and great on the Rosetta Stone? Because he was translating ae, and not its intensified form. But why did he not use the intensified form in the demotic inscription? Well, whys are endless, but may we not suppose that, as Ptolemy was being praised for his justice, which he is said to have exercised as Hermes the Great and Great, The reduplicated form was sufficient for this attribute of the idealized priesthood, while the still more honorific title was reserved for Hermes as the personified wisdom. Or again, may it not have been politic to refrain from adjectives which would have dimmed the greatness of Ptolemy? The clue of Griffiths. So I wrote in November 1899, when the major part of this chapter was first published in the Theosophical Review. Shortly afterwards, however, I came across an entirely new clue. In his Stories of the High Priests of Memphis, the Sethan of Herodotus, and the Demotic Tales of Chamaus, Griffiths presents us with the translation of an exceedingly interesting demotic text found on the verso of 2 Greek documents, the contents of which prove them to be official land registers of the 7th year of Claudius, AD 46 to 47. There is also strong evidence for attributing the demotic text to some time within 30 years from that date. So much for the copy of the original, but what of its contents? As they belong to the most important cycle of folk tales of Egypt, it is to be assumed that their form and substance is old. In this papyrus we are told that on an occasion of great need, when the Pharaoh of Egypt was being overcome at a distance by the sorceries of the Ethiopian enchanters, he was saved, and the magic of the Black Ones sent back upon them by a certain Hor, son of Pa-Nish, most learned in the books. Before his great trial of strength with the Ethiopian spells, we read of this Hor that he entered the temple of Khnum. He made his offerings and his libations before Thoth, the 8 times great, the lord of Khnum, the great god. To this Griffiths appends the following note. Thoth, 8 times great. The remains of the signs indicate this reading. The title, which here appears for the first time in Egyptian literature, is the equivalent of thrice-greatest. A late epithet, first used about the date of this manuscript, is great, which we may represent algebraically by A. A common title of Thoth in late hieroglyphic is great and great on the Rosetta Stone, but probably represents greatest, and is therefore thrice-greatest. The famous epithet of Hermes, which has puzzled commentators, thus displays its mathematical formation. The equation would not fill the lacuna on the papyrus, nor would it give the obvious intended reference to the name of Thoth's city, the 8th, and the mythological interpretation of that name. The mythological interpretation of that name, namely Khnum, which Budge transliterates as Kemenu, Griffiths says is the 8th city, or the 8th in Upper Egypt going up the river. We are loath to deprive anyone of a so fair adaptation to environment in the evolution of purely physical interpretation, but we are afraid that our readers will have already learned for themselves that Kemenu was the city of the 8, the city of the Ogdoad, and will expect some less mundane explanation of the name. Not that we altogether object to Kemenu being the 8th city up the river, if that river is interpreted as the celestial Nile, on which the soul of the initiated sailed in the solar boat. Reitzenstein, then, is wrong in supposing that Griffiths connects the honorific title Trismegistus with the 8th Cynocephaly, who form the Paut of Thoth, but we may do so. The nature of this symbolic Ogdoad is most clearly seen in the inscription of Dur el-Bahari of the time of the 22nd dynasty, which Maspero has lately published. In it, the Osirified says to the Supreme, I am 1 who becomes 2, I am 2 who becomes 4, I am 4 who becomes 8, I am the 1 after that. So also in the first Hermes prayer quoted in a preceding chapter, addressed to Hermes as Agathodaimon, Thoth is he whom the 8 wardens guard. These 8, we may perhaps be permitted to speculate, were generated 2 from 1, greatest, 4 from 2, twice greatest, 8 from 4, thrice greatest. Such a combination would specially commend itself to men trained in Pythagorean mathematical symbols, as were doubtless many who took part in compiling the Egyptian Hellenistic theosophical literature. I therefore conclude that the honorific title, thrice greatest, can very well go back to early Ptolemaic times, and therefore, as far as I can see, the authenticity of Manetho's Sothis stands unimpugned as far as any arguments so far brought against it are concerned. I therefore regard the quotation of Synchilus as a most valuable piece of information in tracing the genesis of the Trismegistic literature. Whether or not any of our extant sermons can be placed among these earlier forms of this literature will be discussed later on. The earliest, Trismegistic literature. That, however, literature of a similar nature existed in early and middle Ptolemaic times, we have already seen from the material adduced at the beginning of this chapter. We may therefore fitly conclude it by pointing out that in later Ptolemaic times, and down to the 1st century AD, we find in the same literature specimens of cosmogenesis closely resembling the main elements of the world formation given in our Shepherd treatise. An excellent example is that of the fragmentary cosmogonical poem, the text of which Reutzenstein has printed in his Zwei Religionsgeschfragen, to which we have already referred. This poem Reutzenstein dates as belonging to the 1st century BC, though it may probably be earlier. It declares itself to be of the Hermes tradition, both in its statement about itself and also in the fact that it is Hermes, the beloved son of Zeus, who is the Logos creator of the cosmos, and also the progenitor of father of the prophet-poet who writes the vision. Philobiblius. But not only did the tradition of Egyptian Hermes dominate the Greek forms of cosmogony, which emanated from Alexandria and spread through the Hellenic world, but it also imposed itself upon the forms of cosmogony and the history writing of other nations. The most striking example of this is to be found in the Phoenician histories of Philobiblius, who lived in the second half of the 1st century AD. The fragments of this work are of great interest to our present enquiry, as they tend to show that both Egypt and Phoenicia, the two most sacred nations, derived their cosmogonical knowledge and mystery traditions from the same source, that source being traced to the most archaic books of Thoth. This is all, no doubt, an overwriting of Phoenician records in the light of Egyptian tradition. Philo, however, would have us regard his work as a Greek translation or paraphrase of a compilation made by an ancient and learned Phoenician priest, Sencuniathon, based immediately upon archaic Phoenician records by one who was also learned in the oral tradition of his own mysteries. The initial question as to whether Philo had a genuine Phoenician document before him or not need not occupy us here, save in the most superficial fashion, as we are at present interested in the Egyptian elements of his account solely, and not in disentangling the native Phoenician substratum. It must, however, in fairness be said that, though the Biblian prefaces his account with an introduction and intersperses it with occasional remarks, all this is transparently his own, and is clearly distinguishable from what have every appearance of being translated passages. Are his Phoenician histories a forgery? The general theory, however, since the time of Aureli, has been that Philo forged the whole of this cosmogony and history. On the contrary, it was made considerable use of by Porphyry in his criticism of Christianity, and Eusebius quotes the passages used by Porphyry. The whole work of Philo, moreover, is claimed to be recovered by Wagenfeld, who has elaborately defended its genuineness. There indeed seems no reason to accept the forgery hypothesis, which apparently rests on an even flimsier basis than the forgery theory of the Trismegistic writings. The work, on the contrary, considered as a specimen of Phoenician story, strongly influenced by Egyptian tradition, is a most interesting document for understanding the ancient Semitic mystery tradition as distinguished from Jewish adaptations of general Semitic legend. In other words, the distinction of Semitismus and Israelitismus. Porphyry was not only a Semite himself, but also a good critic, and not likely to base his arguments on a forgery. Nor would Philo have ventured to put forward a forgery when there were thousands of learned and fanatical Jews who would have been only too glad to expose it. Philo tells us that the Phoenician public traditions being chaotic, Sencuniathon, a man of great learning and a busy searcher after knowledge, who especially desired to know the first principles from which all things were derived, most carefully examined the books of Thoth, for he knew that Thoth was the first of all under the sun who discovered the use of letters and the writing of records. So he started from him, making him, as it were, his foundation. From him, the Logos, whom the Egyptians called Thoth, the Alexandrians, Thoth, but whom the Greeks have turned into Hermes. Sencuniathon and the books of Hermes. This evidently means that the source of Sencuniathon's information as to the mystic beginning of things was derived from the books of Thoth, and that this was so may be seen from the following passage. He supposes the beginning of all things to consist of a dark mist of a spiritual nature, or as it were a breath of a dark mist, and of a turbid chaos black as Erebus. that these were boundless, and for many an age remained without a bound. But when, he says, the spirit fell in love with his own principles, and they were interblended, that interweaving was called love, and this love was the origin of the creation of all things. But chaos did not know its own creation. From its embrace with spirit, Mot was born. From her, Mot, the great mother, it was that every seed of the creation came, the birth of all the cosmic bodies. First of all, there were great lives, devoid of sensation, and out of these came subsequently great lives possessed of intelligence. The latter were called Zophasimen, that is to say, overseers of the heavens. The latter were fashioned in the form of eggs, and shone forth as Mot, the sun and moon, the stars and the great planetary spheres. Now as the original nebula began to lighten, through its heat, mists and clouds of sea and earth were produced, and gigantic downpours and torrents of the waters in the firmaments. Even after they were separated, they were still carried from their proper places by the heat of the sun, and all the watery and earthy elements met together again in the nebula, one with the other, and dashed together, amid thunder and lightning, and over the crash of the thunderings the great rational lives before mentioned watched, while on the land and sea, male and female cowered at their echo, and were dismayed. After this, our author proceeds to say, "These things we found written in the cosmogony of Thoth, and in his commentaries, based on his researches and the evidences which his intelligence saw and discovered, and so enlightened us." There are many other points of interest in Philo's translation, but we need not elaborate them here. One point, however, must not be omitted, because of its importance with regard to the Hermes-Asclepius tradition, an important factor in the Trismegistic writings. "And Cronus, Ammon, going to the land of the south, gave the whole of Egypt to the god Thoth to be his kingdom. All these things were first recorded by the 7 sons of Siddiq, the Kabiri, and their 8th brother Asclepius, as it was commanded them by the god Thoth." Asclepius is here at once identified with the cult of the great gods, who were, according to the old Semitic tradition, the sons of King Siddiq, or Melchizedek. The whole subject of the very ancient mysteries of these great gods is one of immense interest, but we must not be tempted to follow this alluring bypath. Enough has been said to show that both Sanchuniathon and the writer of the Shepherd drew their accounts of cosmogony from the same sources, namely, the books of Thoth, or, in other words, the Egyptian mystery tradition. 6. An Egyptian prototype of the main features of the Poimander cosmogony. The higher criticism of the Poimander. One has only to read through the remains of the Trismegistic literature preserved to us to assure himself that the whole of it looked back to the Poimander instruction as the most primitive form of the tradition in the language of Greece. The extant form of our Poimander sermon is clearly not the most primitive form, but whatever that form was, it must have contained the cosmological part. Now, if we regard this cosmogenesis as a purely literary compilation, the task of the higher criticism will be to try to sift out the various elements in it, and if possible to trace them to their sources. But before making any attempt of this nature, it will be as well to consider the nature of the literary art of our document. It purports itself to be an apocalypse, or rather the record of an apocalyptic vision, and not a purely literary compilation from already existing literary sources. It declares itself to be the work of a seer and prophet, and not of a scribe or commentator. It claims to be an inspired document, a scripture, and not the work of a schoolman. Of this class of writing we have very many examples in other scriptures, and it will be as well to consider briefly the nature of such documents. In the original form of apocalypses, we do not, as a rule, find that prior formal literary material is used. That is to say, we do not find that previously existing written sources are incorporated. What we do find is that in almost every case, the seer uses the forms and terms of previously existing ideas to express what he sees. These forms and terms are found in already existing written and oral traditions, and the prophetical writer is compelled to use the thought language of his own mind and of that of his age to express himself. This, however, does not negate the possibility of his having seen a true vision, of his having been inspired. It is evident that whoever wrote the Poimander must have been saturated with the religious, mystical, philosophic, and scientific thought of his age, clothed in the forms of the thought language of his day, and it is also clear that whatever newness there may have been in him was owing to the nature of the touch of inspiration he had received. This striking of a new keynote, as it were, in his inner nature, enabled him to regroup and reconstruct the previous ideas he had imbibed from his studies. A prototype of its cosmogenesis. Now, as far as our cosmogenesis is concerned, it has not yet been found possible to trace the exact verbal forms of its elements to any precise literary sources, but it has been found possible to point to written sources which contain similar ideas, and not only so, but with regard to the main features of it, a distinct prototype has been found in Egypt itself. This discovery is due to Reitzenstein, and the prototype is to be found in an Egyptian inscription in the British Museum, which was first read correctly and interpreted by Dr. J.H. Breasted. Before using it, however, Reitzenstein got his colleague, Professor Spielberg, to go through it, and again when Maspero, in reviewing Breasted's work, had further confirmed the view of it which Reitzenstein had in his mind, Spielberg again revised certain points in the translation owing to Maspero's suggestions. The inscription itself is dated about the 8th century B.C., but it states that it is the reproduction of a then-old written text from the temple of Ptah at Memphis. The chief content has to do with the Osiris myth, but into this is inserted the distinctive Ptah doctrine. Ptah is supposed by some to have originally been simply the god of handicraft, seeing that he is equated by the Greek interpreters of god names with Hephaestus. He was, however, rather demiurgus, for in very early times he is found in the closest connection with the gods of heaven and gods of light, and is conceived as the dispenser of all life. In our text, Ptah is brought into the closest relations with the supreme deity, Atum. This God the Father emanates from himself 8 deities, the Ogdoad. Each one of these is Ptah with a distinctive epithet. To the fourth of them, Ptah the Great, a theological system is attached, which, though not entirely ignoring the former presentation, is but loosely interwoven with it. Before, however, Reitzenstein proceeds to deal with this, he gives Professor Spielberg's translation of a prayer to Ptah of the time of Ramses III, from the papyrus Harris, in order to make clearer the circle of ideas into which we shall be introduced. This prayer is as follows: A praise-giving to Ptah. Hail to thee, thou art great, thou art old, Tetenin, father of the gods, God ancient from the beginning, who fashioned men, who made the gods, who began with the creation as the first creator, who created for all who came after him, who made the heaven, as his heart he created it, who hanged it up, as God's shoe raised himself, who founded the earth of thine own power, who circled in the primal water of the great green, who created the invisible world which brings the dead bodies to rest, who let Ra come to make them glad, as Prince of eternity, Lord of eternity, Lord of life, who fills the lungs with air, who gives breath to every nostril, who vivifies all beings with his gifts. Length of life, fortune, and fate are subject unto him. They live by that which goeth forth out of his mouth, who made contentment for all the gods in his form of ancient primal water, Lord of eternity, to whom eternity is subject, breath of life for all beings. There are other hymns of an exactly similar nature in which other gods are praised, especially Thoth and Horus. And now to turn to our inscription and to that part of the text assigned to the fourth of the forms of manifestation, or aspects or persons of Ptah. Ptah Thoth, the Wise One. Ptah the Great is the heart and tongue of the god circle. 2 gods are they, the one as heart, the other as tongue, emanations of Atum. Exceeding great is Ptah. If he, then are there Kas in his heart and tongue of his. When Horus arose in him, Atum, as Ptah, and when Thoth arose in him as Ptah, The power of heart and tongue came into being through him. It is Atum who brings forth his being out of every body and out of every mouth of all the gods. All men, all quadrupeds, all creeping things live through his thinking and uttering whatsoever he will. His God circle is before him, his teeth and lips, vessels and hands. Atum is in his God circle, Atum is in his vessels, in his hands. The God circle is also teeth and lips in that mouth which hath uttered the name of everything, and out of which Shu and Tefnut have proceeded. Then the God circle organized the seeing of the eye, the hearing of the ear, the smelling of the nose, wherewith they made the desire of the heart to arise. And this heart it is which accomplishes every desire, but it is the tongue which repeats what the heart desires. He, Ptah, gives existence unto all gods, to Atum and his God circle, for every God word comes into existence through the desire of the heart and the command of the tongue. He makes the Ka. He makes all nourishment and all offerings with his word. He makes what is loved and what is hated. He gives life to the pious, death to the impious. He makes every fabric and every fabrication. The doing of the arms, the going of the feet, the movement of all limbs, is accomplished by the utterance of the word. Because of the desire of the heart, the word which comes from the tongue and effects the whole of all things, so arises the teaching. Atum has made the gods to become Ptah, Tattenin, so soon as the gods come into existence. All things proceed from him, sacrifice and food, as well as oblation and all fair things. He is Thoth, the wise, whose power is greater than that of the other gods. He, Thoth, had one himself with Ptah, after he had brought forth all things and all God words. After that he had fashioned the gods, had made the cities, settled the nomes, established the gods in their shrines. When he had ordained their sacrifices, founded their shrines, and had made statues of for their bodies, for their contentment. If the gods enter into their body, so is he, Ptah, in every wood, in every jewel, in every metal. All things thrive after him, if they, the gods, are there. To him all gods and their Kas make oblation, uniting and binding themselves together for him who is Lord of the two lands. With these words, the special theological system attached to the fourth person of Ptah is concluded, and the text returns to the Osiris myth. Egyptian Syncretism, 1000 BC. From this most interesting inscription, copied from an ancient written document, we learn in the first place that in Egypt already, a good 1,000 years before the date of our Poimander, we have what the critical mind would call a distinct specimen of syncretism, namely an attempt to combine three god myths or traditions into a single system. These, if we persist in taking a purely traditional view, are 1. The Hermopolitan myth of Thoth as the Logos Demiurge, who also in it frequently appears as an aspect of the Supreme. 2. The doctrine of the Ptah priests of Memphis, according to which Ptah as the primal deity creates himself and all gods and men and fashions the world. And 3. The Heliopolitan theology, in which Atum, as the first of an ennead of gods, unites his 8 fellow gods in himself and is the primal god and primal basis of all things. In all this, the scribe or prophet has employed very early conceptions. On the one hand, that the plurality of gods are but members of a one and only God, and on the other, that a sharply defined and in some respect special God is similar to another more general God in some particular attribute of his. Thus Atum is really the primal God, but the God circle, his body or pleroma, consists of 8 different forms of Ptah. Atum has emanated them. He is therefore he who himself creates himself, but equally so has Ptah created Atum and himself. The most important member of this universal Ptah being, or cosmic God, is Ptah the Great, who is heart and tongue, the former as Horus, the latter as Thoth. Thoth proceeds into manifestation as tongue or word to accomplish the cosmic purpose, but the word is only the thought which has proceeded, or in a certain fashion emanated out of the person. Thoth and Horus are inseparably united with Ptah. Reitzenstein thinks that the occasion for introducing the whole of this system into an exposition which otherwise deals with the Osiris myth was afforded by the parts played by Horus and Thoth in that myth, but it is evidently in itself a special system in which Thoth was one god, the Word by whom all things were made. All of this must be quite manifest to any careful reader, and therefore there is no reason for its further elaboration. But though we have recovered one specimen of this kind of syncretism only, it is not to be supposed that it was unusual. Indeed, it was a necessity in Egypt, where beyond all other lands the idea of a number of divinities united in one, each showing forth in separation some attribute dominantly, but in union, possessing simultaneously the attributes of all the others, was the only key possible to a state of affairs where a plurality of gods existed side by side with the doctrines of the one and the all. The doctrine of Poimander, compared with that of its prototype. Nevertheless, our inscription is not only of general use, but of special use for an elucidation of the main elements in the Poimander cosmogony. Any attempt to translate the ideas of the Atum-Ptah-Thoth combination into Greek could have resulted in no other nomenclature than God, demiurge or demiurgic mind, mind and word, as is the case in our treatise. This argument is all the stronger if we reflect that if Thoth, after the ordering of the cosmos, had one himself again with Ptah, then he must have completed this ordering which was emanated from Ptah. It is thus that the writer has brought to clear expression the conception that the Word is the proceeding thought of Ptah, and that both are inseparably united with one another. So too, we find in the Poimander that the Logos, after the completion of the cosmic ordering, returns to the demiurgic mind, and is at one with him. This similarity of fundamental conception cannot be due to chance, and we must therefore conclude that a doctrine essentially corresponding with the theology of our inscription is the main source of the Poimander cosmogony. This fairly establishes the main content of our cosmogony on an Egyptian ground. If to this we add the general Egyptian belief that a man's soul, after being purified in the after-death state, goes back to God, to live for the eternity as a god with the gods, then we have established the chief part of the Poimander treatise as the Hellenized doctrine of the Egyptian priests, the mystery tradition. With all of this agrees the thought that God as mind dwells in the pious, as we learn from the Hermes prayers. So also it is Ptah in our inscription who gives life to the pious and death to the impious. In very early accounts we find Ptah, the mind, is the imparter of the gnosis for the gods. That is, as a Greek would say, he was the inventor of philosophy, as indeed Diogenes Laertius tells us. The Egyptians declare that Hephaestus was the source of philosophy, the presidents of which are priests and prophets. Ptah, the mind, reveals himself to his own and gives them good counsel. Ptah hath spoken to thee, Suidas tells us, was a Greek-Egyptian saying, which is best elucidated by the stele of Intef, which tells us that the people say of the heart of Intef, it is an oracle of the God, which is in everybody. All of this and much more of a like nature make it indubitably clear that the fundamental conceptions of the Poimander are Egyptian, and that the theory of Neoplatonic forgery must be forever abandoned, so that even the dreams of Deveria are nearer the truth than the confident assertions of many a great name in scholarship. The Man Doctrine. But what, says Reitzenstein, is not Egyptian is the doctrine of the man, the heavenly man, the Son of God, who descends and becomes a slave of the fate sphere, the man who, though originally endowed with all power, descends into weakness and bondage, and has to win his own freedom and regain his original state. This doctrine seems to have been, in its origin, part and parcel of the Chaldean mystery tradition, but it was widely spread in Hellenistic circles, and had analogies in all the great mystery traditions, as we shall now proceed to see, and chiefly by the analysis of what has hitherto been regarded as one of the most chaotic and puzzling documents of Gnosticism. 7. The Myth of Man in the Mysteries. The Gnostic Tradition. But All-Father, Mind, being life and light, did bring forth man, co-equal to himself. So runs the opening paragraph of what we may call the soteriological part of the Poimander treatise of our Trismegistic literature. This man, or anthropos, is the spiritual prototype of humanity and of every individual man, and is a technical term found in a number of the early Christianized Gnostic systems. For instance, in a system, some outlines of which are preserved in the polemical Refutation of Irenaeus, and which the Bishop of Lyons seems to associate with an Ophite tradition, while Theodoret ascribes it to the Sethians, we are told that in the unutterable depth were two great lights, the first man, or Father, and his Son, the second man, and also the Holy Spirit, the first woman, or Mother of all living. In this tradition, moreover, the Son of the Mother, the chief formative power of the seven demiurgic potencies of the sensible cosmos, is called Yaldabaoth, the child of the egg, who boasts himself to be supreme, but his mother, Wisdom, reproves his pride, saying unto him, Lie not, Yaldabaoth, for above thee is the Father of all, first man, and man, son of man. The Philosophomena of Hippolytus. But the main source of our information on this anthropos tradition, in its Christianized Gnostic form, is to be found in Hippolytus's Philosophomena, or Refutation of All Heresies. In 1842, Menoid Minos, a learned Greek, sent on a literary mission by the French government, discovered in one of the monasteries on Mount Athos the only manuscript, generally ascribed to the 14th century, which we possess of this extremely valuable work. It was originally in 10 books, but unfortunately the first 3 and the beginning of the 4th are missing from our manuscript. The first book, however, was already known, though previously erroneously ascribed to Origen, and was accordingly prefixed to the text of the Editio Princeps of our work by Emmanuel Miller. The missing books, 2 and 3, dealt respectively with the doctrines and mysteries of the Egyptians and with those of the Chaldeans. Hippolytus, Procom, boasts that he has divulged all their mysteries, as well as the secrets of the Christian mystics, whom he stigmatizes as heretics, and to whom he devotes books 5 through 9. It is a curious fact that it is precisely those books wherein this divulging of the mysteries was attempted, which should be missing. Not only have they disappeared, but in the epitome at the beginning of Book 10, the summary of their contents is also omitted. This seems almost to point to a deliberate removal of just that information which would be of priceless value to us today, not only for the general history of the evolution of religious ideas, but also for filling in an important part of the background of the environment of infant Christianity. Why, then, were these books cut out? Were the subsequent Christian Orthodox deterred by religious scruples, or were they afraid to circulate this information? Hippolytus himself seems to have had no such hesitation. He is ever delightedly boasting that he is giving away to the multitude the most sacred secrets of others. It seems to have been his special métier to cry aloud on the housetops what had been whispered in their secret chambers. It was for him a delicious triumph over error to boast, I have your secret documents, and I am going to publish them. Why, then, should those who came after him hesitate? Surely they were like-minded with Hippolytus, and would have been as delighted as himself in humbling the pride of the hated mystery institutions in the dust. Can it possibly be that they saw far more clearly than he did that quite other deductions might be drawn from his startling revelations? The Nacenes. That far other deductions could be drawn from the mystery rites and mystery myths was at any rate the view of a tradition of early Jewish and Christian mystics, whom Hippolytus calls Nacenes. The claim of these Gnostics was practically that Christianity, or rather the good news of the Christ, was precisely the consummation of the inner doctrine of the mystery institutions of all the nations. The end of them all was the revelation of the mystery of man. It is further to be noticed that these Nacenes, who call themselves Gnostics, are the very first school of Christian heresy with which Hippolytus deals. He puts them in the forefront of his refutation as being, presumably in his opinion, the oldest, or at any rate, as representing the most ancient form of Christian heresy. Although the name Nacene is derived from the Hebrew Nahash, or serpent, Hippolytus does not call them Ophites. Indeed, he reserves the latter name to a body to which he also gives the name Cainites, and Nokete. Nakate again from Nakash, and considers them of not sufficient importance for further mention. These Nassenes possessed many secret books or apocrypha, that is, books kept back from general circulation, and also regarded as authoritative the following scriptures: the Gospel of Perfection, the Gospel of Eve, the Questions of Mary, Concerning the Offspring of Mary, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel according to Thomas, and the Gospel according to the Egyptians, all of which points somewhat to an Alexandrian or Egyptian circle. Analysis of Hippolytus's account of the Nicene document. One of their secret manuscripts had fallen into the hands of Hippolytus. It is in the Bishop of Portus's quotations from this document that Reitzenstein seeks to discover what he calls the Hellenistic myth of the god Anthropos. His theory is that, by eliminating the Christian citations and thoughts of the Nicene writer, we are face to face with a purely heathen document. The reproduction of their views, as given by Hippolytus, falls according to Reitzenstein into three divisions. 1. The first begins with the explanation of the name Nicene, and, after giving a few brief headings, ends with the statement that the writer of the manuscript said that they had their tradition from James, the brother of the Lord, who had delivered it to Mariamne. 3. The third begins with another explanation of the name. In both of these parts are found remains of hymns of some liturgical collection. 2. Between 1 and 2 lies a longer exposition in which Hippolytus tries to show that the Nicene doctrines are taken from the mysteries, culminating in the assertion that the Nicenes, as a matter of fact, were nothing else than sectaries of the mysteries of the Mother of the Gods, in proof of which he quotes at length from a secret document of their school. Our interest in these quotations, however, is very different from that of Hippolytus, for, as Reitzenstein has now shown, it is manifest on inspection that the Christian quotations and thoughts in this document violently disrupt its underlying continuity, and that they are for the most part easily removable without damage to the sense. With regard to the Old Testament quotations, it is not always so easy to disentangle them from the Hellenistic source, much less from the New Testament quotations. The phenomena, however, presented by them are of such a nature that, in my opinion, there is ample evidence before us that there was a Jewish working over of the matter before it came into the hands of the Christian overwriter. Reitzenstein, however, does not venture so far. Even then, if we were content with Reitzenstein's analysis only, it is quite clear that the quotations from the Old Testament formed no part of the original, and that we have, therefore, before us what was once a purely heathen text, with Gnostic Christian scholia, or rather overworked by a Christian Gnostic. The original pagan text had, accordingly, been cut up by the Nicene overwriter before it ever came into the hands of Hippolytus. Now, as the Christianized text must have been for some time in private circulation before it reached the library of the Bishop of Portus, even if we make no allowance for a Jewish Hellenistic stratum of overwriting, still seeing that Hippolytus's own view was that, in the Nicene manuscript, he had before him a basic document of those whom he regarded as the earliest Christian heretics, it is quite evident that if we were to place the date of the original Hellenistic source in the 1st century, we should not be doing violence even to the ecclesiastical tradition absurdity that Gnosticism first sullied the orthodox purity of the Church only in the reign of Trajan, but we will return to the question of date later on. As the whole matter is not only one of considerable interest for the student of our treatises, but also of the greatest importance for the student of the history of Gnosticism, I shall give a translation of Hippolytus's introductory and concluding sections, as well as of the intermediate section which specially concerns us, so that the reader may have a view of the whole medley as it comes to us from the hands of the heresy-hunting bishop. I shall, moreover, proceed a stage further in the analysis of the material of Hippolytus than Reitzenstein has done, and hope, when the evidence has been laid before the reader, to win his assent to what appears to me to be the natural sifting out of the various elements, with resultant phenomena which are of the greatest importance for the history of Gnosticism, and therefore of the evolution of Christian dogmatics, and which lead to conclusions that are far too serious to be treated in the short space of a single chapter of our present essay. In the following analysis, H stands for Hippolytus, C for the Christian Gnostic final overwriter, the Nicene whose manuscript lay before H, J for the Nicene Jewish mystic who preceded C and overworked the original, S for the original heathen Hellenistic source. As H and C are of secondary importance for our immediate enquiry, though of themselves of the greatest value and interest, I shall print them in smaller type. J I shall print in the same type as S, as nearer in contact with S than C, and as being sometimes more difficult to detach from S than from C. The reader, to have the text of Hippolytus before him, must neglect all the critical indications and read straight on. With these brief preliminary indications, we will then present the reader with a translation of the first section, or introductory part of Hippolytus's exposure or exposition of the Nicene doctrines, begging him to remember throughout that it is a portrait painted by the hand of one of their bitterest foes. Hippolytus's Introduction. H. The priests and chiefs of this doctrine were first of all those who were called Nasini, so named in Hebrew, in which serpent is called Naas. But subsequently they called themselves Gnostics, pretending that they alone knew the depths. From these many separated themselves and so turned the school, which was originally a single one, into numerous sects, setting forth the same ideas in various doctrinal forms, as our argument will show as it advances. These Nacenes honor as the Logos, or reason, of all universals, man, and son of man. This man is male-female, and is called by them Adamus, and they have many intricate hymns in his honor. These hymns, to dispose of them briefly, run somewhat as follows. From thee is Father, and through thee Mother, the two immortal names, parents of aeons, O thou who hast the heaven for thy city, O man of mighty names. And they divide him into three, like Geryones, for they say he has a mental, psychic, and choic aspect, and they think that the gnosis of this man is the beginning of the possibility of knowing God, saying, the beginning of perfection is the gnosis of man, but the gnosis of God is perfected perfection. All these, he says, mental, psychic, and earthy, descended together into one man, Jesus, born of Mary. And these three men, he says, spake each from their own special essences to their own special folk. For of the universal principles there are three kinds or races, the angelic, psychic, and earthy, and three churches, angelic, psychic, and earthy, named the elect, called, and bound. These are the chief heads from a very large number of doctrines, which, he says, James, the brother of the Lord, handed on to Mariamne. But in order that we may put an end to the lying accounts of these impious heretics concerning Mariamne and James and the Savior himself, let us come to the initiations from which they get this myth, if you like to call it so, to the non-Grecian and Grecian initiations, and let us see how, by combining together the secret mysteries of all the Gentiles, which must not be spoken of, and by telling lies about the Christ, they take in those who do not know that these things are the orgies of the Gentiles. Now, since the foundation of their system is man, Adamus, and they say it has been written of him, who shall declare his generation? Learn how they have taken the undiscoverable and contradictory generation of man and plastered it on the Christ. The material for the recovery of the original Hellenistic document. 1. Earth, say the Greeks, first brought forth man, bearing a fair gift, desiring to be mother not of plants without feeling, nor of brutes without reason, but of a tamed, God-loving life. Difficult is it to discover whether it was among the Boeotians that Alalcomenius rose from the Cephisian lake as first of men, or whether it was the Idaean Curetes, race divine, or the Phrygian Corybantes, whom Helios saw first sprouting forth tree-like, or whether Arcadia brought forth Pelasgos first, older than the moon, or Eleusius Dialus, dweller in Raria, or Limnos Cabiros, fair child of ineffable orgies, or whether Paulini Phlegraean, Alcyonius, eldest of giants. The Libyans say that Garamas, rising from parched plains, first picked sweet date of Zeus, while Nilos, making fat the mud of Egypt to this day, breeds living things, and renders from damp heat things clothed in flesh. The Assyrians say it was with them Oannes, the fish-eater, while the Chaldeans say that it was Adam. And this Adam, they, the Chaldeans, say, was the man that earth produced, a body only, and that he lay breathless, motionless, immovable, like a statue being an image of that man above, of whom they sing and brought into existence by the many powers, concerning which there is much detailed teaching. In order, then, that the great man from above, from whom, as is said, every fatherhood has its name on earth or in the heavens, might be completely brought low, there was given unto him soul also, in order that through the soul the enclosed plasm of the great, most fair, and perfect man might suffer and be chastened. For thus they call him. They seek to discover then further what is the soul, and whence and of what nature, that by entering into man and moving him, it should enslave and chasten the plasm of the perfect man. But they seek this also not from the Scriptures, but from the mysteries. And they say that soul is very difficult to discover and hard to understand, for it never remains of the same appearance or form, or in the same state, so that one can describe it by a general type, or comprehend it by an essential quality. These variegated metamorphoses they have laid down in the Gospel, superscribed according to the Egyptians. They are accordingly in doubt, like all the rest of the Gentiles, whether it, the soul, is from the pre-existing one, or from the self-begotten, or from the streaming chaos. And first of all, in considering the triple division of man, they fly for help to the initiations of the Assyrians, for the Assyrians were the first to consider the soul triple and yet one. Now every nature yearns after soul, one in one way and another in another. For soul is cause of all in Genesis. All things that are sustained and grow need soul. Indeed, no sustenance or growth is possible without the presence of soul. Now even stones are ensouled, for they have the power of increase or growth, and growth could not take place without sustenance, for it is by addition that things which increase grow, and addition is the sustenance of that which is sustained. Now the Assyrians call this mystery Adonis or Endymion, and whether it is called Adonis, it is Aphrodite, who is in love with and desires soul, so called. And Aphrodite is Genesis according to them. But when Persephone, that is, Kore, is in love with Adonis, soul becomes subject to death, separated from Aphrodite, that is, from Genesis. But if Selene is impassioned to Endymion, and is in love with formal beauty, it is the nature of the higher spaces which desire soul. But if the mother of the gods emasculate Attis, she too regarding him as the object of her love, it is the blessed nature above of the supercosmic and aeonian spaces which calls back the masculine power of soul to herself. For man, he says, is male-female. According, then, to this theory of theirs, the intercourse between man and woman is exhibited as most mischievous and is forbidden according to their teaching. For Attis is emasculated. That is, soul is separated from the earthy parts of the creation, tending downwards, and ascends in quest of the aeonian essence above, where is neither male nor female, but a new creature, a new man, who is male-female. What they call above, I will explain when I come to the proper place, and they say that this theory is supported not simply by the myth of Rhea, but also, to put it briefly, by universal creation. Nay, they make out that this is even what was said by the Word, or Logos. For the invisible things of Him, God, namely His eternal power and Godhead, are clearly seen from the creation of the world, being understood by His things that are made, so that they, men, are without excuse. Because that, though knowing God, they glorified Him not as God, nor did they give Him thanks, but their non-understanding heart was made foolish. Professing themselves to be wise, they convicted themselves of folly and changed the glory of the incorruptible God into the likeness of an image of corruptible man, and of birds, and of four-footed beasts, and creeping things. Wherefore also God gave them up to passions of dishonor. For both their females did change their natural use to that which is against nature, and what the natural use is, according to them, we will say later on. And likewise also their males, leaving the natural use of the female, burned in their lust for one another, males with males, working unseemliness. And unseemliness, according to them, is the first and blessed formless essence, the cause of all forms, for things enformed, and receiving in themselves the recompense of their error which was meet. For in these words, which Paul spake, is contained, they say, the whole of their hidden and ineffable mystery of the blessed bliss. For what is promised by the rite of the bath is nothing else, according to them, than the introduction into unfading bliss of him, who, according to them, is washed with living water, and anointed with the chrism that no tongue can declare. And they say that not only the mysteries of the Assyrians and the Phrygians substantiate this teaching, logos, concerning the blessed nature, which is at once hidden and manifest, but also those of the Egyptians. The nature which is the kingdom of the heavens sought for within man, concerning which nature they hand on a distinct tradition in the gospel entitled, according to Thomas, saying as follows, He who seeketh shall find me in children from the age of 7 years, for in them at the 14th year I, hidden, am made manifest. But this is not Christ's saying, but that of Hippocrates. A boy of 7 years is half a father. Hence, as they place the original nature of the universals in the original seed, having learned the Hippocratian dictum that a child of 7 is half a father, they say at 14 years, according to Thomas, it is manifested. This is their ineffable and mysterious logos. At any rate, they say that the Egyptians, who are the most ancient of men after the Phrygians, who at the same time were confessedly the first to communicate to mankind the mystery rites and orgies of all the gods, and to declare their forms and energies, have the mysteries of Isis, holy, venerable, and not to be disclosed to the uninitiated. And these are nothing else than the robbing of the member of Osiris, and its being sought for by the 7-robed and black-mantled goddess. And they, the Egyptians, say, Osiris is water, and 7-robed nature, having round her, nay, robing herself in 7 etheric vestures, for thus they allegorically designate the planet stars, calling their spheres etheric vestures, being metamorphosed, as ever-changing Genesis, by the ineffable and uncopiable and incomprehensible and formless, is shown forth as creation. And this is what is said in the Scripture, 7 times the just shall fall and rise again. For these fallings are the changes of the stars, set in motion by the mover of all things. Accordingly, they declare concerning the essence of the seed, which is the cause of all things in Genesis, that it is none of these things, but that it begets and makes all generated things, saying, I become what I will, and am what I am. Therefore that which moves all is unmoved, for it remains what it is, making all things, and becomes no one of the things produced. He says that this is the only good, and concerning this was spoken what was said by the Savior. Why callest thou me good? One is good, my Father in the heavens, who maketh his sun to rise on righteous and unrighteous, and sendeth rain on saints and sinners. And who are the saints on whom he sendeth rain, and the sinners on whom he also sendeth rain? This also he tells subsequently with the rest. And this is the great, hidden, and unknown mystery of the Egyptians, hidden and yet revealed. For there is no temple before the entrance of which the hidden mystery does not stand naked, pointing from below above, and crowned with all its fruits of generation. And it stands so symbolized not only in the most sacred temples before the statues, but also set up for general knowledge, as it were, a light not under the bushel, but set on the candlestick, a preaching heralded forth on the housetops, on all the roads and in all the streets, and alongside the very houses as a boundary and limit of the dwelling, that this is the God spoken of by all, for they call him bringer of good, not knowing what they say. And this mystery symbol of the Greeks got from the Egyptians, and have it even to this day. At any rate, he says, we see the Hermes honored by them in this form, and the Selenians, treating this symbol with special honor, regard it as the Logos. For Hermes is the Logos, who, as being the interpreter and fabricator of all things that have been, and are, and shall be, was honored by them under the symbolism of this figure, namely, an ithyphalus, and that this Hermes so symbolized, is conductor and reconductor of souls, and cause of souls, has not escaped the notice of the poets of the Gentiles when saying, But Selenian Hermes summoned forth the souls of men mindful. not the suitors of Penelope, hapless wits, but of those who are roused from sleep and have their memory restored to them. From what honor and how great degree of blessedness, that is, from the blessed man above, or original man, or Adamus, as they think, they have been thus brought down into the plasm of clay, in order that they may be enslaved to the demiurge of this creation, Isaldios, a fiery god, fourth in number, for thus they call the demiurge and father of this special cosmos. And he holds a rod in his hands, beautiful, golden, and with it he spellbinds the eyes of men, whomsoever he would, and wakes them again too from sleep. This is he who alone hath the power of life and death. Concerning him it is written, Thou shalt shepherd them with a rod of iron. But the poet, wishing to embellish the incomprehensibility of the blessed nature of the Logos, bestowed upon him a golden instead of an iron rod. He spellbinds the eyes of the dead, and wakes them again too from sleep, those who are waked from sleep and become mindful. Concerning them the Scripture saith, Awake thou that sleepest, and rise, and Christ will give thee light. This is the Christ, the Son of Man, expressed in all who are born from the Logos, whom no expression can express. This is the great ineffable mystery of the Eleusinia, Hai Kai, and that all things have been put under him. This too has been said, Into all the earth hath gone forth their sound. And Hermes leads them, moving his rod, and they follow, squeaking, the souls in a cluster, as the poet who hath shown in the following image. But as when bats into some awesome cave's recess fly squeaking, should one from out the cluster fall down from the rock, they cling to one another. The rock means Adamus. This is the cornerstone that hath become the head of the corner, for in the head is the expressive brain of the essence, from which brain every fatherhood has its expression, which I insert the foundation of Zion. By this he means, allegorically, the plasm of man, for the Adamus who is inserted is the inner man, and the foundations of Zion are the teeth, the fence of the teeth, as Homer says, the wall and palisade, in which is the inner man, fallen into it from the primal man, the Adamus above, the stone cut without hands, cutting it, and brought down into the plasm of forgetfulness, the earthy, clayey plasm. And they followed him squeaking, the souls, the Logos. Thus they went squeaking together, and he led them on, Hermes, the guileless, down the dark ways. That is, he led them into the eternal lands free from all guile, for where went they? They passed the streams of ocean, and by the white rock, by the gates of the sun, and the people of dreams. For he is ocean, birth-causing of gods and birth-causing of men, flowing and ebbing forever, now up and now down. When ocean flows down, it is the birth-causing of men, and when it flows up, towards the wall and palisade, and the white rock, it is the birth-causing of gods. This is what is written. I have said ye are gods, and all sons of the highest, if ye hasten to flee from Egypt, and get you beyond the Red Sea into the desert, that is, from the intercourse below to the Jerusalem above, who is the mother of the living. But if ye turn back again into Egypt, that is, to the intercourse below, ye shall die like men. For all the generation below is subject to death, but the birth begotten above is superior to death. For from water alone, that is, spirit, is begotten the spiritual man, not the fleshly. The lower man is fleshly. That is what is written. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the spirit is spirit. This is their spiritual birth. This is the great Jordan, which, flowing downwards and preventing the sons of Israel from going forth out of Egypt, or from the intercourse below, for Egypt is the body according to them, was turned back by Jesus and made to flow upwards. Following after these and such like follies, these most wonderful Gnostics, discoverers of a new grammatical art, imagine that their prophet Homer showed forth these things arcanely, and, introducing those who are not initiated into the sacred scriptures into such notions, they make a mock of them. And they say that he who says that all things are from one is an error, but he who says they are from three is right, and will furnish proof of the first principles of things. For one is the blessed nature of the blessed man above, Adamus, and one is the nature below, which is subject to death, and one is the race without a king, which is born above, Where is Miriam, the sought-for, and Jothor, the great sage, and Sephora, the seeing, and Moses, whose begetting is not in Egypt, for sons were born to him in Medium. And this also did not escape the notice of the poets. All things were threefold divided, and each received his share of honor. For the greatnesses needs must be spoken, but so spoken by all everywhere, that hearing they may not hear, and seeing they may not see. For unless the greatnesses were spoken, the cosmos would not be able to hold together. These are the three more than mighty words, logoi, kolokao, solisao, zisar. Kolokao, the logos above, Adamus, solisao, the logos below, zisar, the Jordan flowing upward. He is the male-female man in all, whom the ignorant call three-bodied Geryonis, earth-flower, as though flowing from the earth, while the Greek theologi generally call him the heavenly horn of men, because he has mixed and mingled all things with all. For all things were made through him, and without him no one thing was made that was made. In him is life. This is life, the ineffable race of perfect men, which was unknown to former generations, and the nothing which hath been made without him is the special cosmos, for the latter hath been made without him by the third and fourth ruler. This is the drinking vessel, the cup in which the king drinketh and divineth. This was found hidden in the fair seed of Benjamin. The Greeks also spake of it, with inspired tongue, as follows: Bring water, bring me wine, boy. Give me to drink, and sink me in slumber. My cup tells me of what race I must be born, speaking with silence unspeaking. This would be sufficient alone if men would understand, the cup of Anacreon, speaking forth speechlessly the ineffable mystery. For Anacreon's cup is speechless, inasmuch as it tells him, says Anacreon, with speechless sound of what race he must be born, that is, spiritual, not carnal, if he hear the hidden mystery in silence. And this is the water at those fair nuptials which Jesus turned and made wine. This is the great and true beginning of the signs which Jesus wrought in Cana of Galilee, and made manifest his kingship or kingdom of the heavens. This is the kingship or kingdom of the heavens within us, stored up as a treasure, as leaven hid in 3 measures of flour. This is the great ineffable mystery of the Samothracians, which it is lawful for the perfect alone to know, that is, for us. For the Samothracians, in the mysteries which are solemnized among them, explicitly hand on the tradition that this Adam is the man original. Moreover, in the initiation temple of the Samothracians stand 2 statues of naked men, both with hands raised to heaven and ithyphallic, like the statue of Hermes and Selene. The statues aforesaid are images of the man original, and also of the regenerated spiritual man, in all things of like substance with that man. This is what was spoken by the Savior. If ye do not drink my blood and eat my flesh, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of the heavens. But even if ye drink the cup which I drink, where I go, there ye cannot come. For he knew of which nature each of his disciples is, and that it needs must be that each of them should go to his own nature. For from the 12 tribes he chose 12 disciples, and through them he spake to every tribe. On this account all have not heard the preachings of the 12 disciples, and even if they hear, they cannot receive them, for the preachings which are not according to their nature are contrary to it. This man the Thracians who dwell around Hamos call Corpus, and the Phrygians in like manner with the Thracians, for taking the source of his descent from the head above, and from the expressive brain, and passing through all the sources of all things beneath. How and in what manner he descends, we do not understand. This is what was spoken. His voice we heard, but his form we have not seen. For the voice of him, when he hath been delegated and expressed, is heard, but the form that descended from above, from the inexpressible man, what it is no one knows. It is in the earthy plasm, but no one has knowledge of it. This man is he who inhabiteth the flood, according to the Psalter, who cries and calls from many waters. The many waters are the manifold genesis of men subject to death, from which he shouts and calls the inexpressible man, saying, Save my, thy alone begotten from the lions. To this man it hath been spoken. Thou art my son, O Israel, fear not. Shouldest thou pass through rivers, they shall not engulf thee. Shouldest thou pass through fire, it shall not consume thee. By rivers he means the moist essence of Genesis, and by fire the impulse and desire towards Genesis. And thou art mine, fear not. And again he says, if a mother forget her child so as not to take pity on them or give them suck, then I too will forget you, saith Adamas to his own men. Nay, even if a woman shall forget them, I will not forget you. Upon my hands have I graven you. And concerning his ascent, that is, his regeneration in order that he may be born spiritual, not fleshly, the Scripture saith, Lift up the gates, ye who are rulers of you, and be ye lift up ye everlasting gates, and the King of glory shall come in. This is a wonder of wonders. For who is this King of glory? A worm, and no man, the scorn of men, and the contempt of the people. He is the King of glory, the mighty in war. By war he means the war in the body, for the plasm is compounded of warring elements, as it is written, Remember the war that is warred in the body. This is the entrance, and this is the gate which Jacob saw when he journeyed into Mesopotamia, which is the passing from childhood to puberty and manhood. That is what is made known to him who journeyed into Mesopotamia. And Mesopotamia is the stream of the great ocean flowing from the middle of the perfect man. And he marveled at the heavenly gate, saying, How terrible is this place! This is naught else than the house of God. Yea, this is the gate of heaven. On this account Jesus saith, I am the true door. And he who says these things, the one from the inexpressible man expressed from above, as the perfect man. The not perfect man, therefore, cannot be saved unless he be regenerated passing through this gate. This same man the Phrygians call also Papa, for he calmed all things which, prior to his own manifestation, were in disorderly and inharmonious movement. For the name Papa is the sound of all things together in heaven and on earth and beneath the earth, saying, Calm, calm, the discord of the cosmos. And make peace for them that are far, that is, the material and earthy, and peace for them that are near, that is, the spiritual and knowing and perfect men. The Phrygians call him also dead, when buried in the body as though in a tomb or sepulchre. This is what is said, Ye are whited sepulchres, filled within with bones of the dead, for man, the living one, is not in you. And again he says, The dead shall leap forth from their graves, that is, from their earthly bodies, regenerated spiritual, not fleshly. This is the resurrection which takes place through the gate of the heavens, through which all those who do not pass remain dead. The same Phrygians again call this very same man, after transformation, God, or a God. For he becomes God when, rising from the dead through such a gate, he shall pass into heaven. This is the gate which Paul the apostle knew, setting it ajar in a mystery, and saying that he was caught up by an angel and came to the second, nay, the third heaven, into paradise itself, and saw what he saw, and heard ineffable words, which it is not lawful for man to utter. These are the mysteries, ineffable, yet spoken of by all, which also we speak, yet not in words taught of human wisdom, but in words taught of spirit, comparing things spiritual with spiritual things. But the psychic man receiveth not the things of God's Spirit, for they are foolish unto him. And these are the ineffable mysteries of the Spirit which we alone know. Concerning these, the Savior said, No one is able to come to me unless my heavenly Father draw him. For it is exceedingly difficult to receive and accept this great ineffable mystery. And again, the Savior said, Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of the heavens, but he who doeth the will of my Father, who is in the heavens, which will they must do, and not here only, to enter into the kingdom of the heavens. And again he said, The tax-gatherers and harlots go before you into the kingdom of the heavens. For by tax-gatherers are meant those who receive the consummations of the universal principles, and we are the tax-gatherers upon whom the consummations of the aeons have come. For the consummations are the seeds disseminated into the cosmos from the inexpressible man, by means of which the whole cosmos is consummated. for by means of these also it began to be. And this is what is said. The sower went forth to sow, and some seeds fell by the wayside, and were trodden under foot, and others on stony places, and they sprang up, but because they had no depth, they withered and died. Others fell on the fair and good ground, and brought forth fruit, one 100, another 60, and another 30. He who hath ears to hear, let him hear. That is, no one has been a hearer of these mysteries, save only the Gnostic, perfect man. This is the fair and good ground of which Moses saith, I will bring you into a fair and good land, into a land flowing with milk and honey. This is the honey and milk, by tasting which the perfect men become free from all rule, and share in the fullness. This is the fullness whereby all things that are generated both are and are fulfilled from the ingenerable man. This same man is called by the Phrygians unfruitful, for he is unfruitful as long as he is fleshly, and works the work of the flesh. This is what is said. Every tree that beareth not good fruit is cut down and cast into the fire. For these fruits are the logic, giving men only who pass through the third gate. At any rate, they say, if ye have eaten dead things and made living ones, what will ye make if ye eat living things? And by living things they mean logoi and minds of men, the pearls of that inexpressible man cast into the plasm below. This is what he saith. Cast not the holy thing to the dogs, nor the pearls to the swine. For they say that the work of swine is the intercourse of man with woman. This same man the Phrygians also call Aeopolis, not because he feeds she-goats and he-goats, as the psychics interpret the name, but because he is Aeopolis, that is always turning, Aeopolon, revolving and driving round the whole cosmos in its revolution, for polein is to turn and change things. Hence all call the two centers of heaven poles, and the poet also, when he says, Hither there comes and there goes, Poletii, old man of the sea, whose words are ever true, Egypt's undying Proteus. By Poletai, he does not mean he is put on sale, but he turns about or comes and goes there, as though it were he spins and goes round. And the cities in which we live, in that we turn about and circulate in them, are called Poleis. Thus the Phrygians call Apollos this man who turns all things at all times always, and changes them into things kin. The Phrygians, moreover, call him fruitful. For many more are the children of the desolate woman than of her who hath her husband. That is, the regenerated, deathless, and ever-continuing children are many, although few are they thus generated, but the fleshly all perish, though many are they thus generated. For this cause Rachel bewailed her children, and would not be comforted weeping over them, for she knew that they are not. And Jeremiah also laments the Jerusalem below, not the city in Phoenicia, but the generation below, which is subject to destruction. For Jeremiah also knew the perfect man, regenerated from water and spirit, not fleshly. At any rate, the same Jeremiah said, He is man, and who shall know him? Thus the knowledge of the perfect man is deep and hard to comprehend, for the beginning of perfection is gnosis of man, but gnosis of God is perfect perfection. And the Phrygians call him also plucked green wheat ear, and after the Phrygians and Athenians so designate him, when in the secret rites at Eleusis they show those who receive in silence the final initiation there into the great, and marvelous and most perfect, epoptic mystery, a plucked wheat ear. And this wheat ear is also with the Athenians the light giver, perfect and mighty from the inexpressible, as the Hierophant himself, not emasculated like Theatus, but made eunuch with hemlock juice, and divorced from all fleshly generation, in the night at Eleusis, solemnizing the great ineffable mysteries, when the bright light streams forth, shouts and cries aloud, saying, Our Lady hath brought forth a holy Son. Brimo hath given birth to Brimos, that is, the strong to the strong. And Our Lady is the Genesis, the spiritual, heavenly Genesis, above. And the strong is he who is thus generated, for it is the mystery called Eleusis and Anactorion. Eleusis, because we, the spiritual, come from above, streaming down from Adamus, for Eleus estai, is to come, and anaktorion, from anag estai, leading back, that is, from returning, above. This return is that of which those who are initiated into the great mysteries of the Eleusania speak, and the law is that after they have been initiated into the little mysteries, they should be further initiated into the great. For greater deaths do greater lots obtain. The little are the mysteries of Persephone below, concerning which mysteries and the way leading there, and being broad and wide, taking men to Persephone, the poet also speaks. Beneath this there is another path, death-cold, hollow, and clayey. But this is best to lead to grove delightsome of far-honored Aphrodite. These are the little mysteries, those of the fleshly generation, and after men have been initiated into them, they should cease for a little, and become initiated in the great heavenly mysteries. For they to whom the deaths in them are appointed receive greater lots. For this mystery is the gate of heaven, and this is the house of God, where the good God dwells alone, into which house no impure man shall come, no psychic, no fleshly man, but it is kept under watch for the spiritual alone, where when they come, they must cast away their garments, and all become bridegrooms, obtaining their true manhood through the virginal spirit. For this is the virgin big with child, conceiving and bearing a son, not psychic, not fleshly, but a blessed aeon of aeons. Concerning these mysteries, the Savior hath explicitly said that, narrow and strait is the way that leadeth to life, and few are they who enter it. But broad and wide is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many are they who journey thereby. Moreover, also, the Phrygians say that the father of holes is amygdalos, no ordinary tree, but that he is that amygdalos, the pre-existing, who, having in himself the perfect fruit, as it were, throbbing and moving in his depth, he tore asunder his womb, and gave birth to his own son, the invisible, unnameable, and ineffable one, of whom we tell. For amaxai is, as it were, to break and cut open, just as in the case of inflamed bodies and those who have some internal tumor. Then physicians lance them, they speak of amycus. Thus the Phrygians call him amygdalos, from whom proceeded and was born the invisible, through whom all things were made, and without whom nothing was made. The Phrygians also say that that which is generated from him is Syrictes, for that which is generated is spirit in harmony, for God is spirit. Wherefore he says, neither in this mountain do the true worshippers worship, nor in Jerusalem, but in spirit. For the worship of the perfect men is spiritual, not fleshly, and spirit is there where both Father and Son are named, generated there from him and the Father. He is the many-named, myriad-eyed, incomprehensible, whom every nature desires, some one way, some another. This is the word of God, which is the word of announcement of the great power, wherefore it shall be sealed, and hidden and concealed, stored in the habitation, where the root of the universals has its foundation. Of aeons, powers, intelligences, gods, angels, spirits delegate, existing non-existences, generated, ingenerables, comprehensible, incomprehensibles, years, months, days, hours, of the boundless point from which the most minute begins to increase by parts. For the point which is nothing and is composed of nothing, though partless, will become by means of its own thought a greatness beyond our own comprehension. This point is the kingdom of the heavens, the grain of mustard seed, the partless point, the first existing for the body, which no one knows save these spiritual men alone. This is what is said. They are neither words nor languages, thereby their sounds are heard. These things, then, which are said and done by all men, they thus interpret offhand to their peculiar theory, pretending that they are all done with a spiritual meaning. For which cause they also say that the performers in the theaters, they too neither say nor do anything without design. For example, when the people assemble in the theaters, and a man comes on the stage, clad in a robe different from all others, with lute in hand on which he plays, and thus chants the great mysteries, not knowing what he says. Whether blessed child of Kronos, or of Zeus, or of great Rhea, hail, Attis, thou mournful song of Rhea. Assyrians call thee thrice-longed-for Adonis, all Egypt calls thee Osiris. The wisdom of Hellas names thee men's heavenly horn. the Samothracians call the August Adama, the Haemonians Corybas, the Phrygians name the Papa sometimes, at times again dead, or God, or unfruitful, or Apolos, or green-reaped wheat-ear, or the fruitful that Amygdalos brought forth, man, piper, Attis. He says that this is the Attis of many forms, of whom they sing as follows: Of Attis will I sing, of Rhea's beloved, not with the boomings of bells, nor with the deep-toned pipe of Idaean Curetes, but I will blend my song with Phoebus's music of the lyre. Evoi, Ivan, for thou art Pan, thou Bacchus art, and shepherd of bright stars. Hippolytus's conclusion. For these and such like reasons, these Nascenes frequent what are called the mysteries of the Great Mother, believing that they obtain the clearest view of the universal mystery from the things done in them. For they have nothing beyond the mysteries therein enacted, except that they are not emasculated. Their sole accomplishment, however, is the business of the eunuch, for they mostly severely and vigilantly enjoin to abstain, as though emasculated, from intercourse with women, and the rest of their business, as we have stated at length, they carry out just like the eunuchs. And they honor nothing else but Nas, being called Nasini, and Nas is the serpent, from whom all those things called Naus under heaven, from Nas. To that Nas alone every shrine and every rite of initiation and every mystery is dedicated, and in general no initiation can be found under heaven in which a Naos does not play a part, and also the Nas in it, from which it has got the name of Naos. Moreover, they say that the serpent is the moist essence, just as did also Thales the Milesian, and naught at all of existing things, immortal or mortal, animate or inanimate, can hold together without him. And they say all things are subject to him, and he is good, and has all things in him, as in the horn of the one-horned bull, so that he distributes beauty and bloom to all that exist according to each one's nature and peculiarity, as though permeating all, just as the river proceeding forth out of Eden, and dividing itself into 4 sources. And they say that Eden is his brain, as though it were bound and constricted in its surrounding vestures like heavens, while paradise they consider to be the man, as far as his head only. This river, then, coming forth out of Eden, that is, from his brain, is divided into 4 streams, and the name of the first river is called Phaeson, that is, that which encircles all the land of Evelet, where there is the gold, and the gold of that land is fair. There too is the ruby and the green stone. This is his eye, by its dignity and colors bearing witness to what is said. The name of the second river is Geon, that is, that which encircles all the land of Ethiopia. This is his organ of hearing, for it is labyrinth-like, and the name of the third is Tigris. This is that which flows the opposite way to the Assyrians. This is his organ of smell, for the current of it is very rapid, and it flows the opposite way to the Assyrians, because after the breath is breathed out, on breathing in again, the breath that is drawn in from without, from the air, comes in more rapidly and with greater force. For this is the nature of respiration. And the fourth river is Euphrates. This is the mouth through which, by the utterance of prayer and entrance of food, the spiritual perfect man is rejoiced and nourished and expressed. This river is the water above the firmament, concerning which the Saviour hath said, If thou hadst known who it is who asketh, thou wouldst have asked from him in return, and he would have given thee to drink of living water bubbling forth. To this water every nature comes, each selecting his own essence, and from this water there comes to each nature what is proper to it, more surely than iron to magnet and gold to the bone of the sea-hawk, and chaff to amber. And if any man is blind from birth, and hath not seen the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world, let him see again through us, and let him see, as it were through paradise, planted with trees and all kinds of seeds, the water flowing amid all the trees and seeds, and then shall he see from that one and the same water the olive selects and draws oil, and the vine wine, and each of the rest of the trees according to its kind. But that man is of no honor in the world, though of great honor in heaven, betrayed by those who know not to those who know him not, being accounted as a drop from a cask. but we are the spiritual men who choose for ourselves, from the living water, the Euphrates, that flows through the midst of Babylon, what is proper to each of us journeying through the true gate, which is Jesus the Blessed. And of all men we alone are Christians, accomplishing the mystery at the third gate, and being anointed with the ineffable chrism from that horn, like David was, not from the flask of clay like Saul, who was fellow citizen with an evil daemon of fleshly desire. These things, then, we have set down as a few out of many, for innumerable are the attempts of their folly, silly and crazy. But since we have, to the best of our ability, exposed their unknowable gnosis, it seems best to set down the following also. This is a psalm which they have improvised, by means of which they fancy they thus sing the praises of all the mysteries of their error. First was their mind the generative law of all. Second, to the firstborn was liquid chaos. Third, soul, through toil, received the law. Wherefore, with the deer's form surrounding her, she labors at her task beneath death's rule. Now, holding sway, she sees the light, and now, cast into piteous plight, she weeps. Now she weeps, and now rejoices. Now she weeps, and now is judged. Now is judged, and now she dieth. Now is born, with no way out for her. In misery she enters in her wandering the labyrinth of ills. And Jesus said, O Father, see, behold the struggle still of ills on earth. Far from thy breath away she wanders. She seeks to flee the bitter chaos, and knows not how she shall pass through. Wherefore send me, O Father. Seals in my hands I will descend. Through aeons universal will I make a path. Through mysteries all I'll open up a way. In forms of gods will I display. The secrets of the holy path I will hand on, and call them gnosis. Conclusion of analysis. All this may have seemed quite naturally contemptible foolishness to the theological prejudices of our worthy church father, but it is difficult for me, even in the 20th century, not to recognize the beauty of this fine mystic hymn, and I hope it may be equally difficult for at least some of my readers. But to return to the consideration of our much overwritten source, this source is plainly a commentary or elaborate paraphrase of the recitation ode, whether blessed child of Kronos, which comes at the end and not, as we should expect, at the beginning, and has probably been displaced by Hippolytus. It is an exegetical commentary written from the standpoint of the anthropos theory of the mysteries, originally Chaldean, the man doctrine. This commentary seems for the most part to run on so connectedly that we can almost persuade ourselves that we have most of it before us, the lacunae being practically insignificant. Paragraphs 6 and 7, however, are plainly misplaced, and 17 and 18 also, as evidently, break the connection. The Hellenist commentator. The writer is transparently a man learned in the various mystery rites, and his information is of the greatest possible importance for a study of this exceedingly obscure subject from an historical standpoint. With and the Egyptians' mystery doctrine, we come to what is of peculiar interest for our present Trismegistic studies. Osiris is the heavenly man, the Logos. Not only so, but in straightest connection with this tradition we have an exposition of the Hermes doctrine, set forth by a system of allegorical interpretations of the Bible of Hellas, the poems of the Homeric cycle. Here we have the evident syncrasia. Thoth equals Osiris equals Hermes, a Hermes of the Greek wisdom, as the recitation ode phrases it, and a doctrine which, basing himself on the commentator, squarely asserts the Greeks got from Egypt. Nor is it without importance for us that in closest connection with Hermes there followed the apparently misplaced sections 17 and 18, dealing with the heavenly horn, or drinking horn, of the Greek wisdom, and the cup of Anacreon, with which we may compare with crater, mixing bowl, or cup, in which, according to Plato's Timaeus, the Creator mingled and mixed the elements and souls, and also the spiritual cup of the mind, in our Trismegistic treatise, the crater, or monas. But above all things, is it astonishing that we should find the commentator quoting a logos from a document which, as we have shown in the note appended to the passage, is in every probability a Trismegistic treatise of the Poimander type. The Jewish and Christian overwriters. This commentary was worked over by a Jewish Hellenistic mystic, whose general ideas and method of exegesis are exactly paralleled by those of Philo. In my opinion, He was a contemporary of that period and a member of one of those communities whom Philo classes generally as therapeut. He was, moreover, not a worshipper of the serpent, but a worshipper of that glorious reality symbolized as the serpent of wisdom, and this connects him with the initiation into Egypto-Chaldean or Chaldeo-Egyptian mysteries. These he finds set forth allegorically in the prophetical scriptures of his race. His quotations show him to be, like Philo, an Alexandrian Hellenistic Jew, and this was his Targum. J, again, was overwritten by C, a Christian Gnostic, no enemy of either J or S, but one who claimed that he and his were the true realizers of all that had gone before. He is somewhat boastful, but yet recognizes that the Christ doctrine is not an innovation but a consummation. The phenomena presented by the New Testament quotations of C are, in my opinion, of extraordinary interest, especially his quotations from or parallels with the Fourth Gospel. His quotations from or parallels with the Synoptics are almost of the same nature as those of Justin. He is rather dealing with memoirs of the apostles than with verbatim quotations from our stereotyped Gospels. His parallels with the Fourth Gospel also seem to me to open up the question as to whether or not he is in touch with sources of that Johannine document. On top of all our strata and deposits, we have, to continue the metaphor of excavation, and if it be not thought somewhat uncharitable, the refutatory rubbish of Hippolytus, which need no longer detain us here. I would, therefore, suggest that C is to be placed somewhere about the middle of the 2nd century A.D. J is contemporary with Philo, say the first quarter of the 1st century A.D. The pagan commentator of S is prior to J, say somewhere in the last half of the 1st century B.C., while the recitation ode is still earlier, and can therefore be placed anywhere in the early Hellenistic period, the termini being thus 300 to 50 B.C. And if the redactor or commentator in S is to be placed somewhere in the last half of the 1st century B.C., and this is, of course, taking only the minimum of liberty, then the poemander type of our literature, which J quotes as scripture, must, in its original Greek form, be placed back of that, say at least in the first half of the 1st century B.C., as a moderate estimate. If those dates are not proved, I am at any rate fairly confident they cannot be disproved. Zosimus and the Anthropos doctrine. That, moreover, the Anthropos doctrine, to the spirit of which the whole commentary of our S. Exeget is accommodated, was also fundamental with the adherents of the Trismegistic tradition, may be clearly seen from the interesting passage which we give in the fragments at the end of the 3rd volume of Zosimos, a member of what Reitzenstein calls the Poemander community, who flourished somewhere at the end of the 3rd and beginning of the 4th century A.D. The sources of Zosimos for the Anthropos doctrine, he tells us, are, in addition to the books of Hermes, certain translations into Greek and Egyptian of books containing traditions, mystery traditions, presumably, of the Chaldeans, Parthians, Medes, and Hebrews on the subject. This statement is of the very first importance for the history of Gnosticism, as well as for appreciating certain elements in Trismegisticism. Though the indication of this literature is vague, it nevertheless mentions 4 factors as involved in the Hebrew tradition. The Gnostic Hebrews, as we should expect, were handing on elements from Chaldean, Parthian, and Median traditions. Translations of these books were to be found scattered throughout Egypt, and especially in the great library at Alexandria. There is, in my opinion, no necessity precisely, with Reitzenstein, to designate these books the Ptolemaic books, and so to associate them with a notice found in the apocryphal 8th Book of Moses, where, together with that of the Archangelic Book of Moses, there is mention of the 5th book of the Ptolemaic books, described as a book of multifarious wisdom under the title One and All, and containing the account of the genesis of fire and darkness. Another source of Zosimos was the Pinax of Bitos or Bitis, of whom we shall treat in considering the information of Iamblichus. From all of these indications, we are assured that there was already in the 1st centuries B.C. a well-developed Hellenistic doctrine of the descent of man from the man above, and of his return to that heavenly state by his mastery of the powers of the cosmos. Philo of Alexandria, on the man doctrine. This date is further confirmed by the testimony of Philo, 30 B.C. to 45 A.D., for quoting the verse, "We are all sons of one man." He addresses those who are companions of wisdom and knowledge as those who are sons of one and the same Father, no mortal father, but an immortal sire, the man of God, who, being the reason, logos, of the eternal, is of necessity himself eternal. And again, a little further on, and if a man should not as yet have the good fortune to be worthy to be called son of God, let him strive manfully to set himself in order, according to his firstborn, reason, logos, the oldest angel, who is as though it were the angel chief of manly names, for he is called dominion, and name of God, and reason, and man after his likeness, and seeing Israel. And for this reason I was induced a little before to praise the principles of those who say, we are all sons of one man. For even if we have not yet become fit to be judged sons of God, we may at any rate be sons of his eternal likeness, his most holy reason, logos, for reason, the eldest of all angels, is God's likeness, or image. Thus Philo gives us additional proof, if more were needed, for the full anthropos doctrine was evidently fundamental in his circle, that is to say, in the thought atmosphere of the Hellenistic theology, or the religio-philosophy, or theosophy of his day, the beginning of the 1st century A.D. This date alone is sufficient for our purpose, but it is not too bold a statement even to say that the man mystery was a fundamental concept of the brilliant period of the Hellenistic syncretism which succeeded to the founding of Alexandria, the period of the expansion of Hellas beyond her national borders, in other words, her birth into the greater world. It is enough to know that the mystery was hidden and yet revealed in the shadow garments of Chaldean, Babylonian, Magian, Phoenician, Hebrew, Egyptian, Phrygian, Thracian, and Greek mystery traditions. It was, in brief, fundamental in all such wisdom shows, and necessarily so, for it was the Christ mystery. 8. Philo of Alexandria and the Hellenistic theology. Concerning Philo and his method. Seeing that a study of the Trismegistic literature is essentially a study in Hellenistic theology, no introduction to this literature would be adequate which did not insist upon the utility of a careful review of the writings of Philo, the famous Jewish Hellenist of Alexandria, and which did not point the innumerable parallels which are traceable between the basic principles of the Jewish philosopher-mystic and the main ideas embodied in our tractates. To do this, however, in detail would require a volume, and as we are restricted to the narrow confines of a chapter, nothing but a few general outlines can be sketched in, the major part of our space being reserved for a consideration of what Philo has to say of the Logos, or divine reason of things, the central idea of his cosmos. In pursuing the voluminous writings of our witness, the chief point on which we would insist at the very outset is that we are not studying a novel system devised by a single mind. We are not even face to face with a new departure in method, but that the writings of our Alexandrian came at the end of a line of predecessors. True that Philo is now, owing to the preservation of his writings, by far the most distinguished of such writers, but he follows in their steps. His method of allegorical interpretation is no new invention, least of all his theology. In brief, Philo is first and foremost an apologist. His writings are a defense of the Jewish myths and prophetic utterances, interpreted allegorically in terms not of Hellenic philosophy proper, but rather of Hellenistic theology, that is, of philosophy theologized, or of theology philosophized. In other words, in the language of the current cultured Alexandrian religio-philosophy of his day. As Edersheim, in his admirable article says, speaking of this blend of the faith of the synagogue with the thinking of Greece, it can scarcely be said that in the issue, the substance and spirit were derived from Judaism, the form from Greece. Rather does it often seem as if the substance had been Greek and only the form Hebrew. But here, Edersheim seems to be not sufficiently alive to the fact that the Greek thinking was already in Hellenistic circles strongly theologized and firmly wedded to the ideas of apocalypsis and revelation. How indeed could it have been otherwise in Egypt in the face of the testimony of our present work? Philo, then, does but follow the custom among the cultured of his day when he treats the stories of the patriarchs as myths and the literally intractable narratives as the substance of an ethical mythology. It was the method of the religio-philosophy of the time, which found in allegorical interpretation the antidote of impiety, and by its means unveiled the supposed undermeaning of the myths. The importance of Philo, then, lies not so much in his originality as in the fact that he hands on much of that had been evolved before him. For, as Edersheim says, and as is clear to any careful student of the Philonian tractates, his own writings do not give the impression of originality. Besides, he repeatedly refers to the allegorical interpretation of others, as well as to canons of allegorism, apparently generally recognized. He also enumerates differing allegorical interpretations of the same subjects. All this affords evidence of the existence of a school of Hellenistic interpretation. But this does not hold good only for the interpretation of the myths of Israel by Hellenistic Jews. It holds good of the whole cultured religious world of the time, and preeminently of the Hellenistic schools of every kind in Egypt. In brief, Philo's philosophy was often already philosophized myth before he ingeniously brought it into play for the interpretation of Hebrew story. In short, the tractates of Philo and our Trismegistic sermons have both a common background, Hellenistic theology or theosophy. Both use a common language. Philo, of course, like the rest of his contemporaries, had no idea of criticism in the modern sense. He was a thorough-going apologist of the Old Covenant documents. These were, for him in their entirety, the inerrant oracles of God himself. Nay, he even went to the extent of believing the apologetic Greek version to be literally inspired. Nevertheless, he was, as a thinker, confronted with the same kind of difficulties as face us today with immeasurably greater distinctness. The ideas of God, of the world order, and of the nature of man were so far advanced in his day beyond the frequently crude and repugnant representations found in the ancient scriptures of his people that he found it impossible to claim for them on their surface value the transcendency of the last word of wisdom from God to man, at any rate among the cultured to whom he addressed himself. These difficulties he accordingly sought to remove by an allegorical interpretation, whereby he read into them the views of the highest philosophical and religious environment of his time. Having no idea of the philosophy of history, or of the history of religion, or of the canons of literary criticism, as we now understand these things, he never stopped to inquire whether the writers of the ancient documents intended their narratives to be taken as myths embodying an esoteric meaning. Much less did he ask himself, as we ask ourselves today, whether these writers had not in all probability frequently written up the myths of other nations into a history of their own patriarchs and other worthies. On the contrary, he relieved them of all responsibility and entirely eliminated the natural human element by his theory of prophecy, which assumed that they had acted as impersonal, passive instruments of the divine inspiration. But even Philo, when he came to work it out, could not maintain this absolutism of inspiration, and so we find him elsewhere unable to ascribe a consistent level of inspiration to his Moses, who, of course, in Philo's belief, wrote the Pentateuch from the first to the last word. Thus we find him, even in the 5/5, making a threefold classification of inspiration. 1. The sacred oracles, spoken directly of God by his interpreter, the prophet. 2. Those prophetically delivered in the form of question and answer. And 3. Those proceeding from Moses himself while in some state of inspiration and under the influence of the deity. But what is most pleasant is to find that Philo admitted the great philosophers of Greece into his holy assembly, and though he gives the preeminence to Moses, yet it is, as it were, to a first among equals, a wide-minded tolerance that was speedily forgotten in the bitter theological strife that subsequently broke forth. The great importance of his writings. But what makes the writings of our Alexandrian so immensely important for us is that the final decade of his life is contemporary with the coming into manifestation of Christianity in the Greco-Roman world owing to the energetic propaganda of Paul. Philo was born somewhere between 30 and 20 BC and died about 45 AD. There is, of course, not a single word in his voluminous writings that can in any way be construed into a reference to Christianity as traditionally understood. But the language of Philo, if not precisely the diction of the writers of the New Testament documents, has innumerable points of resemblance with their terminology, for the language of Hellenistic theology is largely, so to speak, the common tongue of both, while the similarity of many of their ideas is astonishing. Philo, moreover, was by no means an obscure member of the community to which he belonged. On the contrary, he was a most distinguished ornament of the enormous Jewish colony of Alexandria, which occupied no less than 2 out of the 5 wards of the city. His brother, Alexander, was the head of the largest banking firm of the capital of Egypt, which was also the intellectual and commercial center of the Greco-Roman world. Indeed, Alexander may be said to have been the Rothschild of the time. The operations of the firm embraced the contracting of loans for the imperial house, while the banker himself was a personal friend of the emperor, and his sons intermarried with the family of the Jewish king Agrippa. Philo himself, though he would have preferred the solitude of the contemplative life, took an active part in the social life of the great capital, and, at the time of the greatest distress of his compatriots in the city, when they were overwhelmed by a violent outbreak of anti-Semitism, their lives in danger, their houses plundered, and their ancient villages confiscated, it was the aged Philo who was chosen as spokesman of the embassy to Caius Caligula, A.D. 40. Here then we have a man in just the position to know what was going on in the world of philosophy, of letters, and religion, and not only at Alexandria, but also wherever Jewish enterprise, which had then, as it now has, the main commerce of the world in its hands, pushed itself. The news of the world came to Alexandria, and the mercantile marine was largely owned by Hebrews. Philo is, therefore, the very witness we should choose of all others to question as to his views on the ideas we find in our Trismegistic tractates, and this we may now proceed to do without any further preliminaries. Concerning the mysteries. Speaking of those who follow the contemplative life, Philo writes, "Now this natural class of men, or race, is to be found in many parts of the inhabited world, for both the Grecian and non-Grecian world must needs share in the perfect good. In Egypt, he tells us, there were crowds of them in every province, and they were very numerous indeed about Alexandria. Concerning such men, Philo tells us elsewhere, all those, whether among Greeks or non-Greeks, who are practicers of wisdom, living a blameless and irreproachable life, determined on doing injury to none, and on not retaliating if injury be done to them, avoid the strife of ordinary life in their enthusiasm for a life of peace free from contention. Thus are they most excellent contemplators of nature, and all things therein. They scrutinize earth and sea, and air and heaven, and the natures therein, their minds responding to the orderly motion of moon and sun, and the choir of all the other stars, both variable and fixed. They have their bodies indeed planted on earth below, but for their souls they have made them wings, so that they speed through ether and gaze on every side upon the powers above, as though they were the true world citizens, most excellent, who dwell in cosmos as their city. Such citizens as wisdom hath as her associates inscribed upon the roll of virtue, who hath in charge the supervising of the common weal. Such men, though in comparison but few in number, keep alive the covered spark of wisdom secretly throughout the cities of the world, in order that virtue may not be absolutely quenched and vanish from our human kind. Again, elsewhere, speaking of those who are good and wise, he says, the whole of this company have voluntarily deprived themselves of the possession of aught in abundance, thinking little of things dear to the flesh. Now athletes are men whose bodies are well cared for and full of vigor, men who make strong the fort, their body against their soul, whereas the athletes of this discipline, pale, wasted, and, as it were, reduced to skeletons, sacrifice even the muscles of their bodies to the powers of their own souls, dissolving, if the truth be told, into one form, that of the soul, and by their mind becoming free from body. The earthly element is, therefore, naturally dissolved and washed away, when the whole mind, in its entirety, resolves to make itself well-pleasing unto God. This race is rare, however, and found with difficulty. Still, it is not impossible it should exist. And in another passage, when referring to the small number of the prudent and righteous and gracious, Philo says, "But the few, though rare to meet with, are yet not non-existent. Both Greece and Barbary, that is, non-Greek lands, bear witness to them. For in the former there nourished those who are preeminently and truly called the 7 sages, though others, both before and after them, in every probability reached the same height, whose memory, in spite of their antiquity, has not vanished through the length of time, while that of those of far more recent date has been obliterated by the tide of the neglect of their contemporaries. While in non-Grecian lands, in which the most revered and ancient in such words and deeds have nourished, are very crowded companies of men of worth and virtue. Among the Persians, for example, the caste of Magi, who, by their careful scrutiny of nature's works, for purpose of the gnosis of the truth, in quiet silence, and by means of mystic images of piercing clarity, are made initiate into the mysteries of godlike virtues, and in their turn initiate those who come after them. In India, the caste of the gymnosophists, who, in addition to their study of the lore of nature, toil in the fields of morals, and so make their whole life a practical example of their virtue. Nor are Palestine and Syria, in which no small portion of the populous nation of the Jews dwell, unfruitful in worth and virtue. Certain of them are called Essenes, in number upwards of 4,000, according to my estimate. Philo then proceeds to give an account of these famous mystics. In Egypt itself, however, he selects out of the many communities of the Therapeutae and the Therapeutrides, which the Old Latin version renders cultores et cultrices pietatis, only one special group, with which he was presumably personally familiar and which was largely Jewish. Of this order, Philo gives us a most graphic account, both of their settlement and mode of life. By means of this intensely interesting sketch of the contemplative or theoretic life, and by the parallel passages from the rest of Philo's works, which Conybeare has so industriously marshaled in his Testimonia, we are introduced into the environment and atmosphere of these theoretics, and find ourselves in just such circumstances as would condition the genesis of our Trismegistic literature. The whole of Philo's expositions revolve around the idea that the truly philosophic life is an initiation into the divine mysteries. For him, the whole tradition of wisdom is necessarily a mystery tradition. Thus he tells us of his own special therapeute community, south of Alexandria. In every cottage there is a sacred chamber, which is called Semneon and Monasterion, in which, in solitude, they are initiated into the mysteries of the solemn life. With this, it will be of interest to compare Matthew. When thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father who is in the hidden, and thy Father who seeth in the hidden shall reward thee. It is said that among the Pharisees there was a praying room in every house. We may also compare with the above reference to the mysteries, Luke and Matthew, from a source which promised the revelation of all mysteries, following on the famous Logos, also quoted in Mark and Luke. For there is nothing veiled which shall not be revealed, and hidden which shall not be made known. Therefore whatsoever ye have I spoken in darkness shall be heard in the light, and what ye have spoken, heard in the ear in the closets, shall be heralded forth on the housetops. Both evangelists have evidently adapted their source to their own purposes, but the main sense of the original form is not difficult to recover. It is further of interest to compare with the first clause of the above passages, the new-found Logos. Jesus saith, Everything that is not before thy face, and that which is hidden from thee, shall be revealed to thee. For there is nothing hidden that shall not be made manifest, nor buried that shall not be raised. But there are other and more general mysteries referred to in Philo, for in speaking of the command that the unholy man who is a speaker of evil against divine things should be removed from the most holy places and punished, our initiated philosopher bursts forth, Drive forth, ye of the closed lips, and ye revealers of the divine mysteries, the promiscuous and rabble crowd of the defiled, souls unamenable to purification and hard to wash clean, who wear ears that cannot be closed, and tongues that cannot be kept within the doors of their lips, organs that they ever keep ready for their own most grievous mischance, hearing all things, and things not law to hear. Of these ineffable mysteries, he elsewhere says, in explaining that the wives of the patriarchs stand allegorically as types of virtues. But in order that we may describe the conception and birth throes of the virtues, let bigots stop their ears, or else let them depart, for that we give a higher teaching of the mysteries divine, to Mystae, who are worthy of the holiest rites of all. And these are they who, free from arrogance, practice real and truly genuine piety, free from display of any kind, but unto them who are afflicted with incorrigible ill, the vanity of words, close sticking unto names, and empty show of manners, who measure purity and holiness by no other rule than this. For them we will not play the part of Hierophant. Touching on the mystery of the virgin birth, to which we will refer later on, Philo continues, "These things receive into your souls, ye mystæ, ye whose ears are purified, as truly sacred mysteries, and seek that ye speak not of them to any who may be without initiation, but storing them away within your hearts, guard well your treasure house, not as a treasury in which gold and silver are laid up, things that do perish, but as the pick and prize of all possessions, the knowledge of the cause of all, and virtue, and of the third, the child of both." Now the divine spirit, says Philo, does not remain among the many, though it may dwell with them for a short time. It is ever present with only one class of men, with those who, having stripped themselves of all things in Genesis, even to the innermost veil and garment of opinion, come unto God with minds unclothed and naked. And so Moses, having fixed his tent outside the camp, that is, the whole of the body, that is to say, having made firm his mind, so that it does not move, begins to worship God, and entering into the darkness, the unseen hand, abideth there, being initiated into the most holy mysteries, and he becomes not only a mystes, but also a hierophant of revelations, and teacher of divine things, which he will indicate to those who have had their ears made pure. With such kind of men, then, the divine spirit is ever present, guiding their every way aright. Referring to the ritual sacrifices of a heifer and 2 rams, Philo declares that the slaying of the second ram and the symbolic rite of sprinkling certain portions of the bodies of the priests with its blood was ordained for the highest perfectioning of the consecrated by means of the purification of chastity, which ram he, Moses, called, according to its meaning, the ram of perfectioning, since they, the priests, were about to act as hierophants of mysteries appropriate to the servants and ministers of God. So also Philo's language about the therapeutes proper, and not the allegorically interpreted temple sacrificers, is that of the mysteries, when he writes, "Now they who betake themselves to this service of God do so, not because of any custom, or on someone's advice and appeal, but carried away with heavenly love, like those initiated into the Bacchic or Corybantic mysteries. They are afire with God until they see the object of their love." These mysteries were, of course, not to be revealed except to the worthy. Therefore he says, "Nor because thou hast a tongue and mouth and organ of speech, shouldest thou tell forth all, even things that may not be spoken." And in the last section of the same treatise he writes, "Wherefore I think that all those who are not utterly without proper instruction would prefer to be made blind than to see things not proper to be seen, to be made deaf than to hear harmful words, and to have their tongue cut out to prevent them divulging aught of the ineffable mysteries. Nay, it is even better to make oneself eunuch than to rush madly into unlawful unions." With which we may usefully compare Matthew, "If thy right eye offend thee, cut it out and cast it from thee." And again from Matthew, "There are some who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of the heavens. He that can receive it, let him receive it." Both passages are found in the first gospel only. For the comprehension of virtue, man requires the reason only, but for the doing of ill, the evil man requires the organs of the body, say our mystic dualist, for how will he be able to divulge the mysteries if he have no organ of speech? This continual harping on the divulging of the mysteries shows that Philo considered it the greatest of all enormities. We might almost think that he had in view some movement that was divulging part of the mystery tradition to the untrained populace. Elsewhere, speaking of those who draw nigh unto God, abandoning the life of death, and sharing in immortality, he tells us these are the naked, that is, naked of the trammels of the flesh, who sacrifice all to God. And he adds that only these are permitted to see the ineffable mysteries of God, who are able to cloak them and guard them from the unworthy. With regard to these mysteries, they were, as we might expect, divided into the lesser and the greater, in the former of which the neophytes worked on the untamed and savage passions, as though they were softening the dough of their food with reason, or logos. The manner of preparing this divine food so that it becomes the bread of life was a mystery. One of the doctrines revealed in these lesser mysteries was plainly that of the Trinity, for, commenting on Genesis, "And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him." Philo writes, "He lifted up his eyes, not the eyes of his body, for God cannot be seen by the senses, but by the soul alone, for at a fitting time he is discovered by the eyes of wisdom. Now the power of sight of the souls of the many and unrighteous is ever shut in, since it lies dead in deep sleep, and can never respond and be made awake to the things of nature and the types and ideas within her. But the spiritual eyes of the wise man are awake, and behold them. Nay, they are sleeplessly alert, ever watchful from desire of seeing. Wherefore it is well said in the plural, that he raised not one eye, but all the eyes that are in the soul, so that one eye would have said that he was altogether all eye. Having then become the eye, he begins to see the holy and divine vision of the Lord, in such a fashion that the one vision appeared as a trinity, and the trinity as a unity." Elsewhere, referring to the same story, and to the words of Abraham to Sarah, to hasten and knead 3 measures of fine meal, and to make cakes upon the hearth, Philo expounds the mystery at length as follows. It refers to that experience of the inner life. "When God, accompanied by his 2 highest potencies, dominion and goodness, making one with himself in the midst, produces in the seeing soul a triple presentation, of which 3 persons each transcends all measure. For God transcendeth all delineation, and equally transcendent are his potencies, but he himself doth measure all. Accordingly his goodness is the measure of good things, and his dominion is the measure of things subject, while he himself is chief of all, both corporeal and incorporeal. Wherefore also these potencies, receiving the reason or logos of his rules and ordinances, measure out all things below them, and therefore it is right that these 3 measures should, as it were, be mingled and blended together in the soul, in order that, being persuaded that he is the highest God, who transcendeth his potencies, both making himself manifest without them, and also causing himself to be seen in them, it, the soul, may receive his impressions, and powers and blessings, and so become initiate into the perfect secrets, may not lightly disclose the divine mysteries, but, treasuring them up, and keeping sure silence, guard them in secret. For it is written, Make them secret, for the sacred sermon of initiation about the ingenerable and about his potencies ought to be kept secret, since it is not within the power of every man to guard the sacred trust of the divine revelations." Concerning the sacred marriage. But the chief of all the mysteries for Philo was, apparently, the sacred marriage, the mystic union of the soul as female with God as male, Deo nuber. In this connection he refers to Genesis. "And Adam knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain. And she said, I have gotten a man by means of the Lord. And he caused her also to bring forth Abel, his brother." We are, of course, not concerned with the legitimacy or consistency of Philo's allegorizing system, whereby he sought to invoke the authority of his national scriptures in support of his chosen doctrines, but we are deeply concerned with these doctrines themselves as being the favorite dogmas of his circle and of similar circles of allied mystics of the time. His views on the subject are clearly indicated, for he tells us in the same passage that he is speaking of a secret of initiation, not of the conception and parturition of women, but of virtues, that is, of the virtuous soul. Accordingly, he continues, "But it is not lawful for virtues, in giving birth to their many perfections, to have part or lot in a mortal husband, and yet they will never bring forth of themselves, without conceiving their offspring of another. Who then is he who soweth in them their glorious progeny, if not the Father of all universal things, the God beyond all genesis, who yet is sire of everything that is? For himself, God doth create no single thing, in that he stands in need of naught, but for the man who prays to have them, he creates all things." And then, bringing forward Sarah, Leah, Rebekah, and Sephora as examples of the virtues who lived with the great prophets of his race, Philo declares that Sarah conceived when God looked upon her while she was in solitary contemplation, and so she brought forth for him who eagerly longed to attain to wisdom, namely, for him who is called Abraham. And so also in the case of Leah, it is said, God opened her womb, which is the part played by a husband, and so she brought forth for him who underwent the pains of labor for the sake of the beautiful, namely, for him who is called Jacob. So that virtue received the divine seed from the cause of all, while she brought forth for that one of her lovers who was preferred above all other suitors. So also when the all-wise, he who is called Isaac, went as a suppliant to God, his virtue, Rebekah, that is, steadfastness, became pregnant in consequence of his supplication. Whereas Moses, without any supplication or prayer, attained to the winged and sublime virtue Sephora, and found her with child by no mortal husband. Moreover, in referring to Jeremiah, Philo writes, For I, having been initiated into the great mysteries by Moses, the friend of God, nevertheless when I set eyes upon Jeremiah the prophet, and learned that he is not only a mystis, but also an adept hierophant, I did not hesitate to go to him as his disciple. And he, in that in much he says he is inspired by God, uttered a certain oracle as from the face of God, who said unto the virtue of perfect peace, Hast thou not called me, as 'twere house and father and husband of thy virginity? Suggesting in the clearest possible fashion that God is both home and the incorporeal land of incorporeal ideas, and father of all things, in that he did create them, and husband of wisdom, sowing for the race of mankind the seed of blessedness into good virgin soil. For it is fitting God should converse with an undefiled and untouched and pure nature, with her who is in very truth the Virgin, in fashion very different from ours. For the congress of men for the procreation of children makes virgins women, but when God begins to associate with the soul, he brings it to pass that she who was formerly woman becomes virgin again, for banishing the foreign and degenerate and non-virile desires by which it was made womanish, he substitutes for them native and noble and pure virtues. But it is perhaps possible that even a virgin soul may be polluted by intemperate passions, and so dishonored. Wherefore the oracle hath been careful to say that God is husband, not of a virgin, for a virgin is subject to change and death, but of virginity, that is, of the idea which is ever according to the same principles, and in the same mode. For whereas things that have qualities have with their nature received both birth and dissolution, the archetypal potencies which mold them have obtained a lot transcending dissolution. Wherefore is it not fitting that God, who is beyond all generation and all change, should sow in us the ideal seeds of the immortal virgin virtues, and not those of the woman who changes the form of her virginity? But indeed, as Connebert says, the words virgin, virginity, ever virginal, occur on every other page of Philo. It is indeed Philo who first formulated the idea of the word or ideal ordering principle of the cosmos being born of an ever-virgin soul, which conceives, because God the Father sows into her his intelligible rays and divine seed, so begetting his only well-beloved Son, the cosmos. Thus, speaking of the impure soul, Philo writes, For when she is a multitude of passions and filled with vices, her children swarming over her, pleasures, appetites, folly, intemperance, unrighteousness, injustice, she is weak and sick, and lies at death's door, dying. But when she becomes sterile and ceases to bring them forth, or even casts them from her, forthwith, from the change, she becometh a chaste virgin, and receiving the divine seed, she fashions and engenders marvelous excellencies that nature prizeth highly, prudence, courage, temperance, justice, holiness, piety, and the rest of the virtues and good dispositions. So also, speaking of the Therapeutides, he writes, Their longing is not for mortal children, but for a deathless progeny, which the soul that is in love with God can alone bring forth, when the Father hath sown it into the spiritual light beams, by means of which it shall be able to contemplate the laws of wisdom. And as to the progeny of such virgin mothers, Philo elsewhere instances the birth of Isaac, which could not refer to any man, but is a synonym of joy, the best of the blessed states of the soul, laughter, the spiritually conceived Son of God, who bestoweth him as a comfort and means of good cheer, on souls of perfect peace. And a little later on he adds, and wisdom, who, after the fashion of a mother, brings forth the self-taught race, declares that God is the sower of it. And yet again, elsewhere, speaking of this spiritual progeny, Philo writes, but all the servants of God, therapeutes, who are lawfully begotten, shall fulfill the law of their nature, which commands them to be parents. For the men shall be fathers of many sons, and the women mothers of numerous children. So also in the case of the birth of Joseph, when his mother, Rachel, says to Jacob, give me children. The supplanter, disclosing his proper nature, will reply, thou hast wandered into deep error. For I am not in God's place, who alone is able to open the wombs of souls, and sow in them virtues, and make them pregnant, and mothers of good things. So too, again, in connection with the birth of Isaac, referring to the exultant cry of Sarah, the Lord hath made me laughter, for whosoever heareth rejoiceth with me. Philo bursts forth, open then wide your ears, ye mistay, and receive the most holy mysteries. Laughter is joy, and hath made is the same as hath begotten, so that what is said hath the following meaning. The Lord hath begotten Isaac, for he is father of the perfect nature, sowing in the soul and generating blessedness. That all of this was a matter of vital moment for Philo himself may be seen from what we must regard as an intensely interesting autobiographical passage, in which our philosopher, speaking of the happy childbirth of wisdom, writes, for some she judges entirely worthy of living with her, while others seem as yet too young to support such admirable and wise house-sharing. These latter she hath permitted to solemnize the preliminary initiatory rites of marriage, holding out hopes of its future consummation. Sarah, then, the virtue who is mistress of my soul, hath brought forth, but hath not brought forth for me, for that I could not, because I was too young, receive into my soul her offspring, wisdom and righteousness and piety, because of the brood of bastard brats which empty opinions had borne me. For the feeding of these last, the constant care and incessant anxiety concerning them have forced me to take no thought for the legitimate children who are the true citizens. It is well, therefore, to pray virtue not only to bear children, who, even without praying, brings her fair progeny to birth, but also to bear sons for us, so that we may be blessed with a share in her seed and offspring. For she is wont to bear to God alone, with thankfulness repaying unto him the first fruits of the things she hath received, to him who, Moses says, hath opened her ever-virgin womb. But indeed, Philo is never wearied of reiterating this sublime doctrine, which for him was the consummation of the mysteries of the holy life. Thus then, again, he sets it forth as follows. We should accordingly understand that the true reason, or logos, of nature has the potency of both father and husband for different purposes, of a husband when he casts the seed of virtues into the soul as into a good field, of a father in that it is his nature to beget good counsels, and fair and virtuous deeds, and when he hath begotten them, he nourisheth them with those refreshing doctrines which discipline and wisdom furnish. And the intelligence is likened at one time to a virgin, at another to a wife, or a widow, or one who is not yet a husband. It is likened to a virgin when the intelligence keeps itself chaste and uncorrupted from pleasures and appetites, and griefs and fears, the passions which assault it, and then the father who begot it assumes the leadership thereof. And when she, intelligence, lives as a comely wife with comely reason, logos, that is, with virtuous reason, this self-same reason himself undertakes the care of her, sowing, like a husband, the most excellent concepts in her. But whenever the soul is bereft of her children of prudence, and of her marriage with right reason, widowed of her most fair possessions, and left desolate of wisdom, through choosing a blameworthy life, then let her suffer the pains she hath decreed against herself, with no wise reason to play physician to her transgressions, either as husband and consort, or as father and begetter. Referring to Jacob's dream of the white and spotted, and ring-straked, and speckled kine, Philo tells us that this, too, must be taken as an allegory of souls. The first class of souls, he says, are white. The meaning is that when the soul receives the divine seed, the firstborn births are spotlessly white, like unto light of utmost purity, to radiance of the greatest brilliance, as though it were the shadowless ray of the sun's beams from a cloudless sky at noon. With this, it is of service to compare the vision of Hades, seen by Thespesius, or Aridaeus, and related by Plutarch. Thespesius's guide in the unseen world draws his attention to the colors and markings of the souls as follows. Observe the colors of the souls of every shade and sort. That greasy brown-gray is the pigment of sordidness and selfishness. That blood-red, inflamed shade is a sign of a savage and venomous nature. Wherever blue-gray is, from such a nature incontinence in pleasure is not easily eradicated. Innate malignity, mingled with envy, causes that livid discoloration, in the same way as cuttlefish eject their sepia. Now it is in earth life that the vice of the soul, being acted upon by the passions and reacting upon the body, produces these discolorations, while the purification and correction here have for their object the removal of these blemishes, so that the soul may become entirely ray-like and of uniform color. Again, in giving the allegorical meaning of the primitive culture story of Tamar, Philo not only interprets it by the canon of the sacred marriage, but also introduces other details from the mysteries. Thus he writes, "For being a widow she was commanded to sit in the house of the Father, the Savior, for whose sake, forever abandoning the congress and association with mortal things, she is bereft and widowed from all human pleasures, and receives the divine quickening, and fulfilled with the seeds of virtue, conceives, and is in travail with fair deeds. And when she brings them forth, she carries off the trophies from her adversaries, and is inscribed as victor, receiving as a symbol the palm of victory." And every stage of this divine conception is but the shadow of the great mystery of cosmic creation, which Philo sums up as follows. We shall, however, be quite correct in saying that the Demiurge, who made all this universe, is also at the same time father of what has been brought into existence, while its mother is the wisdom of him who hath made it, with whom God united, though not as man with woman, and implanted with the power of Genesis. And she, receiving the seed of God, brought forth with perfect labor his only beloved Son, whom all may perceive, this cosmos. Concerning the Logos. The idea of God found in Philo is that of the more enlightened theology of his time. God is that which transcends all things and all ideas. It would, of course, be a far too lengthy study to marshal the very numerous passages in which our philosopher sets forth his view on deity, and so we shall select only two passages, simply to give the reader, who may not be acquainted with the works of the famous Alexandrian, some notion of the transcendency of his conception. For, as he writes, "What wonder is it, if that which really is transcends the comprehension of man, when even the mind which is in each of us is beyond our power of knowing? Who hath ever beheld the essence of the soul?" This mystery of deity was, of necessity, in itself ineffable, but in conception it was regarded under two aspects, the active and the passive, causative principles. The active principle, the mind of the universals, is absolutely pure and absolutely free from all admixture. It transcendeth virtue, it transcendeth wisdom, nay, it transcendeth even the good itself and the beautiful itself. The passive principle is of itself soulless and motionless, but when it is set in motion and informed and ensouled by the mind, it is transformed into the most perfect of all works, namely, this cosmos. This passive principle is generally taken by commentators to denote matter, but if so, it must be equated with wisdom, which we have just seen was regarded by Philo as the mother of the cosmos. But beyond all else, Philo is useful to us in recording the views of contemporary Hellenistic theology concerning the concept of the Logos, the mystery of the heavenly man, the Son of God. Even as this word of mystic meaning comes forward in almost every tractate and fragment of our Trismegistic literature, so in Philo is it the dominant idea in a host of passages. It should, however, never be forgotten that Philo is but handing on a doctrine. He is inventing nothing. His testimony, therefore, is of the greatest possible value for our present study, and deserves the closest attention. We shall accordingly devote the rest of this chapter exclusively to this subject, and marshal the evidence, if not in Philo's own words, at any rate in as exact a translation of them as we can give, For although much has been written on the matter, we know no work in which the simple expedient of letting Philo speak for himself has been attempted. The Son of God. The Logos, then, is preeminently the Son of God, for Philo writes, "Moreover, as shepherd and king leads and rules with law and justice the nature of the heaven, the periods of sun and moon, the changes and harmonious progressions of the other stars, deputing for the task his own right reason, Logos, his firstborn son, to take charge of the sacred flock, as though he were the great king's viceroy." Of this heavenly man, who was evidently for Philo the celestial Messiah of God, he elsewhere writes, "Moreover, I have heard one of the companions of Moses uttering some such word, or Logos, as this, 'Behold man, whose name is East,' a very strange appellation, if you imagine the man composed of body and soul to be meant, but if you take him for that incorporeal man, in no way differing from the divine image, you will admit that the giving him the name of East exactly hits the mark. For the Father of things that are hath made him rise as his eldest son, whom elsewhere he hath called his firstborn, and who, when he hath been begotten, imitating the ways of his sire, and contemplating his archetypal patterns, fashions the species of things." Here we notice first of all Philo's graphic manner, a commonplace of the time, of quoting Ezekiel as though he were still alive and he had heard him speak, and in the second place that the firstborn son is symbolically represented as the sun rising in the east. The true high priest. That, moreover, the Logos is the Son of God, he explains at length in another passage when writing of the true high priest. "But we say that the high priest is not a man, but the divine reason, Logos, who has no part or lot in any transgressions, not only voluntary errors, but also involuntary ones. For, says Moses, he cannot be defiled either on account of his father, the mind, nor on account of his mother, the higher sense, in that, as I think, it is his good fortune to have incorruptible and perfectly pure parents, God for father, who is as well Father of all things, and for mother, wisdom, through whom all things came into Genesis, and because his head hath been anointed with oil, I mean his ruling principle shineth with ray-like brilliance, so that he is deemed fit for robing in his vestures. Now the most ancient reason, Logos, of that which is vestured with the cosmos as his robe, for he wrappeth himself in earth and water, air and fire, and what comes from them. The partial soul doth clothe itself in body, the wise man's mind in virtues. And he shall not take the mitre from off his head, signifies he shall not lay aside the royal diadem, the symbol of his admirable rule, which, however, is not that of an autocrat emperor, but of a viceroy. Nor will he rend his garments, for the reason, Logos, of that which is, being the bond of all things, as hath been said, both holds together all the parts and binds them, and does not suffer them to be dissolved or separated. In another passage, Philo treats of the same subject still more plainly from the point of view of the mysteries, writing as follows, "For there are, as it seems, two temples of God. The one is the cosmos, in which there is also the high priest, his firstborn divine reason, Logos. The other is the rational soul, whose high priest is the true man, a sensible copy of whom is he who rightly performs the prayers and sacrifices of his Father, who is ordained to wear the robe, the duplicate of the universal heaven, in order that the cosmos may work together with man, and man with the universe." The elder and younger sons of God. The cosmic Logos is not the sensible cosmos, but the mind thereof. This Philo explains at length. "It is then clear that he who is the generator of things generated, and the artificer of things fashioned, and the governor of things governed, must needs be absolutely wise. He is in truth the father and artificer and governor of all in both the heaven and cosmos. Now things to come are hidden in the shade of future time, sometimes at short and sometimes at long distances, but God is the artificer of time as well, for he is father of its father, and time's father is the cosmos, which manifests its motion as the genesis of time, so that time holds to God the place of grandson. for that this cosmos is the younger son of God, in that it is perceptible to sense. The son who's older than this one he hath declared to be no one perceivable by sense, for that he is conceivable by mind alone. But having judged him worthy of the elder's rights, he hath determined that he should remain with him alone. This cosmos, then, the younger son, the sensible, being set a-moving, has caused time's nature to appear and disappear, so that there nothing is which future is with God, who has the very bounds of time subject to him. For 'tis not time, but time's archetype and paradigm, eternity, or aeon, which is his life. But in eternity naught's past, and naught is future, but all is present only. Yet God is one. The Logos, then, is not God absolute, but the Son of God par excellence, and as such is sometimes referred to as second, and once even as the second God. Thus Philo writes, "But the most universal of all things is God, and second the reason, Logos, of God." In his treatise entitled Questions and Answers, however, we read, "But why does he say as though he were speaking about another God? In the image of God I made man, but not in his own image. Most excellently and wisely is the oracle prophetically delivered. For it was not possible that anything subject to death should be imaged after the supremest God, who is the Father of the universes, but after the second God, who is his reason, Logos. For it was necessary that the rational impress in the soul of man should be stamped on it by the divine reason, or Logos, since God, who is prior even to his own reason, transcendeth every rational nature, so that it was not lawful that aught generable should be made like unto him, who is beyond the reason, and established in the most excellent and the most singular idea of all." From this passage we see that, though it is true Philo calls the Logos the second God, he does not depart from his fundamental monotheism, for the Logos is not an entity apart from God, but the reason of God. Nevertheless, this solitary phrase of Philo's is almost invariably trotted out in the forefront of all enquiry into Philo's Logos doctrine, in order that the difference between this phrase and the wording of the proem to the fourth Gospel may be insisted on as strongly as possible for controversial, apologetical purposes. That, however, Philo is a strict monotheist may be seen from the following passage, in which he is commenting on the words of Genesis, "I am the God who was seen by thee in the place of God," where apparently two gods are referred to. What then should we say? The true God is one. They who are called gods, by a misuse of the term, are many, on which account the Holy Word has, on the present occasion, indicated the true God by means of the article, saying, "I am the God," but the one so named by misuse of the term, without the article, saying, "who was seen by thee in the place, not of the God, but only of God," and what he, Moses, here calls God is his most ancient word, Logos. The Logos is life and light. This Logos, moreover, is life and light, for, speaking of intelligible or incorporeal spirit and light, Philo writes, "The former he, Moses, called the breath of God, because it is the most life-giving thing in the universe, and God is the cause of life, and the latter the light of God, because it is by far the most beautiful thing in the universe. For by so much more glorious and more brilliant is the intelligible light than the visible, as, methinks, the sun is than darkness, and day than night, and the mind, which is the guide of the whole soul, than the sensible means of discernment, and the eyes than the body." And he calls the invisible and intelligible divine reason, Logos, the image of God, and of this image, the image in its turn, is that intelligible light, which has been created as the image of the divine reason, who interprets it, that is, light's creation. This light is the one star beyond all heavens, the source of the stars that are visible to the senses, which it would not be beside the mark to call all brilliancy, and from which the sun and moon and the rest of the stars, both errant and fixed, draw their light, each according to its power. The necessity and reason of forming some such concept of the Logos is that man cannot bear the utter transcendency of God in his absoluteness, and applying this idea to further theophanies in human form, Philo writes, "For just as those who are unable to look at the sun itself look upon its reflected rays as the sun, and the light changes round the moon as the moon itself, so also do men regard the image of God, his angel, reason, logos, as himself." The divine vision. Such divine vision is the object of the contemplative life, for it is the special gift of those who dedicate themselves to the service of that which is, to ascend by means of their rational faculties to the height of the ether, setting before themselves Moses, the race that is the friend of God, as the leader of the way. For then they will behold the place that is clear, on which the immovable and unchangeable God hath set his feet, and the regions beneath his feet, as it were a work of sapphire stone, and as it might be the form of the firmament of heaven, the sensible cosmos, which he, Moses, symbolizes by these things. For it is seemly that those who have founded a brotherhood for the sake of wisdom should long to see him, and if they cannot do this, to behold at least his image, most holy reason, logos, and after him also the most perfect work in all things sensible, namely, this cosmos. For the work of philosophy is naught else than the striving clearly to see these things. The sons of God on earth. And later on, in the same treatise, Philo writes still more interestingly and instructively as follows, "But they who have attained unto wisdom are, as they should be, called sons of the one God, as Moses admits when he says, 'Ye are the sons of the Lord God, and God who begat thee, and is not he himself thy father?' And if a man should not as yet have the good fortune to be worthy to be called a son of God, let him strive manfully to set himself in order according to his firstborn reason, logos, the oldest angel, who is as though it were the angel chief of many names, for he is called dominion, and name of God, and reason, and the man after the likeness, and seeing Israel. And for this reason I was induced a little before to praise the principles of them who say, we are all sons of one man. For even if we have not yet become fit to be judged sons of God, we may at any rate be sons of his eternal likeness, his most holy reason. For reason, the eldest of all angels, is God's likeness or image. And so also we read elsewhere, but the reason, logos, is God's likeness, by whom reason the whole cosmos was fashioned. This divine reason of things, then, was the means by which the cosmos came into existence. And so we find Philo writing, but if anyone should wish to make use of naked terms, he might say that the intelligible order of things is nothing else than the reason or logos of God, perpetually creating the sensible world order. The city of God. For the intelligible city is nothing else but the reasoning of the architect, determining in his mind to found a city perceivable by the senses after the model of the city which the mind alone can perceive. This is the doctrine of Moses, and not only mine. At any rate, in describing the genesis of man, he expressly agrees that the man was fashioned in the image of God, and if this is the case with the part, the image of the image, it is plainly also the case with the whole form, that is the whole of this sensible cosmos, which is a far greater imitation of the divine image than the human image is. It is plain, moreover, that the archetypal seal, which we call cosmos, which is perceptible only to the intellect, must itself be the archetypal pattern, the idea of ideas, the reason or logos of God. And elsewhere, also, he writes, passing then from details, behold the grandest house or city, namely this cosmos. Thou shalt find that the cause of it is God, by whom it came into existence. The matter of it is the four elements out of which it has been composed. The instrument by means of which it has been built is the reason or logos of God, and the object of its building is the goodness of the Creator. And again, God's shadow. Now the reason, logos, is the likeness of God, by which the whole cosmos was made. And still more clearly, but God's shadow is his reason, or logos, which using, as it were, an instrument, he made the cosmos. And this shadow is, as it were, the archetypal model of all else, for that as God is the original of his image, which he, Moses, now calls his shadow, so, in its turn, that image is the model of all else, as he, Moses, showed, when at the beginning of the law-giving he said, "And God made man according to the image of God," this likeness being imaged according to God, and man being imaged according to his likeness, which received the power of its original. Moreover, the divine reason as an instrument is regarded as the means of separation and division. So God, having sharpened his reason, Logos, the divider of all things, cut off both the formless and undifferentiated essence of all things, and the four elements of the cosmos which had been separated out of it, and the animals and plants which had been compacted by means of these. With this we may compare the following passage from the Acts of John, where we read of the Logos. "But what it is, in truth, as conceived of in itself, and as spoken of to thee, it is the marking off or delimitation of all things, the firm necessity of those things that are fixed and were unsettled, the harmony of wisdom." But to return to the concept of the Logos as symbolized by the idea of a city, speaking of the 6 cities of refuge, Philo allegorizes them as follows. "Is not, then, the most ancient and most secure and best mother city, and not merely city, the divine reason, Logos, to which it is of the greatest service to flee first? The other 5, as though they were colonies from it, are the powers of the speaker of this word, Logos, of which the chief is the creative potency, according to which he who creates by reason or word fashioned the cosmos. The second is the sovereign potency, according to which he who created ruleth that which is brought into existence. The third is the merciful potency, by means of which the artist hath compassion and hath mercy on his own work. The fourth is the legislative providence, by means of which he doth forbid the things that may not be." Philo then regards these cities as symbolizing the refuges to which the various kinds of erring souls should flee to find comfort. If the divine reason and the creative and sovereign kingly powers are too far off for the comprehension of the sinner's ignorance, then he should flee to other goals at a shorter distance, the cities of the necessary powers, namely, the powers of mercy and of the law, which latter are twofold, enjoining and forbidding, the latter again of which is referred to vaguely at the end of the chapter as the averting of evils, without further definition. Moreover, Philo continues, there are symbols of these 5 potencies mentioned in the Scriptures. The symbols of command and prohibition are the 2 tables of the laws in the ark, of the merciful potency, the top of the ark, which he, Moses, calls the mercy seat, of the creative and sovereign potencies, the winged cherubim, who are set over it. But the divine reason, Logos, above them, did not take any visible shape, inasmuch as no sensible object answers to it, for it is the very likeness of God, the eldest of all beings, one and all, which are cognizable by mind alone, the nearest to the one and only one that is, without a space of any kind between, copied inerrantly. For it is said, I will speak to thee from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim. So that he who drives the chariot of the powers is the Word, Logos, and he who is born in the chariot is he who speaks the word, giving commandment to the driver for the right driving of the universe. The True Shepherd. Again, speaking of God as the true shepherd of the universe and all things therein, the elements and all therein, the sun, moon, and planets, the stars and heavens, Philo writes, "He placed at the head his own true reason, Logos, his firstborn son, who shall succeed unto the care of this sacred flock, as though he were the lieutenant of the great king. The divine reason of things, moreover, is regarded as the pleroma or fullness of all powers, ideal space and ideal time, if such terms can be permitted. The Logos is the aeon, or eternity proper, and so Philo speaks of the divine reason, Logos, whom God himself hath fulfilled entirely, and throughout with incorporeal powers. The Apostles of God. This supreme Logos, then, is filled full of powers, words, logoi, in their turn, energies of God. As Philo writes, "For God, not disdaining to descend into the sensible world, sends forth as his apostles his own words, or logoi, to give succor to those who love virtue, and they act as physicians and expel the diseases of the soul." These words or reasons are men's angels. They are the light sparks or rays in the heart, of which we hear so much in Gnostic and allied literature, all from the Father-Son, the light of God, or Logos proper, which Philo calls the light of the invisible and supremest deity that rays and shines transcendently on every side. The ladder of the words. When this light shineth into the mind, the secondary beams of the words, logoi, set or are hidden. In treating of the allegorical ladder set up from earth to heaven, Philo first gives what he considers to be its cosmic correspondences, and then applies the figure to the little world of man. The ladder, then symbolically spoken of, is in the cosmos somewhat of the nature I have suggested, but if we turn our attention to it in man, we shall find it is the soul, the foot of which is, as it were, its earthly part, namely sensation, while its head is, as it were, its heavenly part, the purest mind. Up and down through all of it, the words, logoi, go incessantly, whenever they ascend, drawing it up together with them, divorcing it from its mortal nature, and revealing the sight of those things which alone are worth the seeing. Not that when they descend they cast it down, for neither God nor yet God's word, logos, is cause of any loss. But they accompany them in their descent, for love of man and pity of our race to succor and give help, that they, by breathing into them their saving breaths, may bring the soul to life, tossed as it is upon the body's waves, as on a river's bosom. It is the God and governor of the universe alone who doth, transcending sound and sight, walk mid the minds of them who have been thoroughly purified. For them there is an oracle, which the sage prophesied, in which is said, I will walk amid you, and I will be your God. But in the minds of them who are still being washed, and have not yet had thoroughly cleansed the life that is befouled and stained with body's grossness, it is the angels, the words, logoi, divine, making them bright for virtue's eyes. This light of God is, as has repeatedly been seen before, the divine reason of things. For the Lord is my light and Savior, as is sung in the hymns. He is not only light, but the archetype of every other light, nay, rather more ancient and more sublime than the archetypal model of all things, in that this latter is his word, logos, for the universal model is his all-full word, the light, while he himself is like to naught of things created. The Logos, the spiritual sun. This word or logos is further symbolized among phenomena as the sun. The spiritual sun is the divine reason, the intelligible model of the sun that moves in heaven. For the word logos of God, when it enters into our earthly constitution, succors and aids those who are virtue's kinsmen, and those that are favorably disposed to her, affording them a perfect place of refuge and salvation, and shedding on their foes destruction and ruin past repair. The Logos is thus naturally the panacea of all ills. For the word Logos is, as it were, the saving medicine for all the wounds and passions of the soul, which word, the lawgiver declares, we should restore before the sun's going down, that is, before the most brilliant rays of God, supremest and most manifest, go down or set, rays which, through his pity for our race, he has sent forth from his high heaven into the mind of men. For whilst that light most godlike abideth in the soul, we shall restore the word, logos, that hath been given to us in pledge, as though it were a garment, that it may be to him who doth receive it, the special property of man, a garment both to cover up the shame of life and to enjoy the gift of God, and have respite and quietude, by reason of the present help of such a counselor, and of a shielder such as will never leave the rank in which he hath been stationed. From all of which, it seems that Philo is drawing a distinction between the pure light of the Logos and the reflection of that light in the reason of man, For he goes on to say, "Indeed, we have prolonged this excursus for no other reason than to explain that the trained mind, moved by irregular motions to productiveness and its contrary, and, as it were, continually ascending and descending the ladder, when it is productive and raised into the height, then it is bathed in radiance of the archetypal immaterial rays of the logic source of God, who bringeth all unto perfection, and when it doth descend and is barren, it is illumined by their images, the words, logoi, immortal, whom it is custom to call angels." The disciples of the Logos. And a little later on, Philo proceeds to speak of those who are disciples or pupils of the Holy Word or Divine Reason. "These are they who are truly men, lovers of temperance and orderliness and modesty," whose life he proceeds further to describe in similar terms to those he uses of the therapeutes. Such a life, he concludes, is adapted not for those who are called men, but for those who are truly so. For those, then, who consciously set their feet upon the ladder of true manhood, there is a way up even to deity itself, for Philo writes, "Stability and sure foundation, and eternally abiding in the same, changeless and immovable, is, in the first place, a characteristic of that which is, and, in the second, a characteristic of the reason, logos, of that which is, which reason he hath called his covenant, in the third, of the wise man, and in the fourth, of him who goeth forwards, towards wisdom." How then, continues Philo, can the wicked mind think that it can stand alone, when it is swept hither and thither by the eddies of passion, which carry the body forth to a burial as a corpse? And a little later on he proceeds to tell us that Eden must be taken to stand for the wisdom of God. "And the divine reason, logos, floweth down like a river from wisdom, as from a source, that it may irrigate and water the heavenly shoots and plants of virtue lovers that grow upon the sacred mountain of the gods, as though it were a paradise." The river of the divine reason. And this holy reason is divided into four sources. I mean, it is separated into four virtues, each of which is a queen. For its being divided into sources does not bear any resemblance to division of space, but rather to a sovereignty, in order that, having pointed to the virtues as its boundaries, he, Moses, may immediately display the wise man who makes use of these virtues as king, elected to kingship, not by the show of men's hands, but by choice of that nature, namely virtue, which alone is truly free, and genuine, and above all brides. Accordingly, one of the companions of Moses, likening this word, logos, to a river, says in the hymns, "The river of God was filled with water." Now, it is absurd that any of the rivers flowing on earth should be so called, but, as it seems, he, the psalmist, clearly signifies the divine reason, logos, full of the flood of wisdom, having no part of itself bereft or empty thereof, but rather, as has been said, being entirely diffused throughout the universe, and again raised up to the height thereof by reason of the perpetual and continuous circling course of that eternally flowing fountain. There is also the following song verse, "The rapid flow of the river maketh glad the city of God." Jerusalem above. What kind of city? For what is now the holy city, in which is the holy temple, was founded at a distance from sea and rivers, so that it is clear that the writer intends to represent by means of an under-meaning something different from the surface sense. For indeed the stream of the divine reason, or logos, continually flowing on with rapidity and regularity, diffuses all things through all, and maketh them glad. And in one sense he calls Cosmos the city of God, inasmuch as receiving the whole cup of the divine draweth it, and, being made joyous, it shouteth with a joy that can never be taken away or quenched for the eternity. But in another sense he uses of it the soul of the wise man, in which God is said to walk as in a city, for "I will walk in you, and I will be your God." And for the happy soul that stretches forth its own reasoning as a most holy drinking vessel, who is it that poureth forth the sacred measures of true joy, if not the cupbearer of God, the divine reason or logos, who is master of the feast? He who differs not from the draught, but is himself unmingled delight and sweetness forth-pouring, good cheer, the immortal filter of all joy and contentment, if we may use the words of poetry. But the city of God the Hebrews call Jerusalem, which by interpretation signifies the site of peace. Wherefore seek not the city of that which is in regions of the earth, for 'tis not made of stocks and stones, but seek it in the soul that doth not war, but offers unto them of the keen sight of a life of contemplation and of peace. This, then, is how Philo understands the New Jerusalem, or Ogdoad, so familiar to us from the writings of the Gnostic schools, beyond which was the Pleroma, or treasure of light. For elsewhere he writes, "He will offer a fair and fitting prayer, as Moses did, that God may open for us his treasure, yea, his reason, logos, sublime, and pregnant with lights divine, which he, Moses, has called heaven." These lights are reasons, or logoi, for a little further on he says, "Thou seest that the soul is not nourished with things earthly and contemptible, but by the reasons God rains down from his sublime and pure nature, which he, Moses, calls heaven." The logos is as manna and coriander seed. And a little further on, referring to the allegorical manna, or heavenly food, the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat, he writes, "Dost thou not see the food of the soul, what it is? It is the continuing reason, logos of God, like unto dew, encircling the whole of it, the soul on all sides, and suffering no part of it to be without its share of it, the logos. But this reason is not apparent everywhere, but only in the man who is destitute of passions and vices. Yea, subtle is it for the mind to distinguish, or to be distinguished by the mind, exceedingly translucent and pure for sight to see. It is, moreover, as it were, a coriander seed. For agriculturalists declare that the seed of the coriander can be divided and dissected infinitely, and that every single part and section thereof, when sown, comes up just as the whole seed. Such also is the reason, or logos of God, profitable in its entirety, and in every part, however small it be. And he adds a little further on, "This is the teaching of the Hierophant and prophet Moses, who will say, This is the bread, the food which God hath given the soul, that he hath given us for meat and drink. His own word, his own reason. For this reason is the bread which he hath given us to eat. This is the word." The Logos is the pupil of God's eye. Philo also likens the divine reason to the pupil of the eye, a figure that will meet us later in considering the meaning of the Virgin of the World. Virgin of the World treatise. For he writes, "May not this reason be also likened to the pupil of the eye? For just as the eye's pupil, though the smallest part of it, does yet behold all the zones of things existing, the boundless sea and vastness of the air, and all of the whole heaven which the sun doth bound from east to west, so is the sight of the divine reason, the keenest sight of all, so that it can behold all things, by which men shall behold things worthy to be seen beyond the white light itself. For what could be more bright or more far-seeing than reason divine, by shining in which the other lights drive out all mist and darkness, striving to blend themselves with the soul's light? Man shall not live by bread alone." And again, in a passage of intense interest, we read, "For he nourisheth us with his reason, logos, the most general of all things, and the reason of God is above the whole cosmos. It is the most ancient and most general of all the things that are. This reason the fathers knew not our true eternal fathers, but those hoary in time who say, Let us take a leader, and let us return unto the passions of Egypt. Therefore let God announce his good tidings to the soul in an image. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. That is, he shall be nourished by the whole of the reason, logos, and by every part of it, for mouth is a symbol of the whole logos, and word is its part." These fathers, then, are those of the lower nature, and not our true spiritual parents. It is these fathers that we are to abandon. Compare this with Matthew. He who loveth father and mother more than me is not worthy of me, and the far more striking form of the tradition in Luke. If any man cometh unto me, and doth not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own soul also, he cannot be my disciple. In the Gnostic gospel, known as the Pistis Sophia, the mystic meaning of these parents is given at length, as signifying the rulers of the lower nature, and the Master is made to say, For this cause have I said unto you aforetime, he who shall not leave father and mother to follow after me is not worthy of me. What I said then was, Ye shall leave your parents, the rulers, that ye may be children of the first everlasting mystery. But the most arresting point is that Matthew, in the story of the temptation, quotes precisely the same words of the text of Deuteronomy, which Philo does, beginning where he does and finishing where he does, both omitting the final and tautological, shall man live, a very curious coincidence. Luke preserves only the first half of the sentence, but it evidently lay in exactly the same form in which Philo uses it before the first and third evangelists in their second or logoi source. It was then presumably a frequently quoted text. The Logos Mediator. The divine reason is further figured as a true person, the mediator between God and man. Thus Philo writes, And on his angel ruling and most ancient reason, Logos, the Father who created all, hath bestowed a special gift, that standing between them as a boundary, he may distinguish creature from creator. He, the reason, ever is himself the suppliant unto the incorruptible, unmortal kind's behalf in its distress, and is the king's ambassador to subject nature. And he exulteth in his gift, and doth majestically insist thereon, declaring, Yea, have I stood between the Lord and you. Not increate as God, nor yet create as ye, but in the midst between the two extremes, hostage to both, to him who hath created him, for pledge that the creature will never remove itself entirely from him, nor make revolt, choosing disorder in order's place, and to the thing created for good hope that God, the merciful, will never disregard the work of his own hands. For I will herald forth the news of peace to the creation from him who knows how to make wars to cease, from God, the everlasting peacekeeper. In considering what is claimed to be the elaborate symbolism of the sacred vestments of the high priest, and the nature of his symbolical office, Philo declares that the 12 stones upon the breast of the high priest, in 4 rows of 3 each, are a symbol of the divine reason, or logos, which holds together and regulates the universe. This breastplate, then, is the logion, or sacred oracle of God. For it was necessary that he who was consecrated to the Father of the cosmos should have his Son, the most perfect in virtue, as intercessor, both for the forgiveness of sins and for the abundant supply of the most unstinted blessings. It probably also imparts the preliminary teaching to the servant of God that if he cannot be worthy of him who made the cosmos, he should nevertheless, without ceasing, strive to be worthy of that cosmos, for when he has once been clothed with its likeness, he is bound forthwith, by carrying about the image of the model in his head, of his own self, to change himself, as though it were from man into the nature of the cosmos, and, if we ought to say so, nay, he who speaks untruth ought to speak the truth, be himself a little cosmos. The Yoga of Plotinus. With these most instructive indications, we may compare the intensely interesting passage of Plotinus in his essay On Intelligible Beauty, where he gives his yoga system, so to speak. It is, perhaps, the most important passage that has come down to us from the Coryphaeus of later Platonism, giving, as it does, in every probability, the method of the school whereby ecstasis was attained. Let us, then, form a mental image of this cosmos with each of its parts remaining what it is, and yet interpenetrating one another, imagining them all together into one as much as we possibly can, so that whatsoever one comes first into the mind as the one, as for instance the outer sphere, there immediately follows also the sight of the semblance of the sun, and together with it that of the other stars, and the earth and sea and all living things, as though in one transparent sphere, in fine, as though all things could be seen in it. Let there then be in the soul some semblance of a sphere of light, transparent, having all things in it, whether moving or still, or some of them moving and others still. And holding this sphere in the mind, conceive in thyself another sphere, removing from it all ideas of mass, taking from it also the idea of space, and the phantom of matter in thy mind, and do not try to image another sphere merely less in bulk than the former. Then, invoking God, who hath made that true sphere, of which thou holdest the phantom in thy mind, pray that he may come, and may he come with his own cosmos, with all the gods therein, he being one and all, and each one all, united into one, yet different in their powers, and yet, in that one power of multitude, all one. Nay, rather the one God is all the gods, for that he falleth not short of himself, though all of them are from him, and they are all together, yet each again apart in some kind of an unextended state, possessing no form perceptible to sense. For otherwise one would be in one place, another in another, and each be each, and not all in itself, without parts other from the others, and other from itself. Nor is each whole a power divided and proportioned according to a measurement of parts, but this whole is the all power, extending infinitely and infinitely powerful. Nay, so vast is that divine world order that even its parts are infinite. The race of God. But to return to Philo, the rational soul or mind of man is potentially the intelligible cosmos, or logos. Thus he writes, "The great Moses did not call the species of the rational soul by a name resembling any one of the things created, but he called it the image of the divine and invisible, deeming it a true image, brought into being and impressed with the soul of God, of which the signet is the eternal reason, logos, all of which the disciplined soul shall realize in himself. Of such a man, Abraham is a type, for, abandoning mortal things, he is added to the people of God, plucking the fruit of immortality, having become equal to the angels. For the angels are the host of God, incorporeal and happy souls. The angels are the people of God, but there is still a higher degree of union, whereby a man becomes one of the race or kin of God. This race is an intimate union of all them who are kin to him. They become one. For this race is one, the highest one, but people is the name of many. As many, then, as have advanced in discipline and instruction, and been perfected therein, but have their lot among this many. But they who have passed beyond these introductory exercises, becoming natural disciples of God, receiving wisdom free from all toil, migrate to this incorruptible and perfect race, receiving a lot superior to their former lives in Genesis. And that the mind is immortal may be shown allegorically from the death of Moses, who, says Philo, migrated by means of the word, or logos, of the cause, by whom the whole cosmos was created. This is said in order that thou mayest learn that God regards the wise man as of equal honor with the cosmos, for it is by means of the same reason, logos, that he hath made the universe, and bringeth back the perfect man from earthly things unto himself again. But enough of Philo for the moment. Sufficient has been given to let the reader hear the Alexandrian speak for himself on the central idea of his cosmos. Much else could be added. Indeed, volumes could be written on the subject, for it gives us one of the most important backgrounds of Christian origins, and without a thorough knowledge of Hellenistic theology, it is impossible in any way to get our values of many things correctly.